Okay then. Today is, of course, the birthday eve day of my late and sainted sire, my legal father. And, of course, I bring everyone's attention to the fact that there is a poem, of course, that I entered into the summary of tonight's show, which is available if you open the text to read it. That, of course, is his photograph from sometime shortly after 1945. He, of course, ran away to the Navy when he was 16, so his youthfulness should not be a surprise. He had two more wars yet to go, and we will repeat that briefly later on in transmission. In the meantime, we're going to see if Aristides has joined us. As a matter of fact, do me a favor, Peter, say something, and let's see if you're showing up on the online broadcasting software.
Okay, this is Peter. If anybody's there, can you let me know if I'm audible?
You're recognized by the OBS, so that should be fine. Now let's go over and see if we've hit live stream. Okay, Vicky Johnson says, hello, Douglas. Hello, honey. I love you beyond expression. You have no idea. Hearts in return, and of course it was a wonderful weekend. I'm going to now, of course, respond to her with those kissy lips, but at the same time, I do want her to acknowledge Peter's voice. T-Tank Barry says, good evening, all loud and clear with a thumbs up. God bless him. So let me say hugs at T-Tank. And I still have no idea whether or not our man Aristides has joined us or not, but if he has, let him voice himself.
I am here.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, welcome.
And
I'm here, and happy birthday to everyone who has a birthday this wonderful month of October. So many people that I know, including myself. So
yes, and Vicky Johnson says, hi. Yeah, Vicky Johnson says, hi, Peter. And
Hello.
yes, and I want everyone to know that it was Aristides' birthday. He is our material science engineer, which doesn't help us a whole hell of a lot with sound. But at any rate, T-Tank Berry says Aristides clear with a thumbs up. God bless you, T-Tank Berry. You have no idea how valuable you are. I think he does, actually. He knows that. First it said no data, then it said excellent connection. So we're going to extremes here on the live stream, according to YouTube. OBS seems to be running smoothly. Going to check that again, and we got the green square, which is excellent. Okay, and to everybody who's joined us now, all of my love and blessings. And we are going to, now that we've confirmed that both these wonderful gentlemen can be heard, we're going to basically let them dominate, or certainly Peter Moon. Aristides always serves as backup for the opening 3 hours, and essentially keeps his mind throughout the transmission, actually, per his own volition. I'm presuming. Unless somebody keeps
more or less
duct taped in his domicile. Yes, there we are in terms of Aristides. And again, he had a birthday recently, so everybody wish him well. He just turned legal age 18. He can finally have sex, at least legally. And so we all need to celebrate that.
can't wait.
and as for Peter, he's had more than his share of sex through his many years of life. Not too many, mind you. He's still younger than my parents were at their time of passing by far. He's got a long way to go yet. And with that thought of longevity in the air, we will turn it over to Peter. I can relate my birthday adventures later, and obviously there's only so much I can relate without threatening security of the people that I care about. So it's basically Peter for the moment. Blessings, dear Peter. Thank you all, by the way, for all your welcome wishes, and I'm so glad I was able to communicate with everybody briefly before I set up transmission tonight. Set up production would be the better way of saying it. And with that, we turn it over to Peter with the usual admonition: hit the upvotes, because we get hit by downvotes as soon as we start transmission. And the only way to fight back is for all of you to hit upvotes from every IP address you've got, your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone. Just hit an upvote on all of these venues that might have a different IP address, because the enemy fights dirty, and the only way we're going to win this guerrilla war against them is to fight back as dirty as they do, because nice guys finish last. And if you want a world where nice guys like my late and sainted legal father have a chance, then by God, you've got to fight as dirty as the enemy does right now. Mark H says, loud and clear, gentlemen. God bless and glory be thy Douglas D. God bless you in turn, Mark H. So we've cross-referenced it with many sources. You're all audible. Peter, take it away.
Okay, well, thank you. First thing I'm going to, as we're still attracting the audience, I'm going to discuss something you said. I don't know if you said it recently, but in some transmission, you were talking about neural pathways.
Yes.
It has to do with the intellect and neural pathways are basically how you think.
Yes.
And this is so important because it stuck with me, this neural pathways idea, because I mentioned last week that I was, putting neural pathways into thinking, making myself young, thinking younger, and thinking fun. And I will reiterate what Stephanie South, who I did speak to yesterday, told me before I went on my trip. She called me the day I was leaving for Romania in July, and she said, just enjoy every moment. Yes. And I did. And I've tried to parlay that into everyday life. I think there are certain, in my own life, some of the most unappetizing things I have to deal with are administrative issues. When I have to deal with something a little complicated, not complicated, but just something that you have to correct somebody or do something or scan some documents, it's not so bad. It's not hell. Or deal with a construction issue where it's an awkward thing one has to deal with. It doesn't fit, or you might have to learn something you didn't know about some obscure piece of equipment. And if one can just, I've done enough of these things, one can just okay, I have to deal with this. Or this is the umpteenth time you have to call customer service. Just try and enjoy it. Try and enjoy the moment. And as I was saying to, I call this, it's a good friend of JoJo's. I speak to her on the way to football if I can get a hold of her. It's the only time I talk to her is on the way to football. Try and, I'm driving, and I'll talk to her. And I said to her, I was talking about this very same thing. Think about the time when you have to go, I think it's kind of a drag because you have to go get your car repaired, or you got to go change your oil or something. Well, just think how lucky you are to have a car, and that you have the wherewithal to get it repaired.
Yeah,
it's that's really a blessing, rather than to look at it as an irritation. These are very small things. It's quite.
I think it's lucky that the two of you are still speaking.
Oh, this with JoJo's friend?
Oh, well, you and JoJo. It sounded like you said you were calling JoJo on the way to football.
No. JoJo's friend that went to Shasta with us.
Okay, there we are.
I haven't been speaking to JoJo. I did get the message across to her that you are not on Facebook, and she sent me a heart back. But I haven't spoken to JoJo since I've been back, since she's been back from Egypt. Just haven't spoken to her.
Just letting people know there's no acrimony here. It's simply that they've...
No, not at all. She's busy with her busy life and her child and all this sort of thing. So I would gladly talk to her on the way to football if she picked up. But she's dealing with her child on that day. Her weekends are dedicated to her child.
Yes.
So Jen has a child too, but she can, I can get her early in the morning, and we just talk, and talk about what's going on, because she's attended my workshops that I've done up in Massachusetts and whatnot. So we've stayed I guess what you'd call distant friends. But so be it. I was just saying that to her, and it really inspired her to think positively.
Yeah.
But neural pathways, and I was thinking one of the techniques in Scientology was to what they called scanning or recalling pleasure moments. This needs to be done on an individual quite extensively. You're not dealing with trauma. You're just saying, think of a time when you're happy. Think of a time when you did something you like. Think of a time when you tasted something good. Think of a time when you were having a good time with a friend. Think of a time when you enjoyed yourself on a vacation. All these sort of pleasure moments. And what happens is it starts bringing a lot of positive mental thoughts into the person. Now, you will run across the occasional individual. I can't think of anything good. Nothing. You will run into that. And that, is a strong indication of where the person is at. Now, you might get headway with somebody like that by think of a time you hated somebody. Think of a time was miserable. And then what you've done is you've engaged their reality. You've engaged their reality. Oh yeah, this guy looked at me dirty in the grocery store. Yeah, this woman threw a peach at me. Just all of this stuff, and then you've engaged their reality. And when you've engaged their reality, you're getting in communication with them, and you might be able to redirect them eventually by getting into communication, because it'll raise their emotional level to a more positive situation. It's a whole engagement process. But by and large, when neural pathways are directed to positivity, it opens up their universe, and then they can eventually address the trauma. Now, I've had different people, not just one, re-engage me on the super soldier syndrome. Mm. And these people are in a permanent state of trauma. They haven't processed their trauma. They're living the trauma. And they're engaged in trauma. Just as I was talking about people that can't think of anything good or can't think of anything positive, their neural pathways are engaged towards being programmed and regurgitating the programming and continuing the programming, often in very creative ways.
Right.
And you know this well, Douglas. And so it just perpetrates more
ever more trauma in this. Yeah.
Drama.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like.
And just to kind of contextualize further.
Please contextualize.
Yeah, a little bit before I turn it back to Peter. I do want people to understand a good example of this is a physiological parallel would be people who are in chronic pain. When people are in chronic pain and they're in pain to the point where they have been forced to learn to live with the pain, the greatest challenge is that at that point, the medical industrial complex simply rejects their reality, the reality of their condition. An MD can walk into a solarium in a hospital and encounter a patient with chronic pain who's reading a book, obviously not spasming or gesticulating violently or even tremulous, and we'll assume that this person is entirely at normal, at baseline, but the person might be so used to expressing the pain at that point that when he says, if the doctor says, "Are you in pain?" And he says, "Yes, I am in very intense pain," then the doctor simply at that point attributes it to a psychiatric or psychological problem. This is part of the great challenge of why our medical industrial complex fails us and consistently denies everyone painkillers, assuming automatically that everyone's an addict. And so you have an enormous part of the population that is in tremendous pain, and all MDs are going to do is tell you, we're not giving you anything because we have an addictive population and this entire opiate pandemic and all the rest of this bullshit, and it's all crap. The point is that what MDs need to come to grips with is that when people are in this condition of chronic pain, at that point what they have is a diseased nervous system. And so because doctors still have no idea of how to deal with this, the phenomenon of pain, they're left with medieval responses, such as splicing the spinal column. And the medieval, and by this I mean literally dark age thinking involved with the medical industrial complex, is that by severing some aspect of your spinal column, it will prevent the messages of pain from going up the spinal column and reaching your brain. And all they succeed in doing is destroying people's lives. At that point, there's almost never a good outcome. There's basically people lose their sense of taste. They lose, all kinds of things. It's just impossible to catalog any number of things that could go wrong when doctors fuck with the spinal column. And so the end result is that there was only one man who had the solution, and that was Dr. Josef Mengele, who specialized in pain levels. And that was Hitler's doctor. That was not in Hitler's doctor in the sense of Dr. Theo Morell, his personal doctor, but the state doctor. He was one of the state within the state doctors, who was very much at this point, I'd say 100 years ahead of his time at least, in studying pain levels by causing enormous amounts of pain and then figuring out a way to reverse the process. So the only man who had the solution to pain or chronic pain was Dr. Josef Mengele, and he took his notes with him because he was never found alive. He basically, his secret was lost with him, or rather is retained by the Reich in exile.
Or Montauk as well.
Yes, well, thank you. That's a point that needs to be explored. Of course, it's not without its controversy. But with that, we turn it back to Peter. Thank you. And
I all I can say is that the captured German documents, which the Allies took or acquired, they used what they had of Mengele's to do their research at Montauk. I can't say what they included.
Understood.
It's with regards to the pain, but I wouldn't be surprised. And there was also collaboration with the Germans. So to what extent he was involved, or he kind of didn't he pass from this world in the 70s?
Well, he definitely was a free agent, and there were problems with what happened in the 70s in terms of the forensics. There was definitely the digging up of the bones themselves was done in such a way that many forensic scientists said that it was not conducive to ultimately any results that would make any sense. In other words, there was a lot of weird stuff going on with that. The controversy is that it may or may not have been Mengele, but they definitively claimed to the public that it was that his bones that were found. So therefore it was presumed he died in the 70s. I can go into some other stuff later, privately.
The theories of Dr. Green, which get a little nauseating.
Yeah, we don't want to go into what some of these super soldiers claim. There's basically, I ran across all kinds of super soldiers who, for whatever reason, Josef Mengele has become a boogeyman that is exploited by the Americans. They exploit him by basically all these American doctors. First off, just one thing before I turn it back to Peter, I want everyone to understand, while there was a collaboration with the Germans that was ongoing through Project Paperclip, which did ultimately involve some medical exchanges, as well as the engineering and technology, at fairly basic levels, comparatively speaking. The reality is that American MDs did not need any German inspiration to be gratuitous sadists. So when you have all of these experiments ongoing with all kinds of super soldiers, the most common program that was always cascaded into their memory banks was, my name is Dr. Josef Mengele, and guaranteed 99.9% of the time, if not 100%, it's some fucking American just saying that. But every super soldier, because they are basically programmed, will be completely adamant and to the point of violent resistance by telling you, oh, it was Mengele. It was Mengele, because that's what they're programmed. And if you tell them, no, you were programmed to think it was Mengele, no, it was some American asshole just saying his name was Dr. Mengele, they all say that, then they're going to react by essentially turning on you and sometimes physically attempting to attack you. But this brings us back to the physiological parallel. As I was saying, someone with chronic pain has a diseased nervous system. Someone who's a super soldier has a diseased neural pathway. So back to Peter with that.
Well, that's a very curious question here. When you say disease, certainly it's been subjected to trauma, but what you're implying by what you said, or what is implied by what you said, is that this trauma has affected the body in such a way that it's infected.
Thank you.
For lack of a better word.
Yes.
And what is the nature of such an infection in terms of the biology? Can you elaborate on that to any extent?
Well, because
what you're saying makes sense.
Thank you. Because of the years of medical journalism that I was exposed to, or rather courses in medical science that rendered one able to report on medical developments with a degree of education or sophistication, so as to kind of be a bridge between the worlds of the doctors, which are fairly inaccessible by their own conspiracy, and the general public. What I can say is, when the term disease is used, we tend to think of it in terms of a epidemic, pandemic, or something that's viral, something that can be spread. And there's validity. As I pointed out before, one of the things that I insist on is people really need to get used to the idea that mental illness spreads, that you can catch mental illness, that you can contract it. And this is why mentally ill people used to be institutionalized and isolated for that very reason. And it was for good reason. The conditions they were kept in may have been abysmal in the sense that should have been revolutionized. Of course, those conditions should have been revolutionized, but the idea behind isolating them from the general public was sound. So, I mean, a good example is, of course, the homeless that we have in California. There is a radical attempt in California to lead the way in terms of all the states in union, in terms of public health through treating mental illness, to get these people out of the tents into hospitals. But what does that mean? That means mass institutionalization. That's what that means. Our problem was we closed down the insane asylums under Ronald Reagan. That's what led to all of the tents in the streets. We are, and they infect other people, not just physically with their scabies and their bed bugs and their lice and every other disease imaginable that they expose the rest of us to, but with their mental illness, because you are mentally disturbed when you see them. You are forced to drive back and forth across California to work or to vacation, wherever destination you're going to. You see tent cities that are sometimes enormous, quite expansive and growing. And what does that do? It makes you mentally sick. You get mentally ill. It disturbs you. That already is impacting you. So this is a spread of mental illness right there. If you were to somehow be exposed, God forbid, to an environment where you're dealing with a mentally ill person, as many people in dysfunctional families are, then the disease spreads and everybody in the family gradually becomes insane or dysfunctional. So it is a disease that can infect entire populations. Mental illness, populations can go mad. Certainly crowds are symptomatic of this, where crowds will conduct a lynching, these are like extreme examples and they're simplistic. But America as a whole is a sick society, an insane society. But beyond that, when it comes to the specifics of what Peter is discussing, disease can also be something that's not necessarily transmissible, but say, for instance, genetic or congenital, or perhaps, unfortunately, something that is caught through extremely specific circumstances, which becomes very it's effectively non-transmissible, but at the same time destroys the infected person or the impacted person's life. So certain people have congenital disorders or diseases that they inherit. No one else can catch it, but it's just something that is going to impact them to the point where everyone has to deal with their condition. A good example of this would be extreme neuropathy or some kind of eczema or rash. There are certain people who are affected with certain rashes or certain kinds of neurological dysfunctions which lead to chronic pain. A good example would be, say, for instance, through injury, chemical injury, Eastman Kodak, or George Eastman. George Eastman was the head of the Kodak company, who was exposed through his development of many revolutionary photographic chemical techniques, photographic processing techniques. He was exposed to so many chemicals that he wound up with chronic nerve pain, chronic pain throughout his nervous system, to the point where he killed himself. I was told of many cases where people who are affected with extreme eczema or various rashes that also cause sciatica or extreme nervous pain, while you're not only having a manifestation of a skin rash, you're getting nervous pain throughout your nervous system underneath it. People often kill themselves because the pain gets so extreme later in life. And by that I mean like in their 30s, 40s, or 50s, they wind up killing themselves. So something like this is a disease which is not necessarily transmissible, but is going to destroy that person and impact the lives of those around. Super soldiers are like that, is how I think about it. Their trauma is chronic, and meaning that it's constant, and it impacts everyone around because they spread the pain. This is what people do, is they, misery loves company. And so our numbers are way up. Vicky Johnson says dis-ease as two separate syllables. Dis, and people who are at unease, they're not at ease. So that would be a good concept to keep in mind. Back to Peter, please.
Yes, dis-ease. One is not at ease for certain. And when you bring up Kodak, we're dealing with toxicity. Now, of course, toxicity is going to make one ill.
Yes.
If it's toxic enough, if the body cannot process the toxicity and dispel it, too much of anything is toxic in the body. So that's one form of illness.
Or psychologically toxic.
Yeah. And what you were referring to is what Hubbard called contagion of aberration. He said it's contagious, and that can be psychically, it can be physiologically. It's like like attracts like. So the more crazy people you get in a room, the more they resonate together.
Yes.
And this can happen in spiritual talks too. You can get people on a roll or even on drugs, and they can start all twigging on the same thing, because that's just the way life or resonance and whatnot works. But so when we think of illness, is basically an imbalance or misalignment in chromosomes or hormone. So but when there's toxicity involved, that's another aspect. Now, all of us are subjected to toxicity in the environment because we don't live in a natural environment. When you do Qigong, routine Qigong is a continuous process of taking in oxygen, spirit, Qi, and expelling the same. Every breath is a detox. every inhale is oxygen, is chi. Every exhale is carbon dioxide. You want to do this near a tree. So now also what you do to detox is a bath 3 times a week with hot water, kosher salt, and hydrogen peroxide. 1 cup of kosher salt and 1 cup of hydrogen peroxide. You don't use Epsom salts, you use kosher salt. And of course you want to put ice cream or something in like that, go ahead, because that's it. And you don't even talk to them beyond that. But nevertheless, that's the process, is to get rid of the lactic acid in your muscles and body. So it's a constant process. If you're not constantly doing something to detox, you're only accumulating toxicity. When you get with people who are suffering from PTSD, it is indeed a complicated situation. And compassion is good, and then just continue to perpetrate the disease, the discomfort. Calling it insanity is a harsh word, but that they're as you say, they're living under trauma, and they want misery loves company,
right?
And they want you to engage in that trauma.
Thank you. And just so people understand, I myself am complexly post-traumatically stress disordered, and one of the things that I try to emphasize is that we try to, shall we say, I've tried it in the past and it didn't succeed with, I'm trying to destigmatize mental illness, but one of the things that I've tried to disambiguate is to let people know that while someone is not evil because they're mentally ill, and someone is not, is usually, overwhelmingly, the statistics are that someone is more than likely, like 90% and beyond, not going to be dangerous simply because they're mentally ill. One of the things that I want to disambiguate is that with PTSD or complex PTSD, you're not dealing with a mental illness, you're dealing with a psychological injury. This is the equivalent of somebody who's been in a car wreck and their spine is shattered and they lose several inches in height. Because what the PTSD will do is it will change the shape of your brain. This is why they were able to confirm that I have PTSD, was literally scanning the shape of my brain, so that it proved that the shape of my brain is changed very symptomatically in the sense of the way it is changed in a complexly post-traumatically stress disordered individual. So, but this is like somebody who's lost limbs. This is like the equivalent of psychologically I've lost both my legs or both my arms or all 4 limbs or something. The equivalent of that is the way that I semi-function psychologically. But there's a difference between that and someone who is mentally ill. That being said, my attempts to try and destigmatize mental illness on this program by bringing in people like Penny Bradley or Jambo the Reese Monkey, also known as Jameson Reese more formally, these are people who are clearly mentally ill, but my attempts to try and destigmatize mental illness by giving them a platform and trying to provide them with understanding and public support have not paid off. If anything, it's just not the way to deal with mental illness. It's the hard lesson that I learned in that regard. With that, we turn it back to Peter, and he can provide further insights.
Well, you did try to help them,
yeah,
and they were, of course, here we're moving out of the realm. Now we can't dismiss this from mental illness, but we're moving out of the realm of what you might call routine mental illness into the realm of demonology.
Right. Though the one more point,
we can't dismiss it.
Yeah.
But that's not always the case. What were you going to say?
Oh yeah, one more point I'd like to make is that in the case of super soldiers, then you're combining mental illness with PTSD. So at that point, you're dealing with someone who is both psychologically injured and mentally diseased. So that is something that needs to be taken into account, just for people who got confused by what I said about the PTSD. See, that's what makes super soldiers such a double fuck up, and as a double cock up, they're out to not only fuck themselves, but fuck you. But that brings us to what Peter was saying about demonology, and here I turn it over to him again. As he was saying, when you come to, say, for instance, Penny Bradley, we were at the level of, say, someone who's traumatized and mentally ill. Then when you got to Jameson Reese, we're dealing with someone who's mentally ill and then diabolically impacted. So that's those are kind of like case examples that might or may not help. And with that, we turn it back to Peter Moon. Thank you so much for your patience with all this.
Yeah, very unfortunate circumstances arise in dealing with various individuals. And of course, as I've said before, the solution to madness is compassion. And it's very hard and challenging for not only to supply compassion to such individuals, but to have them receive it, because they're not used to ease. And Hubbard always taught, if you want to cure somebody of insanity, the first thing you have to do is get them well rested and well fed. Now, detoxing them, of course, is going to be important as well. But it's one thing to feed them. People cannot always rest. People can get very neurotic because they can't sleep. And when they do sleep, it's not enough and they can't relax. Relax. So you don't just need sleep. You need quality sleep with relaxation. And this is very important. And sometimes a sleeping pill can do wonders. I had that with a friend who was just really on edge because they couldn't sleep. I said, get some sleeping. Yeah, it worked wonders.
Wow. Because
it takes the stress off. It doesn't mean you should become addicted to them. But we can all get wound up at any given moment about something. So this is one thing that, and I'm glad we had this discussion, because it helps me to better understand and deal with these factors of PTSD, super soldier itis.
Yes.
Because they see all this grandiose scenarios and they think they have a solution, that by regurgitating it will solve something.
Right.
And it would be nice if it would solve anything. And I'll never forget Duncan Cameron saying to me, when is everything going to be like all right? When, in other words, he was saying when all this stuff will come online and there'll be a movie and he'll be able to live, fluently off of whatever his
royalties,
participating in Montauk. Yeah. And I said, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that it doesn't necessarily work that way.
Thank you.
He was very naive in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Incredibly naive about just how basic mechanics of life worked. On the other hand, he could be very shrewd and sharp energetically and understand esoteric components.
Wow.
That nobody could understand, and he'd be right about them. It's like he had a very specialized understanding, but when it came to the pragmatic day in and day out facts of life, it could be very challenging for him to relate to it. Not if it was, if it had any degree of sophistication of, and I would actually say, I think he would have a hard time thinking how the manipulative mechanics of taxation work, the manipulative elements of life he might fall prey to, because he just he wasn't unintelligent. He just had a very simple view of the world, as we all do at one point or another. And then, we're subjected to all this manipulation that goes on in the, everyday world of how the world works. It's as Douglas was saying in the opening, it's not a very kind and friendly place.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to perform an act here as I speak. And the reason I'm waited till this moment, I want to do it online. It's 2 days after Douglas's birthday, okay? It's October 22nd. His birthday was October 20th. And if I calculate correctly, you're 56. Or am I 66? Or 50?
Oh, Jesus, let's not rush it.
56. Yeah. So what I'm doing right now, and I'm trying to figure out how to do it. Just be patient with me here.
Oh, take your time. In the meantime, yeah.
Well, in the meantime, what?
Oh, I was just going to remind people that, of course, it's my late and sainted legal father's birthday eve day. His birthday will be tomorrow. And, of course, he's gone. But my still being here, I think I'm technically 57, or maybe I'm thinking in the Asian terms, because you're always a year older on the other side of the international date line. Well, at least in Asia, because they count your year in the womb as a full year. So you're 1 year old when you're born in Asia. So I think I'm 57 or 58 in Asia, but 56, 57 here in the this side of the hemisphere. this hemisphere of the world, this hemisphere of the globe. Okay, try to get back to Peter with that.
Okay, I just sent you $100 for your birthday.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you. Many other people have responded. I'll give them credit as we head towards that time when I usually do that. And God bless you, dear Peter. What a wonderful human being. And
yeah, I wanted to inspire people to, it's still his birthday month, so you can still donate to his birthday. And I'm encouraging all of you to do so if you haven't. And to those of you who have, thank you. And I just, wanted to thank you personally for all the valuable information that you're sharing on a twice a week basis with everybody. So, happy birthday. I think this year is going to be, when I looked at your chart briefly, and I heard somebody talking about this day, it's the 20th, it's very good, looked very optimistic.
Wonderful.
So hopefully that perception is correct. And with that, I'm going to move into and by the way, to donate, you go to douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. Don't use the button in the center of the screen. Upper right-hand corner, yellow button, and you can donate to Douglas. Now, so much of the world events that are transpiring right now center around Israel.
Yes.
And they center around a great misunderstanding of the Judaic religion. And I'm going to recontextualize this for everybody, for those who are new and those who might want to hear it again, because I don't think this thing can be recontextualized or reiterated enough. Because I was listening to somebody comment, and somebody asked a good question. They said, what? And of course, the U.S. was probably a retired general or intelligence officer with quote unquote credibility. And they're saying, why? What's the basic problem here? And he said, well, a lot of the Palestinians have been misinformed about their history. They've been taught this, and there's no question that people growing up who are Palestinian are fed certain lines of whatever they are. There's no question of that. But that's not the only place where history is being mistold. There is quite a bit of misinformation about history. And this is Douglas's specialty, but I'm going to recontextualize it. And they're talking about Palestinians being misinformed about their history, and they don't address the other side of the room. And of course, all of the media has a Israeli or pro-Israel orientation.
Yes.
And the Palestinian tragedy is acknowledged, that the Palestinians have issues, but they don't address them. At least they acknowledge that they exist, which is, I suppose, good, but it's kind of like a doctor telling you you're a terminal patient, you're going to die. It doesn't really solve the situation. But there is an awareness, and when they speak of these things, they ask why. Well, it goes right into the book we're writing.
Yes.
It goes into the whole crux of everything. And the first thing I want to, and I'm going to address some of the more topical things going on later, but for first I'm going to hit at the crux of this. And it goes back to the history of the Jewish people. Now, we talked about the Ark of the Covenant. I'm going to go there later if we have time, but this is not about the Ark of the Covenant. This is about the history of the Jewish people. And this is just standard history of the Jewish people from the Jewish people. It's not controversial. There is, I'm reading this out of Wikipedia. It's the ancestor of Herod, the two Herods, Herod the Great in this case. And I don't know how you really pronounce this, Antipater.
Oh, Antipater. That's fine. Yeah, I think you're doing fine, really.
Sounds like Anti-Peter.
Yeah. It's similar because Peter is like brother or father.
Or stone or interpreter.
Yes. And this man's the antithesis of all of that. And Erod. It's actually pronounced Erod from the old days.
I've never heard anyone pronounce him Herod, but I believe you. They all say Herod.
Right. Just so people know, the Greeks, for instance, if you ever see the name of Greece in the native Greek language, it will say Hellas, but the Greeks will pronounce it Elas. The H is silent to the Greeks, and we really get much of what we know about Herod from the ancient Greeks, as opposed to, say, for instance, the Jews. So they would pronounce it as Erod with that kind of silent H. But, in the West, we pay the H literal lip service, so go ahead.
Okay. Antipater the First, the Edomian, lived 113 or 114 BCE to 43 BCE. He dies around the time of Julius Caesar dying.
Yes.
Okay, he was the founder of the Herodian dynasty and father of Herod the Great. According to Josephus, he was the son of Antipas and had formerly held that name. A native of Idumea, a region southeast of Judah, in which the Edomites settled during the classical period. Antipater became a powerful official under the later Hasmonean kings and subsequently became a client of the Roman general Pompey the Great when Pompey conquered Judah in the name of the Roman Republic. So here we have, now Pompey was a contemporary of Caesar, Julius Caesar, and a rival. And when Caesar crossed the Rubicon, meaning that he said, to hell with the Senate, I'm not going to listen to you to stay on the other side of the Rubicon, I'm coming into Rome and I'm taking over. He was part of a triumvirate with Pompey, the three powerful generals, and I think it was Crassus.
Yes.
And he had to beat Pompey and defeat him because they were rivals, and this is what you did. Just as Octavian or Augustus did with Mark Antony. So you didn't just shake hands and be buddies. It didn't work that way. If you shook hands and be buddies or said you wanted to be, you'd be interpreted as weak. After Julius Caesar defeated Pompey at the Battle of Pharsalus, Antipater sided with Caesar during the Roman Civil War. During Caesar's Egyptian campaign, Antipater joined Mithridates of Pergamon's army marching to rescue Caesar in Alexandria. Now, so as I recall from the movie with Claude Rains playing Caesar, I think Caesar did have to be rescued. Mm-hmm. Thanks to Claude Rains was rescued. When he wasn't, hanging around Casablanca.
Yes.
Or the father of Larry Talbot.
By the way, for those who don't know about Erod's father being Nabatean, that means an Arab of noble descent. It's kind of like one of their elite, like it would be like a caste system in India where you have the Aryan warrior class and the Brahmins, the kind of priest class. The Nabateans would be the nobility of the Arabs in the pre-Islamic days. Back to Peter.
But it's also very clear he was an Edomite.
Yes. Oh God, yes.
He was an Edomite. And he also is involved, so he's bonding with Caesar.
Right.
And Caesar, of course, is the protector of what we know as Palestine. So he gives him. So anyway, Caesar made him chief minister of Judea as Judah became known to the Romans, with the right to collect taxes. Eventually, Caesar made Antipater's son, Phasaelus and Herod, the governors of Jerusalem and Galilee, respectively. After the assassination of Caesar, Antipater was forced to side with the liberators against the Caesarians. The pro-Roman politics of Antipater led to his increasing unpopularity among the devout, non-Hellenized Jews. He died by poison. The diplomacy and artful politics of Antipater, as well as his insinuation into the Hasmonean court, paved the way for the rise of his son Herod the Great, who used his position to marry the Hasmonean princess Mariamne, endear himself to Rome, and become king of Judea under Roman influence. So here you have his son. Now the Hasmonean court, I've looked that up before, but that was a legitimate lineage. Was a ruling dynasty of Judea during the times of the Second Temple. It had, I don't know how kosher they were. I think they were. But basically, they yielded to the Herodian dynasty. So without casting any aspersions on them, they were co-opted by the Herodian dynasty. So here, right here in history, you have the Edomites, who were recognized in the Bible as enemies of the Jewish people, taking over the whole Judaic tradition, the whole Judaic influence, meaning ultimately political control of the religion. And now it says here, though historians understand that Antipater's family had converted to Judaism in the 2nd century BCE, different stories circulated in the wake of his son's coming to power. Now here they're saying he converted to Judaism. He wasn't a Jew. He was an Edomite.
Right.
But he converted to Judaism. They demonstrate the tensions that existed between the Jewish people and the powerful Edomites who appear at this time.
Right.
Nicholas of Damascus, the court historian for Herod, wrote that Herod's ancestors were among the historical elite in Jerusalem who had been taken by King Nebuchadnezzar into Babylonian captivity in the 6th century. This account serves two purposes. When the Persian king Cyrus sent the captives in Babylonian back to Judea, it is likely that some chose to settle elsewhere. A legitimate dispersion such as this would shroud the fact that Herod's ancestry is undocumented in a meticulous record of returned Jewish families. Claiming a heritage among the Jews from as early as the Babylonian captivity provides credibility for a pro-Roman and Hellenized Herod as a king over the Jews, for they were highly contemptuous of him. Josephus explains this rendering by critiquing its author. Nicholas wrote to please Herod and would do so at the cost of truthfulness. So here, this is a clear imposition and co-opting of a non-Jew into the Jewish power structure.
Yes.
It's clearly, historically, he's not really Jewish. Now, I can't believe for a minute that all of these learned people in Orthodox Judaism, Hasidic Judaism, are not unaware of this.
Right.
I'm sure they would probably have it straight historically, as far as history provides history.
Yes.
Where the bait and switch occurs is an existential, rhetorical issue that could yield some very interesting threads if one were to pursue it. And you might get some very interesting truths out of these people, because it might be something the majority, or perhaps the minority, are struggling with to this day. Because you'll find there's a lot of controversy and hostility internal to Judaism. It's
Yes.
not all one happy front, although they make it appear as a front. It's Israel, it's righteous, and that's it. That's about as far as it goes in the news.
Yeah.
It's, the Frankenstein monster. Israel, good.
Yes, it's true. Yes.
Hamas, bad.
That's right. But by the way,
Yeah.
some people might be confused at the terminology. Just to clarify it again, the term Idumean, I-D-U-M, and then the A-E-N, Idumean would mean Edomite, or a descendant of the ancient racial enemy of Israel. And of course, when it comes to King Herod, his full name would be Basilius, which is the word for king. Basilius Herodos Magnus, or King Herod the Great. So he was definitely the patriarch of that Herodian dynasty and the tetrarch of Galilee, meaning the Roman appointed client king of Judea, but he was definitively born of Idumea, which would be southern Palestine or ancient Edom. But bear in mind that we're talking about that's the Edomites occupied the land south of the Dead Sea. When it comes to the modern Israelis, they consider the Palestinians that they have boxed and quartered into the Gaza and the West Bank as more like the descendants of the Philistines, who they consider an ancient enemy. Israel is carrying, even though they're not ethnically from the original tribes, which we've gone into before and we don't need to go into at this moment, none of the Israelis, essentially, except maybe some very specific Orthodox Sephardim or something like that, might be descended from the original tribes in some way, but certainly the overwhelming majority of the population of Israel are not, and yet they have taken upon themselves this ancient hatred of a quote-unquote racial enemy, and are warring against them infinitely in this kind of maniacal super soldier like endless traumatic state at the level of an ethno-state. So back to Peter with that.
Well, yes. And it said, so I was saying that that Josephus, who's a famous historian, who might well have been the same character as St. Paul, according to Ralph Ellis, was extensively on that. But Nicholas wrote to please Herod, who's the author saying this, and would do so at the cost of truthfulness. Instead, Josephus explains that Antipater's family converted to Judaism during the forced conversions by the Sadducees influenced Hasmonean leader John Hyrcanus. Hyrcanus threatened that any Idumean who wished to maintain their land would need to be circumcised and enter the traditions of the Jews. So here he's telling you that the Edomites were not circumcised. I didn't know that.
Well, no.
They weren't.
Yeah.
Josephus acknowledges Herod as being by birth a Jew, and Antipater as being of the same people with the Jews, because they converted to Judaism.
Right.
Nevertheless, this influential family came to be resented by many Jews for their Edomite ancestry, a fact used by the Hasmoneans and their supporters against them. As such, in a polemic against Herod to discredit him in the eyes of the Romans as unfit to become king of the Jews, Antigonus, the Hasmonean, is quoted by Josephus as referring to Herod as no more than a private man and an Idumean, that is, a half-Jew. Now, here, this again is just clear history, basically telling you that Herod was not, and there's more intrigue into what happened with Herod's ascension to the throne of Judea, and you can look that up if you want. But the bottom line is everybody has probably heard that in Christianity, in the New Testament, the bloodline of the Messiah, of Jesus, was a big issue, and that Herod wanted to kill off the competition.
Yes.
What is it called? The slaughtering of the innocents, the firstborn?
Yes. Pretty much.
Now, when we contextualize innocent people being slaughtered, this is what we have going on in Palestine, Mideast, Israel, whatever you want to call it, right now. We have a slaughtering of innocent people. Now, who wants to slaughter innocent people? This is the Edomite agenda.
Thank you.
Backed in alliance with the Chichewa.
Yes.
That we've talked about extensively in the past.
Yes.
The Chichewa, and we're not going to go into that now because it's crossing too many platforms. But see, and this is Judaism. This is not my beliefs, because I'm not Jewish, I'm not Christian, I'm neutral. And what I don't sanction is this massive insanity that's going on over there.
Thank you.
And but this is the focal point of what people don't understand. They don't understand. This is the history of Judaism. Most Jewish people that I've met and had any discussion with, they're woefully ignorant of their own history.
Yes.
And they're not, I mean, you can ask, why should they be? If they go to synagogue, they're going to be directed into, they're going to be told a line of whatever they're told, just as if you go to church. And I remember one person telling me, who was Jewish, saying, well, Rabbi only tells us what we need to know for who and what we are. Like perhaps a woman low in the caste system.
Wow.
In other words, women are not. And there's even a whole a movie that Barbara Streisand did called Yentl, which talks about women weren't allowed to read or have knowledge, and she's a rebel. So she in the story she dresses up like a man.
Yes.
And she gets knowledge, and this was considered a very controversial and cutting edge thing for Barbara Streisand to do.
Within the Jewish community, I mean, to the rest of the world, we just looked on it with kind of puzzlement as what the men in the Jewish community were all upset about. But yeah, they're definitely a patriarchy, and they're definitely fossilized. And what I do want people to understand about what Peter's saying is, do understand that Peter's not biased here at all. We're talking about a situation that is definitely out of control in terms of a humanitarian situation. I do want people to understand that without going into it right now. Basically, when Peter says the slaughter of the innocents, take into account that what is exactly that the Israelis are doing. They say they want to destroy Hamas, and they have to do that by destroying the infrastructure. Well, at this point, the death toll has risen to 4,651 people. I mean, we're going to hit 5,000 probably by midnight tonight, with another 15,000 critically injured. And the military of Israel is only escalating its operations, saying that they're preparing for the next stages of war. And part of that was striking a mosque today, saying that they were thwarting an imminent.
I want to get let's get to that stuff later.
Sure. Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm going to cover some certain bases, but this is basically, maybe we're bridging into that because this is the history. And just to contextualize it in the book we're working on, this is simple history.
Yes.
But nobody pays attention to it.
Yes.
And when I say it's history, it's what history has offered us. How good is the history? I don't know. But what's important here is this is the history of the Jewish people as they believe it.
Yes.
As the Jews believe it.
Yes.
Not as I believe it. And as historians would believe it. This is the account that's been given. And according to their own account, their religion was compromised when Herod took over the temple,
Yes.
took over the administration of the Judaic cause. And this is the religion which the New Testament, it's very clear that the New Testament is a great rebellious document against the power of Herod.
Yes.
And also against Rome, because we have the Masada, rather.
Yes.
And the destruction of Jerusalem, when it was Titus who went in and razed Jerusalem. And that was a complete obliteration. But they had already given up their great secret because Herod didn't care about it. And the great secret is the Tekelet blue.
Thank you.
Which we talked about ad infinitum and will be in the book clearly explained. And the Teklet blue was this prophecy that when the Jews would recognize and gain back the Teklet blue, this would herald the coming of the Jewish Messiah. And the New Testament very specifically identifies Jesus and his robe with the Teklet blue.
Yes.
Because this is what the rabbis wore. This is what he was considered, a rabbi, but a rebel rabbi. Or as Obama and Bruce Springsteen might say, a renegade. But definitely a renegade and protesting against literal interpretation and losing the spirit of the law. So in the New Testament, this woman touches his robe and she's healed. And she says, by your faith you have been healed. And she would have touched the Teklet blue on his robe, and the Teklet blue is faith, because the Teklet blue is what they put on, or dyed the robes, or part of the robes, or part of the sacred cloths they would use, and this was more valuable than gold. And the process was the Murex trunculus snail, they would squeeze one drop of purple out of the snail, hold it up to the light of the sun, it would turn blue. And this was the dye. There's a whole process we won't go into of how that was produced, but the art of it was lost. The creature that produced it was lost, but this stuff used to be kept on the sides of Solomon's temple. Now, I think that the second temple would have completely not had that. I don't think. The original temple did. The second temple was completely different. It didn't have the ark. It had a Holy of Holies, but it had no ark. So this New Testament is saying that by Jewish tradition, Jesus is fulfilling the prophecy of the Teklet blue. But the Jews who kill him or are assigned to kill him are not true Jews. They're Edomites, posing as Jews or half-Jews.
Right.
So the anti-Semitism that's going on in the world for hundreds, thousands of years is this meme that the Jews killed Christ. And there is a reaction, an emotional reaction that Christians have had about this. And it's not very healthy. You can argue about what's more healthy, but it breeds hatred and it breeds insanity. It is literally a disease, as Douglas was saying.
Yes.
It's a mental disease.
Yes.
It's existential, it's rhetorical, it's theological.
Yes.
People are generating hatred because they don't understand what went down. If people had this viewpoint that I'm expressing and understood, they'd say, oh, well, we're not going to crucify him. He's the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah. Now, whether you agree with that, you don't have to be Christian. You don't have to agree with it. This is Christianity and it's Judaism. He's fulfilling the prophecy of the Jews.
Yes.
And it's very clear. So how do you get rid of the Edomite influence? It's, here it is, it's exorcism time.
Yes.
But it is an illness, and it's contagion of illness. And you have insanity, and insanity is what breeds this war we have going on. And there are people involved in Israel to this day, and I'm sure you'd find probably the majority of Jews would agree with me, because they've been protesting against, what's his name, Netanyahu.
Right.
They were actively protesting him, thinking he was destructive to what's going on there. And this war has taken him out of dispute,
Right.
because he's now leading a righteous cause, supposedly. There is a very lot of obfuscation going on in the news in the way they frame the news, and I'm going to go into some other aspects. But now this great secret of the Teklet blue, which was misidentified in the 1880s as the cuttlefish, and it was which produced a blue the way they concocted it, but it was found out any blood could produce this blue if you did it under such a process. So they claim that the cuttlefish was indeed the helizon, which was the name they ascribed to the Murex trunculus snail, because they lost it. They called it the helizon. They said the cuttlefish is the helizon, and based upon this, Zionism was created. And Zionism was basically which gave rise to World War I, or
Yes.
and the taking of Palestine, or U.S.'s involvement with Woodrow Wilson and using biological warfare to subdue the German war machine, which was winning the war.
Yes.
They all got sick, and then there was this screwed up treaty which upset the Germans to no end, and they were fighting off communism in Germany. And because there were Jews who were leading the communists, the Jews were considered part and parcel of the destruction of Germany. And this is what gave Adolf Hitler a political platform that proved to be very powerful in Germany. And to this day in Germany, there's much sentiment against what happened. So this is all the historical background of what was going on, and basically the blood of the cuttlefish, which helped produce cyanide,
Yes.
which was on the walls of the gas chambers. This is what helped kill people, or did kill people in the gas chambers. Douglas has gone into the Edomite persecution of Jews in Germany by Edomites,
Yes.
using Hitler as they could to create the state of Israel.
Yes.
Israel was created by Edomites in Germany that wanted to bring Jews to Israel because they couldn't get them to go, because most of them were successful. Why do they want to go to the desert and suffer
Thank you.
and build a new civilization? So they had to be persecuted to go. And we go into this in the book, and there was an alliance between the Jews, the SS, and the Germans, and there's even a coin where they both have the swastika and the Star of David on
Yes.
it. So it's like there's quite an alliance there that nobody recognizes or knows, and we have this tremendous hatred of Hitler and the Nazis, but it's understandable. Just as there's hatred against the Jews, there's hatred against Hitler. And it's, if you can replace the hatred with understanding, it makes you understand the hatred. rather than indulging in the hatred. It doesn't mean that what any of these people were doing was good or right. It just helps let you understand what's going on. Now, and then you hear people being called, it's very interesting to hear Hamas or Hezbollah being referred to as Nazis, or Iran being referred to as Nazis. Nazis is just a catch-all word for evil in the vernacular of modern media. Oh, he's a Nazi. They don't even understand what a Nazi is or what the Nazis were.
Thank you.
and this is hard to grasp historically, because it's just this. It's like a disease of the mind. And I had said in my book, The Black Sun, which was published, I think, in 1997, over 20 years ago. And it basically said the reason Hitler and Himmler and all these characters keep coming up is because their souls have not been reconciled. In other words, people just keep bashing them. And like, why? There's something more to discover about these people.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting you go out and become pro-Nazi or something. But to understand is the point. Understanding. Now, so this is the historical background, and we've talked a lot about it.
Right.
I'm not going to beat it to death, but I'm going to mention. I'm going to fast forward now into current life, and I have to qualify anything I'm saying is based upon what I've heard in the media.
Right.
Now,
but by the way, before you do, because that might bridge us back to, the horrors of Gaza, I do want to bring up a more erudite point along the lines of what we've been discussing, just to add some, shall we say, color, to use a pun, to what we were saying about the teckelate blue and the Muras trunculus snail. Now, after all this time, of course, I often myself forget the exact terms. I do believe I got that right, did I not? Muras.
It says spelled Murex.
Okay, different spellings. Okay, and but as a illustrator, as someone who has illustrated all my life, originally professionally and now more therapeutically, I do want people to understand. Think about my biological father, Adolf Hitler, and the fact that he was an artist who had to work with paints, and that he was born in 1889, which is a while after what I'm trying to describe happened. But it's very difficult for artists, whether it would be Hitler himself or myself in this day and age, spoiled as we are by the easy availability of all these colors of the rainbow, to imagine a world wherein one of our most important and necessary colors costs more than gold. But that was the world before 1703. And the strongest and most useful permanent blue at that time was ultramarine, and that name comes from the words ultra marino, referring to it being brought from over the sea. It was so expensive that many artists had to rely on their wealthy clients to buy it for them, or otherwise go without any blue in their painting. In 1703, all that changed because a new blue was accidentally created that could be made by anyone who knew the quote-unquote secret formula, and the color maker who discovered it was German. His name was Johann Diesbach. He wasn't even trying to make a blue paint. He'd actually been mixing a standard red lake made from cochineal, and historically, as we understand it, Diesbach was late with a customer's order, and he was rushing to complete the job, and to make the red, he needed dried cochineal, which is iron sulfate and potash. And fortunately for future artists, he didn't have potash on hand. Potash is an alkali, what is known as a mordant, necessary to make the color attach to fibers and become permanent. And there's several urban legend style versions attesting to what happened next, but the result was that Diesbach got his hands on some contaminated potash, which in turn combined with the cochineal and iron sulfate mixture and turned blue instead of red. And because he was Prussian, this is Prussian blue. So this was the new blue, and when he saw this, Diesbach forgot all about making red and began to experiment to determine how this new blue had occurred. And what he had accidentally created was a chemical reaction so complicated that it might not have been discovered at all for many years. Apparently the potash he used had animal blood in it, which contains iron. So the iron had reacted with the potash to change the potash into potassium ferrocyanide. So when he mixed this with the iron sulfate, he accidentally created another compound, iron ferrocyanide, what we know as Prussian blue. And even though he knew how to create it, he still had no idea why it had turned blue. So basically, Diesbach kept the formula to himself, but the fellow who may have sold him the contaminated potash, Johann Conrad Dippel, this was the man who sorted it out, and by 1710 was selling the new color himself. Now, Johann Conrad Dippel was the man who signed himself as Frankensteinensis, born in Frankenstein. This was Dr. Frankenstein. This was the man who would later become infamous for raising cadavers via the exposure to electric shock. So he was selling the new color himself, and it was an instant sensation. And part of the reason was for this new paint's deep, intense blue, its great transparency and great strength, but also it was 1/10 of the price of ultramarine blue. It was the first truly synthetic color. It was easy to supply to artists worldwide who had been waiting for literally centuries for a strong, non-toxic blue. And it revived the entire Japanese woodblock industry, which then in turn influenced the French Impressionists, whose working colors inspired so much of modern art, all thanks to Prussian blue and the work of Dr. Frankenstein. With that, we turn it back to Peter.
Very interesting thread. Very interesting thread. I had a Frankenstein connection in my book, Montauk Revisited, which I never fully explored.
Yeah.
It's too much. And we're not going to explore it now.
Right.
Because we're going to go, and I'm going to make a comment on current events. And start. I'm going to begin with what I think is, and I've stated repeatedly, and I will expound on it further with in the context of current events, that so much of what Netanyahu and his team have done is conducting very bad public relations. I'm not talking about the actual war. The edict of war is an edict of war. That's never good public relations. But the way they're relating themselves to the public is very detrimental to their own situation. Now here I'm not, in this statement, I'm not criticizing the war. I don't believe in war, but I'm not criticizing the war or the edict of war. I'm criticizing the way they're representing themselves and contextualizing the war. And one of the things they're saying, and this is again, not a criticism of the edict of war. It's a criticism of what they're saying about wiping out Hamas. They're going to go in and they're going to bomb Gaza with impunity, and innocents are going to be killed. They're going to be slaughtering of innocents. They've acknowledged this, whether they be Palestinians, Jews, or Christians. Their object is not their stated object is not to kill Palestinians, not to kill Jews, and not to kill Christians. All these people are going to be collateral damage. Their object is to get rid of Hamas. Now, as Hamas has been positioned as a terrorist organization, it's hard to argue that you don't want to get rid of a terrorist organization. Whether or not you've created or contributed to it is a different situation. However, when they said, we're going to go in there, and that Hamas lives in these tunnels. Well, particularly the general, the military general, if he is a general, but the head of their military and their key military people are in these hundreds and hundreds of miles of tunnels that have been dug out, perhaps with Israeli construction. I don't really know who dug the tunnels, but they're extensive. And they're not just natural tunnels. I'm sure some of them, if not most of them, might be, but there have been extensive construction to build these tunnels. Now, Douglas, this I'm going to pose to you as a Defense Department historian. Hamas has been criticized in saying, okay, we're releasing hostages. They're manipulating the press. It's even been said they're winning the public relations war. Now, if Israel is going to go into these tunnels, they're blowing up buildings, so these people aren't going to be in buildings. They're going to be in a bunker, or they're going to be in tunnels.
Yes.
Now, if I was Hamas, what I would do is I would hide in the tunnels, and I would have Israel blowing the hell out of Gaza, killing lots of innocent people because they're just mad and crazy.
Yes.
And then when they get into the tunnels, there is no Hamas. In other words, they've left.
Yes.
They've created just enough rockets and warfare to keep Israel aggravated and prosecuting the war, and then they make their ways out of their tunnels into some safe harbor, eventually perhaps going to Qatar or some other country of safe harbor, perhaps even in Saudi Arabia. Who the hell knows? But they go to safe harbor, so when the Jews, or I should say not the Jews, but the Israeli military, the IDF, arrive in the tunnels and they go through all the tunnels, they're faced with a position of, where are they? They're not there. So therefore, they either have to concoct a story that they've killed him, like the Osama bin Laden situation, where you never see the body.
Right.
Or they have to say, hey, there is no body. Like George Bush looking for weapons of mass destruction and looking under the table and making jokes about it. All right, well, let's see if we can find him under here, which was very offensive to the father of the son was killed in Iraq. George Bush is making fun of it with his cabinet. Where are the weapons of mass destruction? They're looking under the table. And so this is a big problem, because if you're Hamas is saying, look, the Jews have now destroyed half of Gaza, they've killed all these innocent people, and they can't find Hamas. Now, whether you like Hamas or not, or believe in them, or condemn them or don't, it makes the Israelis look very bad. This is completely aside from the anti-Semitic rhetoric going on the campuses. That's another subject I will deal with. But what I'm saying is this alone, this strategic, supposedly strategic positioning of Hamas is to not be in the tunnels. Now, why would they stay in the tunnels? They have no chance against Israel. They're making Israel, they're taking them on a string. And this is from the vantage point, and please indulge me here, that Israel is not behind Hamas in the first place. If they were, they could just say, okay, take a hike. But this becomes a public relations problem because they've had a head start. Are they just going to sit there in the tunnels and let themselves be killed? I doubt that, because we hear that they're tremendous cowards. They're smart. They've got the hostages somewhere. So, what is my comment on how are they going to escape from the? Do you think that's a reasonable tactic for them to do? Is to do what I just said?
Well, obviously, that would be the best tactic. The best of all possible outcomes for Hamas would be to make the IDF look like idiots, of course, and the state of Israel like buffoons. I certainly appreciate your having thought this out. It's one of
take long.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's actually, my gang brother Beaver once had a similar thought about Saddam Hussein. He said, when Saddam Hussein was threatened with the Americans, we're going to come in now, when George Bush Jr. and all the rest were threatening. And, my gang brother Beaver said, because Saddam was saying, no, I'm going to stay here, even to the point where Saddam had an interview on 60 Minutes and basically said, I'm going to stay here in Iran for, till the bitter end, just kind of like, I'm trying to remember who it was, Ted Koppel or whoever it was that was interviewing him. Dan Rather, thank you. Like Dan Rather on 60 Minutes. Basically, what he was saying was, I'm going to stay here in Iraq to the end, like Dan Rather on 60 Minutes, just stay there on 60 Minutes as his career until, till the day he died, if he could help it. So Saddam was going to do that with Iraq, but Beaver was saying once they start bombing, he should just, get out of the country and show up someplace else and say, I left. Why are they bombing? Because that's all the Americans, quote unquote, were demanding, was that he vacate Iraq. That was basically what they were saying. If you vacate Iraq, we won't bomb. We won't launch we're just there to get rid of you. It's all you. Of course, it wasn't all him at all. But he knew that, which was why he didn't leave. But, Beaver was saying, he missed out on a chance that way of making the Americans look like complete and total idiots. So, that's the strategy that should be followed by the individual who they kept saying is in charge of Hamas. They've I haven't even bothered to remember the guy's name. He's just a suitably sinister-looking individual who they are basically saying that this is the man we're after, and but if that were the case, all they need to do is enter into negotiations. What is really disturbing here, what I find bizarre, is that Israel, they held off for what seemed like a little bit because they were put off basically by the blowing up of the hospital. And regardless of who's responsible, which of course I would insist myself is Israel, but when it came to the fact that the hospital blew it, I'm presuming that they had to wait for that to quote unquote cool off at least a little before doing anything else. Because if they had pursued invading the strip right after that, it would have really made them look bad. As if they don't look bad enough in the Arab world. I mean, combine that with the fact, I can't resist this minor tangent here, that Biden destroyed his credibility with the Arab world by, as soon as he landed, just regurgitating, parroting exactly what Netanyahu told him to, and saying that, it wasn't your side that blew up the hospital. Not at all. And instantly all the Arabs who were going to meet with him to try and discuss the situation canceled everything. So he blew that completely, and his trip was for nothing. And not to mention he lost the vote of every Muslim in the United States. They may be less than 2% of our population, about half the population as there are Jews, but still, he lost that, and every vote counts in 2024. But when it came to just the situation back to the Hamas and what we're dealing with the entire thing with the Israelis going in, what this tells us. And I wanted to think the best. I wanted to think that, hey, they'll negotiate for the hostages. Maybe they're getting ready to do that, but no, not a single motion was taken towards contacting anyone to talk about
Well, they have released a couple of hostages.
Well, Hamas released a couple hostages on their own initiative. It wasn't through any negotiation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which again was good public relations for them.
Yes.
Whether you believe it or not, it worked out. It makes them look, I mean, they're master manipulators.
If nothing else, yeah.
Yeah, and this has been pointed out. They've also got the son of the head of Hamas, who was fallen away, rejected him, and grew up. And they said under the caption, they said reformed terrorist.
Jesus Christ, what
he
a way!
Was a terrorist. So, he comes off very credible, but if you look at his history, he doesn't really warrant any credibility at all. Although he talks a very good game, and he sounds very credible. But when they start calling him reformed terrorist, that kind of undermines the whole rhetoric of the situation. It's just kind of ridiculous.
It goes to show you the kind of hot button emotional topic that we're dealing with. There's no rationality here. It's all emotional manipulation, which of course, as Peter said, Hamas is master manipulators. What they're doing, even if you take it as nothing other than a cynical ploy, the fact that they released 2 hostages is at least to provide us the hope that, if you talk with them, they'll release more. That's the intent, is to open up negotiations. Because if they didn't release anybody, then there's no hope. Then you might say they're not open to negotiations. But since they did, it shows they're open. And so then the question falls, the ball's in Israel's court. Well, fuck, why not start negotiating? They've released 2 hostages.
That makes them look really bad if they don't talk.
Yeah.
It really puts the ball in, it puts the control in Hamas. Well, we're letting people go.
Yeah.
And so Israel is in a hard place. In fact, from a chess game perspective, and just from a gaming situation, not from a moral standpoint, you have to admire Hamas's calculations here.
Yes.
And the best thing, as I said, they could do is just, okay, who are you going to chase under tunnels? And where do those tunnels go?
Yes.
They could go anywhere. And if you do take the position that Israel or Netanyahu and the Edomites created Hamas and are in control of Hamas in the first place and are orchestrating this like a master puppeteer, it would also serve them to go in and find nobody in the tunnels.
Yes, of course.
And make up that they killed Hamas. Now, this presents other problems.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, thank you for acknowledging that.
Just to finalize the thought, I do want people to understand that at this point, the number of hostages has increased from what they had originally calculated. Because I thought, Hamas going that deep into Israeli territory and not taking as many hostages as possible didn't make sense. I was surprised there was only 150. So Israel is acknowledging there are at least 212. Okay, that sounded much more in line with what I had felt would be an operation that made sense. So you've got 212 hostages left that they're aware of, that Israel is at least willing to officially confirm or recognize. Probably there's people taken that they don't even care about, and they're not counting them because that would be Israeli as hell. But that being said, with all the preparation now, like I said, they just struck a mosque, claiming that they were thwarting an imminent terror attack. That is, the Israelis destroyed a Muslim church, a mosque, saying that, an imminent terror attack was sourcing out of there, which is preposterous. because how would it get through now that Israel's all, locked up and aware of the situation? Of course, I still insist that this was an Israeli operation in the first, and that the people they worked with, they're more than willing to betray. But when it came to the hostage situation, it looks to me increasingly that the Israelis are just writing these people off. That they really are writing these people off. Certainly their families feel abandoned. I know that much publicly because the families are going on record saying that they have no hint whatsoever from the Israeli government that any efforts are being taken to recover the hostages. Of course, people would say, well, they got to keep that close to their vest. Can't have any security leaks, That may be the case. But how would you rescue them? This isn't Entebbe. They're not in a place that is isolated and easy to locate. And you got 1 point perspective on the plane that the hostages were in at Entebbe. Here, instead, you have they're in tunnels, and the Israelis can't go hunting for them because the whole thing is just. The whole thing is outrageous. It's a situation the Israelis got themselves into. But as Peter said, it goes back to this Edomite mentality. The idea is just to generate as much suffering as possible. There is no endpoint. There is no objective. It's chaos because that's the ultimate Edomite raison d'être, the reason for existence. With that, back to Peter. Yes, take it from here, please.
Well, yes. Now, and I will repeat this, they have positioned themselves very badly by not only their rhetoric and their public relations. This has been a disaster, and also their actions. Because I don't know if you've heard it, that there was a woman by the name, Samantha Woll, the president of the synagogue in Michigan, was murdered.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I've heard of this. Stabbed.
And okay, this just happened in the last 24 hours.
That's right.
She was murdered. She was the president of the Isaac Agree Downtown Synagogue in Detroit. Now she's murdered and stabbed in front of her home. It's too soon, according to the police, to make any conclusions that this was even an anti-Semitic crime. For all we know at this point, it could have been a jealous lover.
Right.
That's quite a leap of assumption, but we don't know. I mean, one would easily assume that it was related to the issues going on right now. All right, here. Okay, back to where I was. I just got distracted for a second. And I'm getting distracted again. Here we go.
Easy enough.
Okay. It's not a message. Okay, now, the thing about Samantha Woll, her personality is described as just gregarious, nice, lovely. Sounds like a lovely person if you read the short descriptions of her. She worked in the office of United States Representative, the House of Representatives, Alyssa Slotkin, 7th District, Democrat, Michigan, and on the campaign staff of Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, both of whom issued statements Saturday following Woll's death. In addition to serving as board president at Isaac Agree Downtown Synagogue in Detroit and working with multiple Democratic leaders in Michigan, Woll was a local activist in building Jewish-Muslim relations in the community. According to a tweet Sunday from the World Jewish Congress. So she was, according to reports, she was very active in bridging communities, including the Muslims, not hating Muslims. Now,
no wonder they killed her. So like,
Well, yeah. Now, where this becomes, well, first off, when I saw this, I said, "What other anti-Semitism is being bred by what's going on with the war against Hamas?" We have college campuses in mass having massive protests that are pro-Palestinian. And they're even, some of them are outright supporting of Hamas. And this is being attributed by the media to saying, they're all being misinformed by, Now, what's very interesting about this is that the academia has been positioned with very pro-left wing, protests and violence in Seattle and Portland, etc. And the Democrats were feeding off of this during the Trump administration, calling them peaceful protests. Now, the core Republicans and core Democrats are now united for Israel. And even AOC has said has condemned Hamas. But right now, the most controversial member of the squad, whose name is Rashida, I don't know how to pronounce it, Tlaib?
Tlaib.
Talib?
I believe. Talib. Yeah, I believe. I believe it's Tlaib.
Is her district is dovetails with where this woman was stabbed.
Right.
So it says, with all of the hatred of Jews from Rashida Tlaib and her hate-filled constituents that put her in office, where is the investigation? Rashida Tlaib's district is in a suburb of Detroit, Michigan. Wake up, Michigan, and vote her out. Okay, now, this is reactionary, somebody saying that. So if one was going to make a knee-jerk conclusion, you'd say, well, this woman, she's in the district of this woman who's part of the squad, and she must be involved with the killing of this lady at the synagogue, or involved or closely related to it. Now that would never hold up in court. But it's she'd be guilty by association just because it's her district. Now, I'd never really heard too much about this member of the squad, so I looked her up, and I learned a few things. That basically she corrected a lot of injustices in Detroit, and she's Palestinian. She is Palestinian, so of course she's pro-Palestinian, and she's had to put up with a lot of, I guess, racial indignity and stuff that was going on in Detroit, and she corrected it, and she inherited the seat, I think, of John Conyers, who was a long time. He got pretty old. He was very much of a rabble-rouser in terms of exposing conspiracy and whatnot. He was an old black guy, and she kind of ran unopposed, but she was very popular because she helped correct a lot of injustices going on in Detroit. Now, because she's pro-Palestinian, she has a Palestinian flag, she's probably become the most unpopular member of Congress, and they want to censure her in Congress for being anti-Israel, but they can't censure her because there's no Speaker of the House. So, things have gotten very weird and twisted in politics. I'm not talking about the rightness and wrong of the politics. I'm talking about the machinations and the ability to execute its office of the politics because of no Speaker of the House, and the Republicans self-destructing at a time when they could really be, beating the Democrats up. They're not taking advantage of it, which means they're, conflicted and screwed up.
Yes.
But so this woman, now this is an intriguing story. This is a story that's unfolding. Like, what is the true story behind this woman's violent stabbing in front of her house? Well, I think it took place in the house. Maybe she wandered out of the house and died. But what is the story of her death? And what is the association, if any, with this member of the squad? Doesn't look good for any of the situation. And then third, what cover-ups may or may not be done by the press on any of this. But the big issue here is there is, you see, what the press is underestimating and what Netanyahu is underestimating is, regardless of whether Hamas is an evil organization, they are, what's the word, stirring up old enmity of anti-Semitism. That is anti-Semitism. And when I say anti-Semitism, I'm distinguishing from what's a true Semite, which is anybody who's in that area of Palestine, and Palestinians are Semites. But Jewish factions have redefined anti-Semitism to mean only against Jews. There's no anti-Semitism against Palestinians. It's not anti-Semitism, it's anti-Palestinianism, but they don't even talk about that. So that's a rhetorical manipulation of newspeak. It's newspeak.
Thank you. So in order to cut through that, but I want to go back to Peter immediately, but just to cut through that for future reference, I use the term Judeophobia for anyone who is irrationally phobic or hateful of Jews, and the term anti-Semitism should refer to hatred of Palestinians and Arabs. But back to Peter.
It should, but if you're reading the
news,
you can't. You're not allowed to say that.
Thank you.
So it's just sheer manipulation of the language because it suits what certain people want to be
thought policed.
It's thought police for sure. Yeah. So there's a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism in the world that goes back hundreds and thousands of years back to the first century. And what I would also point out about the first century is you have a tremendous amount of war going on in and around Jerusalem, eventually resulting in the razing of the Temple of Solomon, the destruction of Jerusalem by Titus, and what you have, Judaism was a religion of war at that time. I mean, it has a history of it as being a religion of war too, going back to David and all the battles and stuff. In the first century, with the advent of Christianity, you have a religion that is not associated with war. It's associated with a doctrine of love and a persecution of the people who are advocating love. It doesn't get into heavy-duty politics, and of course it's persecuted in Rome, it's persecuted in Jerusalem, but it is eventually co-opted into an Edomite institution as well, and you have Christianity becoming involved in wars and politics when it's originally a doctrine of love and peace. Of course, it's met with hatred. So that's just a comment I wanted to make. But as we move into these times, Hamas is pulling a string on all this anti-Semitic, anti-Judophobic hatred that's been going on for thousands of years. So, of course, what they're doing, the way they're conducting themselves, is only calculated to bring more is to bring up these old wounds. It all comes back to the wound of the Christ, right or wrong. And this is the unfortunate position that they are in. And it's not, it becomes interesting to see how it plays out. Interesting to the degree that it doesn't screw up our whole world. Mm-hmm. It's certainly screwing up a lot of aspects of what's going over there. I say it's interesting to the point where, it doesn't get interesting when it starts invading your own life, as it has many of the people in the Mideast. Right. It's horrible.
Yes.
Of what's going on over there. And this is what the Edomites thrive off of.
Yes.
So there are a lot of dominoes in place. And it's all going to come back to the things we're discussing here, because people want to understand this. There's plenty of people that, why is all there is this hatred? Why is this hatred here? Well, because they don't understand. It's just pure evil. But if you can spot the evil, you just, consolidate it, isolate it, and put it in prison. But it becomes a problem when the evil is running the insane asylum. And here, I've not taken the position. I'm not taking any position. I've not, in the paradigm I presented, I'm not, I'm not saying that Israel is creating Hamas, and it's actually the puppeteers behind it, which Douglas has expounded on that and how logical it is to assume that. I'm not taking that position in the paradigm I'm presenting, because I can listen to his arguments and not disagree with him, but I don't really know. It's because you can't see the puppeteers. Right. You can't see them. But if I evaluate this at face value, as the media presents it, that Hamas is a bunch of bad guys who are manipulating the situation to their advantage, it's very clear what's going on, and it's not good for Israel. It's not good for anybody. So, wow. Now, I don't know if you have any comment on any of that.
Not immediately. I think you've outlined it and articulated it well enough. So
okay, that's good. I'm going to go on to the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes.
Because on the last broadcast we discussed the Ark of the Covenant, yes. And basically what we said about it, or what I said about it, is that it's connected to trauma, because it was a weapon of war, and because of Douglas, what he has expounded upon with what the U.S. Army used, including but not exclusive to Michael Aquino, is that they would take whether it be a part of a car or an airplane where people died, and the actual physical parts of the car, the airplane, had emotional trauma connected to them from the people who died violently in the crash, and they would take those and use them as talismans of heart to terrorize somebody.
Yes.
Magical quantum resonance.
Yes.
So a weapon, like just say if you took a gun from a gunslinger in the Old West who killed all these people,
Yes.
what would be the quantum resonance of that gun?
Yes.
It's going to have any psychic is going to, freak out around that.
Indeed.
But now, so I was saying the Ark of the Covenant was used to lay waste to soldiers or people, and so it would have trauma connected to it. And you do see an example of this trauma in the movie Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. You see all this trauma that's associated with the Ark of the Covenant. When it melts, all the people looking at it. Now, this caused me to look at the Ark in a very much different way, because it is this sacred, the most sacred object of the Jewish religion, which would be looked at once a year on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, when all sins would be neutralized. And this is the day that Hamas started this attack. Rockets were fired at Israel. Now, what I learned, I learned a few things that I didn't know before, is that it was some YouTube was saying that the way the Ark was, or the way that, I don't know when the Ark originated. It's a little confusing on this topic to me. There are certain ascribed to certain builders, but basically, when Moses was out in the wilderness, they were following a vortex. You could have called it, it's like a tornado or a whirling willy, but it was like a vortex of energy that they called the Shekinah. The Shekinah is the dwelling space, defined as the dwelling space. But I never heard it described as a whirlwind that they were following through the desert, which led them to Mount Sinai. And God was speaking where, he dialogued with Moses and basically gave him the 10 Commandments, which he put in the Ark. And then they put the Ark in the tabernacle in the wilderness. They had the Holy of Holies to protect it. And the tribes would live around this Ark. It was their center of protection. They all lived around it. And then one day there would build a temple. And the Philistines stole the Ark, but they all died until they gave it back to the Israelites, and blah-de-blah-de-blah. And then eventually David said he'd build a temple, but he wasn't fit to build it. So his son did. David's blood, he had too much blood on his hands, per the Bible. Now, what would happen is the priest would go in once a year and offer blood between the two cherubs in the Ark of the Covenant, and that blood was on the Day of Atonement, which God would accept a substitute, and that blood would be offered as a sacrifice. It could be from a cow, from a pig, or it could even be from a newborn, for all we know.
Right.
But the Christians believe that, the blood of Jesus was would atone for everything, the reconciliation of everything. But now, so according to the Ethiopians, they have the Ark of the Covenant. People have in this church in Ethiopia. And Douglas, you had said that people had died that were guarding it. I couldn't find any corroboration of that on the internet. I was not pleased with what I could find on it. What I did find was basically saying nobody has seen it.
Interesting.
Except for the Guardians have seen it. And the one guy even interviewed a Guardian. But they still didn't see it. And there was one guy who was, I think, a British officer who actually went in and invaded, and he saw it, but he never said anything. He later in life said about it, but he spoke Ethiopian. He never said anything against it because he had so much political connections with the Ethiopians that it would undermine his position to say anything about it at all until his dying years, at which point he says, no, it couldn't possibly be. He said he saw it, and no. And he sounded, of course, you don't know what he was. He sounded reasonable enough. But what I did find is an article from 2021, at least 800 Ethiopians killed after defending the, quote, Ark of the Covenant, unquote. 800 people were reportedly killed in Ethiopia as worshippers and soldiers risked their lives to protect what Christians there say is the sacred Ark of the Covenant from local militia. Ethiopian Christians claim the Ark is being kept safe in a chapel in the holy northern city of Axum in the Tigray region. The battle between Ethiopian soldiers and rebel fighters happened in the fall, but it is only being reported now. So it's being reported in February, but it happened in the fall. When people heard the shooting, they ran to the church to give support to the priests and others who were there protecting the Ark. Little was known about the deadly siege, since Tigray is cut off from the world and journalists had been blocked from entering the region. A deacon residing in Axum told the Associated Press he helped count the bodies, gathered victims' identification cards, and assisted with burials in mass graves. He believes that an estimated 800 people were killed at the church and around the city. If you attack Axum, you attack first of all the identity of Orthodox Tigrayans, but also of all Ethiopian Orthodox Christians. Wilbert Schmidt, an ethno-historian who specializes in the region, told the Associated Press. So that was a story. I go, wow. Here, again, you have lives being sacrificed over this sacred object.
Yes.
That says a lot in itself.
Yes.
And it didn't get found out about for a long time. So I wanted to report that. I thought that was very interesting.
It's very important. Thank you.
Yeah, but I couldn't find anything on, the Guardians dying. There is a Guardian of the Ark who pretty much, he's in there alone and nobody else is allowed to look at it. But go ahead, comment.
Oh, well, definitely send me the link about the people who died defending the Ark. I think that's profoundly important.
You did send that?
I'm sorry?
You did send that?
No, I said send me the link if you have a link on that.
Oh, sure. That's
what?
There's a lot of articles on it, I think.
Yeah.
It's not a unique article, but go ahead.
Yeah, but as for certainly what I've described, it's basically what I heard when I was in Africa. We're talking about my experience as a mercenary in Africa, and certainly what I heard while I was there in the Horn of Africa was that it's not something that I had any time or disposition to follow up on by personally investigating, but it was simply what people in the area would say. So if maybe something that nobody, basically, when it comes to the West and what they know about Africa, you can safely say they know almost nothing because almost nobody reports on Africa. This is
exactly.
Yeah. So it's one of these things where I'm not surprised you couldn't find anything. If anything, it's easy enough to fall back on conspiracy and say, "Oh, they've scrubbed all such things from the internet." It's far more realistic in cases like this to say nobody ever entered it into the internet in the first place when it comes to the Western world. Yeah. It's just that's the horror of the world we live in. Certainly the Jewish monopoly on American media they would never want you to think that the Ark is in Ethiopia. I would think that they would be behind the British officer saying what he did. Whatever connections he may have had to the Ethiopians, he was probably more deeply manipulated by the Jews. Of course, that would destroy any mystery of the Ark, in which they could bring it back onto a kind of Jewish manipulative, a phenomena that the Jews could manipulate. So when it comes to, say, for instance, Raiders of the Lost Ark, he's not going into Ethiopia to retrieve it. He's instead, they bring up elements of the Ark, but they don't bring up locale in any, shall we say, definitive sense. Because if they were able to do that, then they would just inspire people to go to Ethiopia and maybe even convert to the Ethiopian Orthodox religion if Jews, if Americans or Westerns or Christians were so inclined. But if anything, they would do everything they could to prevent that. You have someone like Graham Hancock wrote the book that he did, supporting the Ark being in Ethiopia, but of course he was paid by the Ethiopian government to do that. That was their way of countering the Raiders of the Lost Ark kind of propaganda campaign. In the end, of course, to the overwhelming majority of people, it's going to be a non-issue because it's not something that affects them on a personal sense. Everybody else is just busy trying to pay bills and survive. But the one thing that I do know is that these monks are also virgins. Once they're anointed, they're forbidden to set foot outside the chapel grounds until they fucking die. So it could be that their shortened lifespans come from several factors. Lack of sex and stimulation is what I would think of. But definitely the exposure to the Ark is, according to what I heard from many black Africans in the Horn of Africa, it basically causes cataracts to appear very early in their lives, and they essentially go blind usually, and that they age prematurely and they wither away and die. So this is something that they consider a great privilege, however, and yet so there's always people volunteering to take their place, and obviously enough people believing in it to where they rush to its defense. So it's it is what it is, and that's what comes to my mind right now about it. But back to Peter.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And this is just, what I found, but as I say, this is an object that's connected to God, per the Jewish tradition, and it is a powerful weapon to kill with. And apparently it's lost. And if it is hidden, you'd have to look in that warehouse where it was hidden for the Indiana Jones movies. We don't have it. Now, there's another aspect I wanted to ask you about. Is I saw it was like a 2003 video YouTube of Noam Chomsky talking about Israel and the Palestinian issue. And this is like, and it's talking about, it was all anti-war. This was the theme. It's has to do with professors being anti-war or whatnot. So he was speaking to this in the name of anti-war, which could be just as propagandist as anything. But what he was saying, which I thought was interesting, he said Israel is supported like it is by the United States because it's doing the bidding of the United States by enabling the United States or justifying the United States to have military bases. Now, I don't know what military bases are in Israel or surrounding Israel, but they probably are there. Can you comment on, and this is why somebody like Osama bin Laden would refer to U.S. as the big Satan and Israel as the little Satan. But what can you tell us about U.S. bases in Israel and any relationship between Israel and the United States military bases?
I would essentially say that I have no knowledge of any U.S. military bases in Israel. I think basically, if anything, there would be secret Israeli military bases in the United States. That's rather than the opposite way around. America lives under a Zionist occupation government, and you're talking about in America. It's the only place in the world where we brought up earlier the fact that the Edomites were not circumcised. And that this is such a specifically Jewish ritual that is, in my opinion, of course, barbaric based on all of the horrible health repercussions and the risks that are taken in performing this medical procedure on an infant and effectively deforming them for life. And it impacts the mind and the way they think for the rest of their lives as well. It's a scarring that infects the soul, and yet because we're dominated by a Jewish medical cabal forever in America, somebody born in the United States is circumcised with no choice, as if it's the normal, natural thing to do, even though none of them are Jewish. So if they control America to that extent, it's basically already a done deal. American souls belong to the Jews, and their bodies belong to the Jews, and therefore their country belongs to the Jews. If anything, the Israelis have military bases here, but bear in mind, if there were military bases in Israel, why wouldn't they respond to the attack on the USS Liberty? When it came to the attack on the USS Liberty, there's no American response because there was no Americans in area. The Jews can do what they want to Americans. For those of you who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, the USS Liberty was an American naval ship that the Israelis attacked in time of peace. The Americans were there to help the Israelis. And the Israelis sent out, this isn't just like a mistake where one little, plane went by and made a mistake in misidentification and you strafed them or dropped a bomb and then said, oops. This was like entire flotillas of motorboats and planes all attacked simultaneously in coordination and killed hundreds of American sailors. And the American response was to say sorry to Israel. Oh, so sorry that we were in your waters, when they were not. They were in international waters, which of course is, anybody can look this up. If you talk about it, they'll automatically call you an anti-Semite and say that, how dare you even bring the subject up? Why, you're anti-Semitic for even raising the topic. You can't win. You can't talk about anything they do. They have ultimate power. In the end, somebody suggesting that is out of their minds or just completely ignorant, trying to rationalize, the Americans have something out of this, that you're getting something out of this deal. It's a way of hoping. It's kind of like saying, this has got to be for some purpose. No, it's not. It's because you're occupied, because you're fucking slaves, because you're a bunch of idiots who worship the Jews as the master race. End of story. So back to Peter with that.
Well, I don't know that he said they were actually in Israel.
No, I understand what you're saying, in area. like in
Yeah.
area, like
I looked at this.
yeah.
There's an article from 2017. In a first, U.S. establishes permanent military base in Israel. Head of IDF's Aerial Defense Command lauds new air defense facility as a symbolic and operational achievement. For the first time in history, the United States on Monday established an official permanent military base in Israel, an air defense base in the heart of the Negev Desert. This is during the Trump administration, by the way, 2017.
Well, that would make sense because he moved their capital to Jerusalem, the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem. Yeah. But go on.
Right. Dozens of U.S. Air Force soldiers will call home the new base located inside the Israeli Air Force's Mashibam Air Base west of the towns of Dimona and Dy-Cum. Brigadier General Zvika Hamovich, head of the IAF's Aerial Defense Command, announced the establishment of the installation on Monday evening. It's nothing short of hysteric, he said. Hysteric.
Yeah, both.
It's nothing short of historic, he said. It demonstrates the years-old alliance between the United States and the State of Israel. The Israeli Brigadier General also told reporters the establishment of a permanent U.S. base in Israel allows us to improve our defense in discovery and interception and preparedness. According to Hamovich, the new air base, along with the other recent improvement to Israel's air defense program, will improve our abilities significantly. It won't get us to 100%, but it will get us much closer to achieving important things during war. He said that the importance of air defense was made clear during the 2014 Gaza war, when thousands of rockets were fired at Israel, as well as through assessments of the threats we expect to face in the future. Hamovich insisted that the timing of the base opening wasn't tied to any specific current event, and noticed that the process of establishing it had been in the works for some 2 years. However, he said the permanent presence of a U.S. base on Israeli soil sends a message to the region and our surroundings that our partnerships with our friend the United States is important. The base within a base will be run by the U.S. military's European command. It includes barracks, offices, and support services. In his speech, Major General John Gronsky, Deputy Commander of U.S. Army National Guard in Europe, said the base symbolizes the strong bond that exists between the U.S. and Israel. It is located not far from a U.S. military radar installation east of Dimona that tracks ballistic missiles once they are launched and provides details on their flight paths to defense systems. U.S. military forces are routinely based in Israel, both for joint exercises and for routine cooperation with the IDF. But Hamovich described the new base as a meaningful change. We established an American base in the state of Israel and the Israel Defense Forces for the first time with an American flag. Okay, so I'm trying to think, God, it goes on and on and on.
It's not a big base, obviously. If they say dozens of soldiers are going to be calling that their home, dozens? I mean, it's not...
It seems to...
that's like a helicopter pad.
Yeah, it seems to be generated towards, intercepting missiles and whatnot.
Yeah, of course. So we're there to help protect the Israelis. Obviously, why are American soldiers defending Israelis? I mean, it's as if we don't give them enough money to defend themselves.
Well, what we're saying is that all the investment in Israel was to protect U.S. interests, is what he was saying. And he didn't elaborate on what those U.S. interests
Thank you. What would they be?
Well, I didn't listen to his whole talk. It was quite lengthy. But, you would think corporate America, who's controlling the U.S. military. But be that as it may, it's just a comment. Now, on 60 Minutes tonight, there was 5 intelligence agents from different countries, including the United States and Britain, discussing the biggest threat that had to do with AI and stealing technology is China. It's a big threat, and they're uniting for the first time together, appearing on TV to describe that China is a big threat for stealing technology, particularly in the realm of artificial intelligence. Here again, and I mention this because here again, and of course they were meeting in all places, Palo Alto. which is just south of San Francisco, where Stanford University is. So it's like this is all we're talking about. The art elect, this is the top intelligence agents in the world, the most powerful countries in the Western world. I don't think they had a Japanese one there. I don't think they had anybody, but I didn't notice because I didn't watch it that closely.
I would doubt it, but go on.
But yeah, so it's like saying, okay, here again, we're paying tribute to Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon and the story of the art elect.
Thank you.
And this is, I'm just making a comment on that. And the only other comment, now I don't know if you heard this. This was, we're moving. As Mars is in Scorpio right now, this is a time when people are really digging up data. They're really getting uncomfortable stuff. And as soon as I heard that, I saw on the news that Joe Biden's brother, they have unearthed a check for $200,000 from his brother James Biden to Joe Biden. A $200,000 check right after this deal was done. I think it was in the Ukraine. And on the check, in the memo section of the check from Jim to his brother Joe, it says loan repayment. Loan repayment. Now, who loans their brother $200,000 and then says loan repayment? it smacks of, he wrote something so that he would have a defensible record saying it was a repayment of a loan. Of course, you'd want to see the actual papers documenting that there was such a loan, which I'm sure do not exist. So this is something that Joe Biden is, going to be confronted with. But the wheels of justice turn so slow and so weirdly that one wonders if anything will happen. I had heard, I can't confirm this myself, that one astrologer said that Joe will not finish his term. He will become ill. And that might be a very convenient illness, if the screws are really put to him ethically. Then, it's like my favorite quote from the evangelist Jim Bakker when he was under scrutiny for all of this misbehavior. And, he was quoted in the headline, ran the headlines, he was seeing a therapist. He goes, I see animals, I see animals. He was saying, like he was trying to feign that he was crazy. Like that Mafia Don in Brooklyn. Pretend that he's crazy that way. Oh God, he sees animals. Well, he must have psychological problems. We can't prosecute him. I see animals. It ultimately didn't work. But so I don't know. Did you hear about Joe Biden and the $200,000 check?
It's news to me, but it's along keeping with what I was going to discuss to a degree, which is the fact, of course, that we are obviously in a state of civil Cold War. But when it comes to the situation with Hunter Biden, obviously he rode his father's coattails to get rich. I mean, it's like this kind of nepotism is nothing new. I'm not trying to dismiss it. It's definitely, it's hard to believe that Joe Biden is Al Capone when I think of his level of incompetence that he's displayed. It's if we've got this, All the President's Men, the film released in the 1970s, introduced the phrase "follow the money" into mainstream consciousness. This is what they're doing. They're following the money when it comes to Hunter Biden. And of course, in addition, thanks to the Watergate scandal, every scandal is now known as gate. The gate is the suffix affixed to it. But the ongoing Huntergate is it's one of these things that, as Peter said, it's hard to think of this as being anything other than anticlimactic. Whatever they expose, how long is it going to take before anything is done? You've got these emails, for instance, that they've uncovered. The executive of Burisma, Vadim Pojarski, he was emailing with the younger Biden, who was serving as a board member for Burisma. It's damning evidence that he's taking advantage of his father's power to make some business deals, but it's also nothing particularly shocking or new. It's one of these things that if Biden had lost the election in 2020, this would just be a nothing burger. But yet, because Biden went on to be in the position where we're in today, and we're all in the same soup with him because of the shit he pulled going over to Israel and then saying, oh yeah, you didn't buy, this was a time to be equivocal. But at that time he says, oh no, it's definitely our friends, the Jews, didn't bomb the hospital. They're incapable of anything negative. It's just one of these things that now has some, perhaps it will be a way to impeach Biden and then replace him with someone more decisive in this affair. But look at what we've got going. If he's replaced with someone like Trump, Trump is going to be completely pro-Israeli as well. So we're left without really a choice in a certain sense. Now, by the way, don't take that and run with it. Obviously, I encourage people to vote, even though, I understand the cynicism. Peter Moon, of course, is at the point where, he's given up on that. He's given up.
I gave up on that. I think only times I ever voted was when I was in Scientology. Because they encouraged you to vote.
Right.
Because they did for, but it was, I don't, no, it's, I think it's all bullshit. But you're free to vote if you want. It's a freedom you can exercise. And I know that my old girlfriend, Marianne, encouraged me to go out and vote for Trump. I said, well, why? I said, he's not going to win anyway. Mm-hmm. In New York. New York. I mean, he didn't have a chance in New York.
Yeah. I mean, I do want people...
And I didn't want to vote for him anyway.
Right. Yeah. And
so,
go on.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I do want people to understand my stance that the attacks on Trump are no better. Basically, the Biden family is certainly corrupt. It's led by a not-so-smooth talking politician and serial liar.
But it works.
Yeah, not in the level of the war we're in right now or about to get involved with.
People just stand by, Biden, he can get away with, he can say anything he wants. And people they put up with him being president, and if the polls are even reasonably accurate within a margin of 20 points, he has a lot of support.
It's as it is. Do we need endless investigations into either of these cases, Trump or Biden? I would argue absolutely not, simply because it isn't.
If they don't go, nothing happens.
Thank you. It's not business as usual anymore. It has become entirely personal.
A mockery of truth, justice, and the American way, to put it in Superman's terms.
Yes.
It's just a mockery of there is no justice. It's just it's an exercise in ritual almost.
Yes, yeah. I mean, at this point, it's very partisan lawmaking, and on both sides, and obviously we need to get back to far more serious things with the threats that we face. One of the things that Peter brought up was, of course, simply because it's its own testament to what Peter and I have been articulating forever at this point, and will continue to articulate. Then we're going to continue to get these weird testaments to our what we're expositing. The testaments being, as Peter said, Palo Alto, this gathering there of a bunch of people talking about the threat of AI, the threat of the communist Chinese. The truth of the matter is that communist China obviously was stealing a lot of technology. Obviously they were a threat in that sense. They have no capacity for catching up with the Dietrich Act at that level, because the Dietrich Act is constantly sabotaging their efforts to do so. This might ultimately be this zero-sum game where they decide they have to invade because of that, but I highly doubt it. Indeed, the invasion, as I said, would require several circumstantial things to be solved or put in place. First, for the Chinese, such as, getting those mines in Africa going that I spoke of in an earlier episode not too long ago. But when it comes to what the communist Chinese had been replaced with all this decoupling, with the Americans decoupling scientifically and technologically from communist China, as bad as it was with their stealing technology, that was, it had to be done eventually. And again, credit to Trump. If it were not for Trump, nobody would have done it. So it's one of these things where communist China just would have gotten more and more influence, and my life would have been rendered more and more completely impossible. More and more people would be using Zoom, and as bad as it is right now with Zoom, as pervasive as it is, it'd be a lot worse if Trump hadn't done what he did, because we began to pursue the investigation of TikTok and various other communist Chinese-owned venues. So all of this is ultimately towards the better. And so, say, for instance, when I have Troy Bellamy on, and I understand his bitterness about this, where he says, nothing good came out of the Trump administration, and I could understand why some black African Americans feel that way. But of course, people, I try to educate people as well about the larger geopolitical ramifications. And Joe Biden, I almost said Hunter Biden. Joe Biden is following the Trump playbook when it comes to foreign policy for a reason. At this point in history, it was something that finally needed to be done, and now we're in a better position for it. At the same time, I want to warn people about, now that the communist Chinese are gone, they're replaced by something that, in a very real sense, is much worse, which is the Asian Indians. And the Asian Indians are attempting to infect America with a caste culture system that they're programming into our very computers. And this is something that we've got to really be aware of, and what we need to preempt, because now it's Asian Indians running Silicon Valley. And that is a profound danger. And I've explained the nuances of this before, and don't need to go into it right now. But we've got those threats going on at home, the threats abroad. We need to be concerned about that, rather than these politicized pursuits of prosecution of these politicians on a personal level. But with that, back to Peter.
Well, yeah, prosecutions. I saw an astrologer today or yesterday who was talking about a planet and fixed stars. And he wasn't an expert in them, but he said fixed stars. I don't remember the name of the star, but he said there is a fixed star that is juxtaposed right now in the heavens. And of course, what was very interesting about it, it had many attributes to it. But one of the things he said it did was provided safe harbor. including safe harbor for people who might not deserve it. This would explain, he mentioned Roman Polanski for one.
Good example.
Yeah, he said somebody who has fled justice and seems to have been protected. He says it's not that you'll get away forever, but it protects people. And it depends how you have it in your chart. And he said, I guess it was protecting him in his chart. It is what's protecting Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden to this extent, and Donald Trump to this extent. In other words, you're protected even though you're guilty. It doesn't mean you get off the hook forever and always. But I thought it was a very interesting concept. And it certainly is relevant to the rhetoric of today's current events. Why do some people get away? And for example, Aleister Crowley, who all sorts of negative things were attributed to him. It's been pointed out that he was never, although he lost some civil suits, he was never prosecuted for any criminal activity.
But by the way, just to put this into some perspective for people, we're talking about a man who went mountain climbing with a climbing partner. And by the way, it's almost certain that the individual he went climbing with probably died from what I would call an organic accident, because what they were doing was extraordinarily dangerous. In those days, they didn't have oxygen tanks. And basically at the higher altitudes they were climbing in Tibet, more than likely the guy lost oxygen and got basically fell. But Aleister Crowley was the only one to come back down from the mountain. And when the Sherpas were asking him what happened to your partner, he decided he was going to make total capital on it and just said, "Oh, I ate him." He claimed he had cannibalized his partner. For all we know, he may well have, but mostly people took that as just him trying to, be himself, which was the world's first heavy metal rock star. Just make yourself look as badass as possible. And obviously, no one ever pursued it. No investigations were ever launched. In that sense, he literally got away with murder. But going back to Peter with that.
Well, yeah, and then also I would point out that Michael Aquino never got prosecuted.
Of course.
And now that says so much in and of itself. In other words, if you have the right connections, you can commit all sorts of crimes and get away with it.
Yes.
That's not to encourage you. Quite the opposite. But it just says that the level of justice in this world does not measure up. And that's why you have somebody like L. Ron Hubbard who would thumb his nose at this, justice system. Again, right. One does that at their own peril. It ultimately ruined him, in a sense. So, he was not wrong about his assessment of the court system. It doesn't justify what he did or didn't do. It's just like, wow, it's something we all have to deal with, the fact that we have a court system. But so that was an interesting observation with regards to these politicians. Netanyahu has gotten away with a lot. He's, he was under serious scrutiny in his own country.
Yes.
And he's escaping any what would you call it?
Repercussions.
Exactly.
Yeah, just by starting a war. That was his survival tactic, and as Peter said, Peter holds a neutral stance on this, but I think the circumstantial evidence speaks for itself. And,
I don't believe. I mean, I believe he's guilty as hell. Netanyahu.
Yeah. Yes.
But but then again, I'm not in a position to adjudicate. So if I was going to be the judge on his case, I would look at him without prejudice. That's just my own personal opinion based upon what I've read and heard.
Yes.
He certainly does not invite a lot of sympathy. So we've covered a lot tonight.
Yes.
I hope it's given people some perspective on what's going on and how to process it. It's certainly, these are stressful times for the world, and it's like, to explain, I know Jewish people. I don't want to sit down and talk to them about this.
Mm-hmm.
Why should I? Why should I, quote unquote, bother them with this? Because I don't know that it would be easy for them to process. Because here it is. They're being told by a person who's basically a goy. Because that's what they consider you, a goy.
Yes.
You're not. And they do. That's and although I do remember when I was brought to Chicago by my friend Sid Catlett, now rest in peace, he said it was very important for me to go to Chicago and to lecture to an audience full of Moors or black people, as people might consider them. He says, because it's very important to hear from an outsider's perspective and validate their history.
Mm-hmm.
Very important. There's not just one of us, talking bullshit to each other.
Yes.
And in that sense, but I don't think in the Jewish community they don't have reference to goy speakers as compared to the rabbi, who is their overseer and protector. So I don't know. But then again, this information, and there are plenty of Jews who are not happy with the Zionism and other factions of Judaism, who are quite articulate and outspoken.
Yes.
So, but still, you don't hear any of them iterating the rhetoric we talk about. And I wouldn't talk about it at all because I wouldn't know about it at all except for Douglas. So that's a fact. And where all this goes is it's pointing to the end of time, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
And we can get all excited about the end of time, and we shouldn't. Because it's like, why do we get to live in the end times if we survive? And why didn't our parents, or why didn't so-and-so? The end times have been indoctrination of humanity for a long time.
Yes.
The only end time is your end time, whenever that is.
Yes.
And I think as I watch people pass away, my age group or generation group, as I've heard some people passing away, it's like, okay, there's a number, and I'll just kind of end a little poetic. I remember when I was in Scientology in my 20s, and I kept going to weddings. And not that I wanted to go to weddings, my friends were getting married. So you go to the wedding. And all of a sudden, well, why am I going to all these weddings? and then I began to get the idea, it was, maybe it's going to be my turn. And then I caught the garter. You know, they throw the garter, and the bride throws the garter behind her head and to the group of men who aren't married. And finally I caught it. You know, I didn't catch it, you know. And then finally I caught it. I said, well, you know, your time is coming. It's like nature will select you. I'm going to get married.
Wow.
And it all became, and so your time is up. Just like when people retire. Just like someday my time, you know, on Earth will be up. And it's like, okay, it's, did you ever see the movie Logan's Run, Douglas?
Of course.
A lot of people haven't. Well, when you turn 30, it's your time is up. your time is up. You know, so it's like, okay, that's, your time is up. There's a lot of stuff to be done between now and then. But wow, what an adventure a life is. What an adventure. It's interesting. You know, you what are you going to do? Now, on another subject, before I go, we have a couple of people that have wanted to come on the air, and one of them is my friend who's a member of Eclampus Vitus. He's supposed to connect you.
Okay.
Keep a lookout on Skype.
Okay.
He said he wants to come on, and I'm happy to have him on.
Right.
My friend from Sweden, he was visited by two of my friends from Romania, I think on some health endeavor, some business endeavor. He wanted to come on too. He was very connected to the art alike. I said, well, come on the show.
Right.
I feel connected to it, but he hasn't responded. So hopefully they will come through. They're interesting to bring some new blood into the show, and I always appreciate that. But without that, I don't know if I'll surface in the morning. It's a busy week. We have a meeting scheduled, you and I, for next Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
That's correct. That's correct. And just let me check my calendar to make sure before you leave, and also articulate what might be going on tonight after Peter leaves in terms of an unusual break in my schedule. So for our calendar, yes, Friday the 27th, Peter and I will be reviewing our book together, privately, of course. And when it comes to today, I do want people to understand that of all things, Paratransit scheduled their hearing for my late father's birthday, October 23rd, at 1300 hours, 1 p.m. So what I will probably do tonight is end the program early. I'm not quite sure if I will, but I probably will. Obviously, after Peter leaves, I'll do a little round tabling and see if I get into the mood for some monologue. But I should follow up with a monologue. I mean, obviously, with things going as fast as they are in the world, I feel obligated to, as a historian, put what I can in context. But we'll see what happens tonight. So I just letting Peter know this, because more than likely when you get up in the morning, the transmission will be over, and I want you to know why. It's because I have an appointment very early in the day, as far as I'm concerned, in the middle of my night, so to speak, my biological night, tomorrow, and I'll probably try and give myself some sleep before going to that. And with that, I do want, before Peter leaves, to give some credit to all of these wonderful people who have provided contributions. And of course, I know where Peter's source is from, so I won't acknowledge that out loud, so to speak, other than to acknowledge that Peter has contributed 100 United States dollars. He has said happy birthday with it, and of course this helps immensely. So we've got our contribution from him. We've got our contribution from our wonderful materials engineer, the material science engineer Aristides, who says, celebrating the anniversary of your dear mother, blessing us with your presence, and he sent $111.11. God bless him as well. And of course, our wonderful friend KP, who prefers to be referenced by those initials alone, said, mighty DDD, I ordered another copy of Aphorology and am looking forward to an expanded version someday. Wishing you all the best. He sent a quarter of 100 United States dollars, 25 US dollars. And with that, we'll check into the other card of mine, where the majority of people send in their contributions, and that's always, of course, welcome. And we encourage other people to do so. Also, there's always these wonderful people who send care packages, and the care packages are, of course, just they're what get me through life, along with your financial support. One of them has been, of course, the lovely Amy Como sent a wonderful card and maple syrup products, because she's in Vermont. Wonderful human being. She did this even though she's homeless. And so nice of her to use her food stamps, which is what she used, to get some maple syrup products for me. I thought that was the cutest thing in the world, and very generous considering what challenges she's dealing with. Our dear brother from another mother, Stephen Myers, who finally appeared on our show a few days ago and may be appearing again tonight for a bit. He contributed half 100 United States dollars, 50 US dollars, and said, happy birthday. Tuned in late for last transmission. Interesting how FL period 401 was no accident. Makes sense. Never could figure out the excuse over a bulb caused the crash. Okay, so he's talking about Flight 401,
Right.
which Peter Moon and I were speaking of. Yes, he said, a book I can send you called Cannibalism, Blood Drinking at High Adept Satanism by Kurth Barker, and Program to Kill, subtitled The Politics of Serial Murder by David McGowan. I can send the books to you for future talk. Funny how in the first book they tricked Kurth Barker into eating human flesh, the same trick Aquino used on you. This is why I never doubt what you are saying. I have been studying the enemy for over 40 years and still learning. Incredible. So thank you very much. He, of course, is half Chinese, half black African American. His father was actually gay, and it's seemingly the attempting almost, he can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but his mother was definitely Chinese, we know that. His father seemed to be almost attempting to pimp him out to other adults. It's a wonder that our dear friend Stephen Myers grew up to be so normal, so baseline normal, though it did prompt him to study Satanism the rest of his life. So that's probably the result of what his father attempted to do. And of course, we have our wonderful Isaac Romero, twin brother to Sammy Romero, who appears when he can. Much more busy these days with his family and his work. Isaac Romero contributed 100 United States dollars, and his dear brother Sammy contributed 25 US dollars. Happy birthday from Sammy Romero, and our dear brother, happy birthday from Isaac Romero, and our dear brother Sammy, I'm certain, says the same thing. He basically says, let's see if he said anything at all. Happy birthday, Doug. Thanks for being there for me, friend. God bless. I have no idea whether I should share this or not, but I'll take a risk. Basically, he was visited again in his dreams by Michael Aquino on my birthday. And he sent me a message that I didn't receive till I got home, basically about why would he do that. Well, it makes perfect sense. He bound himself to me on the night that he went to Wewelsburg Castle and conducted the ritual on my birthday eve night of the 19th through to the morning of the 20th, my birthday. He bound himself to myself inextricably. And so on my birthday, he would appear to friends of mine or affiliates. That makes perfect sense that he would do that. But it gives us, the reality that he's still loose on this plane. He's very much active on this plane. The lovely woman in Hawaii, Nolani Bouchard, sends me 30 United States dollars saying, "Happy blessed birthday, Douglas." Goddess bless her. And of course, our dear friend Nemo Albano in Australia sent 10 United States dollars. Considering the fact that he's on welfare, this is very generous of him. And of course, the incredible Todd McDonald. Todd McDonald is our true mystery man. I hope to get him onto the show at some point. He said, "Wishing a blessed solar return unto thee, Douglas Dietrich. Your illustrations are always impressive, like all of your work. Thank you. Please use this contribution as you like." So God bless Todd McDonald. 100 United States dollars from that good sir. So with that, Peter Moon, so people are inspired by yourself, have followed up on your suggestion, are helping, and of course we encourage others to continue helping, because obviously I don't have I have no potable water in my apartment, so water is always a necessity, and people are welcome to simply send water, as our dear friend Brandon Young has done in the past. God bless him. And I think Sammy Romero attempted to do such, though his shipment might have been stolen from my front door. It's amazing what doesn't get stolen. So on the whole, bank on what you're sending me getting received. And even though I refuse to answer the door anymore, which is the real blessing to come out of this. Plus, I think I've got an operable cell phone. So far, it's operating. I've got a backup cell phone now out of the horror that I went through with that horrible encounter at my door when the very last time I ever answered the door, that resulted in my having to reestablish myself on several programs. But I have, as far as can be seen, I am on all of these programs again. It took some doing. With that, my dear Peter, love you dearly. You have a blessed night. Anything else you want to share with us before you go in terms of thoughts? Go ahead.
Nope, that's good. I'll be back on Wednesday, which will be here before we know it.
Wonderful. Love you dearly, and blessed slumber. Sweet be thy dreams.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
And that's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. And we now have the wonderful Aristides, incredible human being. I hope your birthday was joyous, and welcome you to speak with whatever you're willing to share about it. And while I dial everyone else. So let me dial all the usual suspects before I forget. Let's add a few people who never show up. Yeah, hey.
What I'm going to do first is just check I'm not getting that stupid echo thing. Does it sound all right?
You sound great.
Okay. All right. Something got messed. I was afraid, because if I'm messing with my phone too much while I'm just sitting here listening, if something gets weird and then all that happens. So, okay, we're good. Birthday was quiet. It was nice. Got surprised with a little cake and, some little gathering, and other than that, some reflection for the years past and the year ahead, and that's it.
And
it's good. Wow. How about you? I mean, I'm sure yours is a lot more exciting.
Not really fit for public consumption. Maybe you and I will talk about it privately.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah, but the usual, I'm drowning in boys' blood, escort sex, and recreational narcotics. None of this should be surprising to anyone. In a sense, it's almost rather predictable. But I do want people to understand it's one of these things that I'm happy to speak about and probably will allude to it or bring up several points. As if not tonight's transmission, then soon enough. And right now just trying to dial whoever comes to my mind and make certain that we can shall we say reach them, and if they respond, make sure that I don't miss anybody. Going through this whole list right now, I want to thank everybody for their patience that I call them repeatedly. Okay, so here we are. Now I press the button. I think we got 16 people that I've dialed. There were 2 I dialed, Sammy Romero and Stephen Myers, that don't seem to be available. Theoretically, all of them can join at any time now. And we'll see who responds, if anyone. But it sounds like we're getting somebody, and it's our dear friend, Brendan Soget. And so, dear Brendan, thank you for sharing me that information about this individual who's basically using the gin for his so-called talent. And you might talk a little.
To see that?
Oh God. Well, it's like you say, the guy's saying I'm channeling, all these different people. Give me a break.
Yeah, you saw it.
Yeah, really?
He went through like a list, like Miguel Antojar. He's like,
yeah.
Like Nikola Tesla.
Yeah.
It was just such a stupid list too. It was like Gandhi. Like he might as well have said Gandhi. Like I'm channeling the spirit of Gandhi for my, whatever bullshit.
Yes.
It was funny.
It is. But at the same time, it's fucking.
But
tragic.
It's basically what I was trying to say with that is that the djinn was just like laughing at the guy.
Yes.
Like, even if, like, let's say he wasn't just making it up and he was actually getting info from somewhere.
Yeah.
It was just like some djinn just telling him random names and just laughing at this guy walking around telling people that.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's just they make themselves look like idiots, and yet plenty of people are impressed by this bullshit. And they think that these guys are for real, and that that somehow they're really talented, when even they themselves are not crediting anybody. They're basically saying, "Oh, I'm channeling all this." It's their way of saying that they ain't doing shit. But at the same time, it is what it is. These people are financially successful. That's what pisses me off, and they have no right to be. So
I liked your response too. Your meme response was
that
was top notch.
Thank you. I thought you'd appreciate that. And
that got me good. That was a good laugh.
Yeah, and we need that. We need that when we're doing
that's
this.
pretty much what they're doing at this point.
Yes.
These people.
Yeah. They're just we're dealing with chaos magicians, and they're just throwing whatever shit they can at the wall to see what sticks. And
the bullshit go.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. You need to publish that meme as your banner on your Facebook timeline, perhaps, just to
I'll see what I can do with it. It's a good one.
Yes, do something with
who's
it.
Who's the being using it? That's
I think that's Moon Knight. I think that's the character.
Moon Knight,
from Marvel Comics, which in and of itself has got a strange history. Now, the history behind the real Egyptian Moon Knight, I presume, at least to a degree. And who Moon Knight is supposed to be like possessed by himself, is supposed to be the ancient Egyptian god that's got that kind of crow's head, or that kind of like
Toth.
No, thank you. Thank you. I couldn't have got that out without you. And so with that saying,
Thoth represents like thought.
Okay,
that's why it's short for thought. It's like, and the moon represents the mind in like astrology or Vedic. So there's a reason why that's all connected there. Thoth is the god of like scribes and written language, different things like that.
Mhm.
It's like a blend of Mercury and Moon if you go astrology terms.
Yes. And by the way, Troy Bellamy says, can't make it tonight, but love you guys. So we appreciate that. And yeah, and in terms of Troy Bellamy, he also says Thoth and Thoth. Thoth, yes, you're pronouncing it much
There
better.
was also another being, Khonsu, as well,
Yes.
which is the moon deity, but like
Yes, that's it. That's who it's supposed to be, the Moon Knight. It's supposed to be Khonsu. Khonsu.
yeah, Khonsu.
Yeah, Khonsu.
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 Khonsu. It's like a syllable we don't even have, and even in Arabic, it's like a totally different syllable.
Pronounce
It's
it
like
again. It's
I can't even read. Like it's so foreign. I can't even read.
But I love the way you try. The important thing is
Khonsu.
Khonsu. Khonsu.
Yeah, something like that.
I love it. It
or
sounds
Khans or Ons. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, I love it. And it's
Anglicized. It's Khensu.
Yeah.
Khensu is like anglicized.
yeah. Kensu. So a little bit about what do you know about that being?
This is like their version of the moon. He's the traveler. He's, you know, he was the being that helped create new life, and he was considered one of the triad. The pretty much the standard moon god kind of. And this is in the Babylonians. Their name for this being was Sin, S-I-N, Sin.
Yeah.
So that's where the whole concept of moon and thought, this kind of all blends together. These different beings, but it's changeable. Basically, it represents the mind because the mind is changeable and it's always changing. Like the moon, you never pin down the moon; it's not constant. Like,
thank you.
The moon's always moving, so thoughts are never static.
Right. So, from what little I remember of it, the protector, creator, destroyer, all in the spirit of what you've just articulated, and sometimes they would just use that first syllable, the Hons, Hons, Hon. Yeah, thank you.
Like Hon.
Thank you. So we're talking about a deity that appeared in texts very far back, maybe as far back as 2,350 years before Christ. So primary city of worship was, I think it was Thebes, or how do you pronounce that? Thebes.
Thebes.
Thank you.
Either way.
Yeah, okay. About 400 miles south of the capital of Cairo. But his significance shifted throughout time. One point, I think, was something of a fertility god, but also considered to be a violent and bloodthirsty god. Think of Islam. People might think that the moon being violent and bloodthirsty is rather strange. It would seem alien to our concept of the moon in the modern West. But think of Islam.
Like the nurturing mother. Yeah, I like how astrology always leaves that part out. They're like, it's the nurturing mother, but like the most dicey sign in Vedic astrology, or one of the most dicey signs, is right there in fourth sign, which is the moon ruled by moon. So
thank you.
The ancients knew this, that it wasn't just nurturing; it had another aspect too.
Thank you. Yeah, and Islam itself has got the crescent moon as its symbol, and Allah, the god of the desert, that's a Semitic god. That's a war god, a sword god. Yeah, and a moon.
Actually, I have some like occult information about that too.
Please.
As far as like that whole thing, but also the same with the Babylonian Sin. That moon god was also a warrior, or he had like different aspects that were more fierce. I would call it fierce, yeah.
Thank you.
So, but as far as like the Islam thing goes, is the term where they get, everyone knows Allah Akbar, right? That term.
Yeah.
So that term is actually a bastardization, and this is like super suppressed research, by the way. This isn't like. No Muslim would tell you, no historian will ever admit it, even the Brits, because it's like the Muslims will kill you over this. Yeah. But they actually get it from a pre-Islamic saying, where in Arabic it translates as God is great, because Akbar means bigger, But originally, before the Arabs like twisted it, or I don't want to be too negative about it, but they altered it slightly. It actually was Allah Akbar or Akbar, and Akbar is actually the Babylonian version of Thor. So when they say that, it's the fierce version of Allah. They're actually conjuring a pre-Islamic spirit that was the god of war, a Thursian deity. He was the god of lightning and thunder of the ancient of the Chaldeans. So it's like the first Babylonians, not the new Babylonians.
Wow.
So yeah, so that whole thing is super suppressed in the world of Islam.
I can imagine.
Where Akbar was actually a storm god.
There we
they
are.
used to call upon in the desert when they wanted to kill their enemies.
Ah, oh, that makes so much sense. That makes
Right,
so
exactly.
much sense. And the Thorsian element of it, of course, it's incredible.
Yeah.
I
Like
appreciate
think
that.
like fierceness, like lightning. It's like you strike like lightning. Like a blitzkrieg of sorts.
Yeah. And incredible. So thank you so much for that. See, you get this
That
nowhere.
actually comes from. So some of this info, not all of it, some of it comes from this website that was totally shut down back in the early 2000s. I wish I was able to get info from it, but it's pretty much, I don't know, it may still be up, but I wouldn't trust like how it's to it, but it was called The Prophet of Doom. And it
Interesting.
gave like the real, quote unquote, I'm not saying against Islam or anything, but
Understood.
quote unquote, The Prophet of Doom this website was exposing like the true history, quote unquote, of Muhammad. So that was one of their points, that many of the things that these early Islamists used were actually Chaldean, like sorcery, different things. So
Thank you.
most likely true, because that was like a pagan zone. Like the whole Arabian Peninsula was like jinn zone, jinn world, like the Arabian Nights and all this like stuff.
Thank you.
Pre-Islam.
Yeah, no, profound and very important and very relevant where we are. And understand, of course, we are, what we're sharing is, look, any religion has to syncretize earlier faiths. So,
Yes.
yeah, so this is one of those things,
Absolutely.
that is inevitable. This has nothing to do with some kind of Islamophobia. And yet, nevertheless, it's important to emphasize the fact that Islam is definitely a religion of war. That's the religion of... Yeah, thank you. The religion of peace thing that they say Islam is a religion of peace, well, it can be, but
there was a meme, someone made a meme like that was like, there was someone that said salam alaikum, and that it's like a video of some guy shooting someone. He says hello. He says peace be upon you, and then he kills him. And it's like, and then someone in the comments, of course, is like, classic. He says peace be with you, and then kills them both with some kind of warfare.
No, it's you know, and what he's saying is rest in peace. Yeah, rest in peace. Yeah,
Yep.
and it's just so, how would I say it? It is what it is. And then with everything, obviously I spend enough time tearing into the Jews. We gotta spread the pain around a little bit with all these people,
Right,
Muslims alike. Yes.
That's where I'm at. Like you can be neutral because everyone's crazy. It's like in that kind of situation.
Thank you. We
Biden and Trump included.
Yes.
That's what's annoying about this whole thing is everyone's like, oh, Trump would make it better.
Oh God.
Biden fumbled the ball. Biden screwed us over. It's like Trump he geared this whole situation up so Biden could go in there and fumble. I mean, it was all planned, so it wasn't a fumble, but it's like he prepped the primer on the gun, on the incendiary.
Oh, absolutely.
And then Biden just walked in and bumped his toe on the grenade.
Yeah.
And it's just like, so none of these people are innocent or helpful. Like, you think Trump would be helpful, in this situation?
Oh God, no.
Of course not.
Yes, he'd be worse. He'd be worse. Yeah, for this situation he was just all out for the Israelis. So yeah, and as we tore into both the Jews and the Muslims, I mean, we can easily and have quite regularly tore into the Christians. I mean, you've got these evangelical Christians who just want Christ to come back by starting Armageddon and apocalypse and shit, rebuild the temple.
Right.
They're there, bring it on, rebuild the temple, start slaughtering red cows and shit.
Yes. Yeah, the red heifer. Come on.
Yeah, they're breeding them in Texas. They're breeding them. Tell them, Brandon.
Yes, that's all true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they re-engineered or like somehow genetically bred the red heifer, the biblical red heifer, and it's funny because that's the one thing that they won't kill for meat. Yeah. It's like they they keep it safe and shit inside of sheds and like pet it and stuff.
Yeah.
Because they want to keep it ready for when the Armageddon cracks off, so they can take it back to Jerusalem and then slaughter it there, of course.
Yeah.
But the joke's on them. I mean, the judgment's already on its way. They ain't gonna make it. Like the way things are going, like Divine can swing the guillotines any time now. It's a matter of just, like on the level of Atlantis, like continents can be, where the ocean is. The ocean can be where continents are within 5 minutes. I mean, this has happened in the geologic record. I mean, like Divine has the power to do that. There's nothing humans can do, so.
But by the way, just so people understand, this is called, in geology, I'm not talking about like an ideology like someone like Immanuel Velikovsky or some crank like that. We're talking about geologically in conventional paleogeology, they have the term catastrophism. And catastrophism in the scientific sense, again, not the Velikovskian sense, but in the actual scientific sense, is quite real. It's in the records that there's, as our man Brendan is saying. And so things change in a heartbeat, geologically, within the geological span of time. Yeah.
They've actually recently, in the early 2010s, something like 2008 to 2010, they did sonographs along the British coast and the Norwegian coast.
Yeah.
Along the fjords and the like the cliffs of Dover and all these like things, and they've unequivocally proven that uniformitarianism has actually been debunked, and it's all of those structures were created by massive overnight catastrophes. So all the fjords in Norway and Sweden and Svartska and all these places, that whole area, like the North Sea, the cliffs of Dover, the Grand Canyon, these were all created like overnight. So you can imagine that kind of destructive power. I mean, like, there's nothing you could, like, there's no high ground. Like, you're done.
Yeah. Yes.
Like 1,000, 100-foot tsunamis for like 2 days straight. Like, there's nothing you could do, basically.
No, it's awful. I mean, just truly awesome and awful.
Yeah.
And it's when he says you can imagine. No, you can't imagine.
That's unimaginable, literally unimaginable. Well, that's where a lot of this inside of humans, there's this like
racial memory.
Yeah, there's like the memory of the genetic memory and the racial memory, but there's also like this like a spiritual memory, they call it, in it's all connected, like the genetics and stuff, but there's like the sanskars that come when you get reborn and stuff, like the spirit houses these. Mm-hmm. So that's why some people are like born afraid of water, or they're afraid of insects, like these irrational, they call them irrational fears. Mm-hmm. Where like you see spiders and you're terrified. It's because humans had to cower in caves as all these creatures ran in after you.
Yes.
Because they were trying to escape the water too.
Yes.
And you literally get eaten alive by like crustaceans and spiders and shit, and you drown while you're drowning, and anyone who survives that is going to pass that on through the genetics, because it's so just it's so traumatizing.
Of course.
So that's what I was trying to say. This atavistic trauma is in every being that's here because of what's happened, due to their karma and due to the Atlanteans' karma and the Lemurian karma. Like, and people bandy that stuff around as a joke, but I mean, it's still there. It's in the DNA. Like, all the mistakes of our ancestors are also, recorded, as well as their crimes. So
Thank you.
something important. Yeah.
Absolutely, it's all quite true, and I thank you for clarifying that for all of us. And
I
so,
found some interesting stuff on Hansu as well.
oh, please share it with us. And
That kind of goes with something you were talking about.
yeah, go on. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, what I can count on you to do, and Aristides, if you're still there, I'm counting on you
Yes.
to back Brendan up. I'll just do my usual refresher while Brendan explains and explores this topic, and when I come back, we can go over it in summary. I just want to, do my usual refresher and then come back, and I think this is the good opportune time to do so. Yes, you might have heard Brendan earlier. I don't know if you were listening, but if you caught me earlier, I was saying I have a hearing tomorrow at 1300 hours, 1 p.m., which is the middle of my biological night. So I might be ending the show a little early tonight so I can get some sleep before going to the paratransit hearing. This is to decide whether or not I get taxi vouchers. So
Right.
do want to prepare myself to argue.
Why are they tripping on it? I guess we could talk about it at some other point.
Oh,
Why
I'll
don't
talk
they
about
just
when I
give
come
it to
back
you?
from refresh. Yo, God, if life were only that simple, yeah. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride, right? In taxis.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because out here where I'm at, we're able to, if you have, some kind of disability or issue
Yeah.
where you need it, like even some beings in my family, like they have anxiety or stress or whatever, they're able to qualify for like what's called like a smart ride. It's like a bus that just picks you up and takes you places for free.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
But-
see what I'm going after is a bit more sophisticated. I
Right.
don't want no goddamn shuttles. I said fuck that, and I wouldn't do no
Yeah.
fucking smart bus. What I want is what they have, which is like a debit card for the taxi. So it would be in the old days they would give you actual vouchers, and you would just pay pennies
Right.
on the dollar, and then I'd be able to take my parents all over the place. I'm hoping for that. It would give me a lot more freedom of movement than I presently have. One of the big expenses is obviously taxis. They're in San Francisco. They're atrocious because San Francisco is compressed, so they charge a lot more than they would in any other city because they can only make money if they charge you more. So that combined with the fact that. People who are familiar with my life know that it's basically my home in the Estates, really, and usually I have other people driving me around now. My gang brother Beaver broke his foot, as I explained recently, which was very funny. As a matter of fact, just a series of disasters befell him recently. His family.
Was it during the eclipse times?
It's been
Longer.
months now, so might have been. But it was his
Close
whole.
enough.
Yeah, he had never had COVID. Then what happened was maybe about, I think at the absolute longest, it was like 4 months ago, he contracted COVID along with the rest of his family because they all went to some relation's wedding. So it was like his some relation's wedding, and they all figured we conquered COVID. They all showed up without masks, and everybody contracted COVID. From each other, and then
They're all like hugging and drinking off each other's drinks.
Yeah. And then they, for some reason they figured it might have sourced from him. I guess because he's the black sheep of the family who's still gangster and shit. But that didn't make any sense. He had never had it before. So then his mother, who's like 91, had it, and it pretty much, wiped her out.
Oh,
She's
shit.
probably on her way out. She recovered from it, but it's probably shortened her lifespan. And it's no big deal. It's like, he doesn't really like his mother, and he's caring for her, but it's about time that she go so he can be free. But at any rate, what happened was that then while he was taking care of his mother, bringing her to the hospital because of the COVID. So it couldn't have been that long ago. It must have been 2 months ago, 3 months ago at the longest. What happened was that he was so dehydrated from the COVID himself that he fainted. And because he's big, I wouldn't say overwhelmingly fat or, kingpin level fat, but he's big, 250 pounds maybe, something like that. Anyhow, he may be 300, probably 250. But at any rate, he's like the Twin Towers. All his weight went on one ankle and it collapsed. And then he wound up breaking his foot. And so they just, he can't drive. That's the problem. That's my point about that story. So, I'm trying and tell people I was dependent. If it's not my son driving me back and forth from the Estates, my gang brother Beaver is usually driving me around. Other than that, I'm spending a lot of money on cabs. And so I've got to try and tell them that, I'm trying to get these taxi vouchers since now that my friend's foot is broken, he may not be driving for a while. Then, this is my argument and hopefully they'll succumb.
Yeah. And for anyone who never been to San Francisco, you can't take those stupid antique trolleys anywhere. It's only one street.
Thank you.
So people that think that you can just take, and I've seen those transit trains in SF that I literally saw one derailed once, and one time someone drove on the track when I was there. It's like the BART, once it gets into the city, it's useless, basically.
Yeah, just let me put it this way to people. I grew up using the Muni, San Francisco Municipal.
Oh, that's what it's called.
Yeah, it's called the
train.
Yeah,
and the bus.
Yeah, all of their transportation combined, except for BART, is called Muni. And that's short for the San Francisco Municipal Transit System, which, believe it or not, comparatively speaking, is supposed to be one of the best in the world, quote unquote. And when you think about places like maybe dead zones like fucking Detroit or, places where, buses come by every few days or something like that,
exactly.
Comparatively speaking, you might think it's great. And then you had its
Sacramento. It's fucked.
Yeah. I mean, fuck it. You may as well stay home. I mean, it's just become a shut-in.
I remember I tried to use it. Yeah. Well, I had to use it to get to work a few years ago when I didn't have a car.
Yeah.
And we would literally have to wake up the bus driver at 6 a.m. He'd fall asleep at the first stop.
Oh, shit.
On the wheel. And we'd be banging on the door we got to get to work.
Yeah. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Crazy. That's awful. No, that's horrible.
It was bad.
Yeah, when it comes to the SF Muni, however, it is... one of its advocates, obviously a person who worked for Muni, a Muni spokesperson, went so far as to literally say, well, what do you expect for only a few dollars a ride? It's like kind of like McDonald's. You go to McDonald's and it's cheap fast food, a few dollars a ride, don't expect it to be any good. It's like, and he was trying
what you pay for kind of shit.
Yeah. He was saying this as a positive. This was his selling point.
As if they don't swoop hella money from the electorate.
Oh, of course. I mean, just the whole thing is corrupt. I mean, if I went into Muni and its history, it would just take hours. But, now that I'm on it, just a few minutes here, just so people get it, just so people understand it. I want people to understand this because I grew up using Muni, and there's a reason I will never, ever use public transportation again as long as I live. But I do want people to understand this. The basically, and maybe I should explain this when I return, but I think I can cover it quickly. We'll see if I'm up to the challenge to cover this, as quickly as possible. But just so people get it, when World War II happened, every blue-blooded, red-blooded, I mean to say, every red-blooded fucking idiot went to sign up, and I've told people before, this is part of the myth, is that everybody signed up, people didn't. In World War II, 2/3 of the people were drafted, and only 1/3 were volunteers. But the ones who did volunteer, overwhelmingly, were the people in the service industries. We're talking about the firemen, the policemen, the people who were bus drivers, etc. Tended to be overwhelmingly Irish, and they intended to be working class, and they tended to volunteer. And so what happened was San Francisco's, the Greater Bay Area Metroplex region, all that dried up. All these people, but especially the bus drivers, for whatever reason. And so then what happened was the converging.
Fuck driving a bus when you can drive a tank.
Yeah, thank you.
That's probably what they were thinking.
Yeah, thank you. And so the convergent crises, the convergent phenomena that happened was that you had all of these blacks in the South that were rendered criminal simply by being black. A lot of they were these vagrancy laws. So what happened would be if a black man couldn't prove that he was employed, then he was by definition a vagrant and would be arrested, and that way they could put him to work. So then they would literally, like he was a slave, auction him off to which corporations would put him to work, usually in dangerous mines, etc. I mean, this was a continuation of chattel slavery under corporate auspice. And so what happened was that then with everybody leaving for war, Kaiser of Kaiser Hospital fame, who I believe was one of these Hawaiian, assholes. In other words, like the rich people who took over Hawaii, like Bob Dole of Dole Pineapple fame. Kaiser, I think, was one of these Hawaii-based assholes, and he started literally importing all of these blacks from the Deep South.
Henry J. Kaiser.
Thank you. Thank you. He imported all of these blacks from the Deep South, and that's how Oakland became black. And also how Japantown, they stole all of the land from the Japanese, and they gave it away free to the blacks. And so all of these blacks from the Deep South were overwhelmingly illiterate, literally could not read and write, and they all overwhelmingly, certainly the men, had criminal records for the reasons I just articulated. Not that it was necessarily their fault, but simply because by the very nature of the South and its economy, they were rendered criminal, which meant that they were quote-unquote 4F, meaning that they failed on four fronts. The IQ test because of illiteracy, the criminal test, they had that background, etc. So these are all 4F black head of family men, and their families were all relocated, given free land here in Japantown, and that's how Japantown became black. If you ever go to San Francisco's Japantown, all you're going to see are blacks. You're going to find yourself in a ghetto, and you will probably be in danger for your very life. And if you go to Oakland, same shit.
Yeah, that's where I was walking down the street there, and there's like this like fenced-in park that looked like a school or something, and there was like tons of kids in there. They were like 14, 15 years old, like all like making out. And I was like, what kind of fucking place is this? Like, this shit's sketch.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It was that neighborhood.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Like, they looked like they were in prison or something.
Thank you. Thank you. Which effectively they are. But yeah, at any rate, so what happened was the blacks took over the role of the bus drivers. This was the really open, available job to them. And just as you have Jewish mafias, just as you have Irish mafias, just as you have Japanese mafias and Chinese mafias, the San Francisco municipal transport for generations was the Black Mafia. If anyone has never heard of the Black Mafia, I can tell you what it was in fucking San Francisco. It was a goddamn San Francisco municipal transport system. Bus drivers would rape their passengers. Bus drivers would mug their passengers. It was just, these are just black guys totally immune to law or prosecution because they'd all cover each other. And they all looked alike to outsiders. I could go on and on about this for hours. The real horror story I'll share with the hearing, but my primary objective is to tell them why I will never use the San Francisco municipal transport system. And it basically, obviously I have to present it with a different, shall we say, perspective than what I've just shared with everyone publicly, because they'll just say, oh, well, you're racist. And just say, so this isn't the perspective that I'm really coming from. It comes from very, very traumatic personal experiences on the San Francisco municipal transport system. So I do want people to understand.
So basically, they pulled a Calcutta on you in one of them.
We have to be realistic. It doesn't matter that I was raised and trained in assassination techniques. I don't care if you're fucking Bruce Lee. The reality is, when you're a single man and you're dealing with multiple assailants, you can put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. And it's just this, you know, Bruce Lee, of course, you would think that he'd be able to take on, you know, just enemy after enemy, and just, you know, these are films. These are films.
There's, as far as I know, there's only one man in history that's ever taken on like a whole group of people, and that's Musashi.
Thank you, Miyamoto Musashi.
Musashi.
Yeah, he's known in Japan as the Kensei, which means sword saint.
Yeah.
The word sensei means teacher in Japan, but the word Kensei means like almost like a saint. You're beyond a teacher. At this point, you're like saintly. Right. So, you know, and there are people historically who can do this, but you're talking about people who are generally are perhaps Bruce Lee level and beyond. You're talking about people who are physically astonishingly fit. They're incredibly well trained, and my entire school of assassination technique that my mother raised me in is more of a stealth assassination technique. It's definitely very different. It's not meant for
Shinobi are totally different things. Like
Thank you.
Kendo.
Thank
because
you.
like you do it clandestinely. It's not like the films where these ninjas are like battling entire squadrons. It's like they go in and do what they have to do and then leave. There's the whole point of ninja, like the art of senjutsu is to get in, get out undetected. You don't want to fight.
Yes.
That's the point. So,
Thank you. Though, of course, just so people understand, ninja clans...
They're prepared.
Yes, ninja clans were also specialized and compartmentalized. They did have commando teams where they put their biggest and their strongest together to actually take on actual combat at times, but this is not their norm. This is like something as a last resort, like say a ninja is caught behind the lines, they would send these people in to extricate him. You understand what I'm saying, Brendan? That we're such people, but they're not the norm. This is not the norm for this kind of operation, and certainly I was never trained or raised to operate in one of these teams like that because my mother was no longer in an environment where we had access to a clan for backup. The closest I had to that was my Chinese gangs that I was involved with later, but they're not with you at all times. And so yes, there was twice in my life growing up as a child where, because of my effeminate looks and because I was alone, yes, I wound up gang raped twice on the San Francisco Muni at different times. So this is like, we're talking about an entire gang of blacks that were just, you know, it's one of these reasons I had to spend years really overcoming my hatred of blacks. And believe me, I have every reason to hate blacks as much as I do to hate Jews and anybody else. So this is like, that's basically the horror of Muni, and why I'll never ride it again. So, you know, if they don't understand that so it's supposed to be a social worker, a member of their staff at paratransit, and a paratransit user, meaning a person who's disabled and needs to use paratransit. This will be the hearing triumvirate that judges me. So I'll be, you know, these three people, I'll be facing a troika, a star chamber of three different people. By the way, what is that sound? That sounds, it's Brendan, what is that? That's
It's a chair.
What?
An old chair.
An old chair. Oh God, that's awful. It sounds like someone's passing gas.
Right.
Oh,
yeah, so ninja.
Yeah.
Ninja here, it says, if you want to translate it, it means one who's invisible, or shinobi, one who sneaks.
Yes.
Covert area agent, or for siege, infiltration, reconnaissance.
Thank you.
And then bodyguarding is also part of their ninjutsu.
Thank you. And so thank you everyone for that. We're maintaining numbers. I'm counting on you guys to maintain the numbers. I know you guys have got this. I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Everybody stay here. I will be back. And we'll segue into monologue if no one else shows up. But right now these guys have got it, and we'll continue with them for a little while because they always have vital and important things to share.
Someone else here? I didn't know.
I'm sorry, what?
Who else is here?
It's just you and Aristides.
Yeah.
Oh, Aristides. Oh, agreed.
Yeah.
Very quiet. He's a ninja.
Yes.
Shinobi level.
And he recently had his own birthday. Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So I would say happy solar return, but it's really just like I'm ambivalent to birthdays. Let's put it that way.
Understood.
Because it's like the day you get sentenced to this life. Like,
Yes, that's one way of looking
not so positive.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
They trick kids into thinking, oh, it's a positive thing.
I
I don't think so. Get whatever you wish for on your birthday to distract you from this horrible situation your past actions got you into.
I'm sure Aristides can sympathize with that. So both of you guys, you got this. All right, I'm gonna go mute.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that photo you sent, and I said Kaliyuk is toast. Like, it's over. Kaliyuk's over. No need to serve.
Yeah, I sent something else. I don't know if you got it, but I'm sure you'll know what I'm talking about when you do.
I didn't see anything else, actually. I can check, though. Is it right there?
You'll find it. But, yeah, these AI pictures that have been coming out left and right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's incredible, the capability. Now, of course, you know, it's all up to the user. I'm sure there's some people doing perfectly wholesome things with it. But
that's not, I mean,
there's a lot of crazy stuff coming out. My God,
it's gross. I mean, and it's deliberately done. The beings that push that, the AI stuff, well, especially the AI art, like they deliberately have it. Basically, instead of aggregating all the best artists in the world, it like deliberately aggregates the least the LCD, the least common, the lowest denominator, basically. So
maybe left to its own. I mean, I think a lot of it, because a lot of it has to do with the user input. You can input like a very complex description and more tailor it to what you want. And get out for what you want. If you enter in something very short, it'll kind of left to its own, and maybe it'll just start picking up a lot of garbage out there. So, but the capabilities are just the way it just can render things so accurately, just amazing. And the lighting, and you can ask it for like different materials. It's made out of different, or in the style of this or that, and it does it in that style. Like, just amazing. It's just.
Yes.
I don't know. I've only messed with it a few times. It's just another thing to find time to mess with. I don't know.
Right. I mean, have you gotten anything positive from it? Because every time I see them, they're cringe. I just feel like it feels like skin crawly.
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends what people are forwarding around.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah. I don't know. I have to experiment. Got any requests?
I mean, not exactly. Not particularly.
I'll try to do something.
Yeah. Something positive. That's all I would say about that.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, the thing I sent you is kind of positive. Yeah, it's in your message here.
Okay, I'll check in a second. Yeah, I was looking at the history of the ninja. There's like, there's a real history of ninja. It's not just Naruto and there's anime, like
right, movie ninjas.
Yeah.
Now, similarly, I kind of zoned out for a bit because, like, I was kind of reading in a chat room that I go to, and somebody started talking about vampires, and they're like, "Oh, vampires! That's just the typical, I don't want to say, it's like, yeah." I mean, I guess I'll just say, "Oh, that's like that. That's how the Jews would be, like that." And I'm like, "Oh, well, I've heard Douglas talk about vampires." I'm like, "Well, actual vampires are not like that. Like, it's like that was." He went through the whole thing about it on one program, the whole history, and it started with like Nosferatu, and it was like basically he went through all the characters, people that made it, and it was like they turned it around into a total, meme caricature that it's not at all. And I was just trying to summarize that for these people. Not very well, because I can't find my notes from then, but it's similar to the ninjas, So. Are you there?
Are you able to hear me? Okay, now you can probably hear me better. Okay.
Yeah.
Dropped off for a second. Is it similar to Reddit or some kind of like thing like that?
No, like a Telegram chat.
Oh, okay. So it's like more. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't go on Reddit or Discord or.
Yeah, those are all talk about cesspools of sketch.
Yeah. God, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just don't have time. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like an infinite whirlpool of shit. Like you can, like some stuff's helpful, some stuff's crazy, and then you just keep going for infinite item.
Talk about vampires. I mean, these guys must stay in their mom's basement, never see sunlight, just going on these threads all day.
Oh, for sure. I've seen like some of these reels where someone's like where he's fixing people's computers, right? And like a majority of the computers, like they're all like gaming computers, and they're like there's so much dust on the inside. Like there's like dog hair blocking the screen and like all kinds, and you just wonder like, does this person ever clean their room or even get up, or are they just like sitting there scratching their head, letting all the hair get into the fucking fan and shit right on top of it? Like disgusting.
No, it's probably horrible. It's
yeah.
Dungeons.
Yeah. So there are many clans in Japan that practice ninja, but the most famous would be like Iga, the Iga Ryu, the Iga school, which is basically an umbrella term for ninjutsu from the Iga region. So people like talk about that. There's also the Koka ninja. There's also Koga himself. That's another example of the ninja.
Now, I know he's talked about this. So are there still like the original people doing this, or is it like more underground now?
There is, it's pretty much a dying art, but there's like one man that was confirmed to be like the last ninja. I'm trying to find his name. It's called this guy here. It's called, what was his name? Guy's name. Why doesn't it give his name? But basically, he's one of the last ninja. Let's see if I can find his name here. It's subtitled in Japanese. It's gonna be a second here. But he's part of the Koga school. He's the final successor of the ninjutsu of the Koga family. Chinese, Japanese, all.
So it's not something that's really practiced or like state.
Yeah, it's a dead art, you would call it. But he does all the hand seals, and the hand seals were considered like mudras in Buddhism. They would actually use these like in Naruto, the whole hand seal trip. If you've ever seen that kind of imagery, but they do use real ones, and they were used for spiritual protection, and they would like charge their field so they could get into places easier, and So authentic ninjutsu, which existed during the Edo period, has been passed down to some followers, but pretty much they've all vanished. And the hand gestures he's doing were called Kyugojiho. They're the 9 symbols, which are like each an animal from the, like each one represents an animal. Like there's like boar, horse, cow. I think there's also like wolf. There's certain hand symbols that represent the constellations in Chinese astrology, and they also are meaning, have Buddhist meanings. They're called Sanmitsu, the 3 Vajras. They're like the 3 powers. Signifies the body of the Buddha, the words, and the mind of the Buddha. It has like a protection, and they mean something. So that's why they actually use them to protect themselves. It was a way to protect themselves in the field. But the ninjas aren't just fighters. They typically avoid combat because they didn't exist to be in combat typically. Their goal is completely different.
Right.
They learn martial arts as part of ninjutsu, which is, it was a way for commoners. So this is where it gets interesting. So the samurai at the time were like the top class, but these ninja came from peasant families. So they learned from the bottom up, and a lot of their tools and like the nunchucks and like the sickle that they would use, and these like small swords, which were actually like just daggers or machetes. They were all used for farm work. So they can disappear into a crowd, or like they can go from city to city and no one would notice that it was a warrior because he was actually someone who just had like everyday tools. So you wouldn't be seen as like a threat, essentially. It was the only way for them to achieve freedom, independence, and respect. So that's why they joined these clans, especially during wars. But yet they were treasured by the daimyo and other higher echelon beings because they were like special ops. So you can hire these people to go in and kill your enemy, do certain, steal things. They were specialized in espionage. So yeah, the word ninja comes from like maybe the 1960s. So it's like a person who moves stealthily, to achieve their purpose. The ninja definitely know how to kill people because the word nin actually means brutality. If you break it out in its kanji, it basically means to kill people without hesitation. That's the meaning behind quote unquote ninja. They had certain tactics for counterintelligence, but their main goal was to survive. And basically ninjutsu is just a bunch of skills put together that were useful for their ends, what they needed to do. So it's not it's a very unclear martial art. They did have shuriken, which were like ninja stars and different throwing weapons. As far as that though, the shuriken was actually a useless weapon. They mostly used it for diversions. Because like I was saying earlier, they had like the farm tools as their main weapons. So that would be more like discreet, more low key. So, but if you're carrying around like shuriken and ninja stars, you're going to basically get caught. They're going to be like, this is clearly, not an everyday carry, as we would say in America nowadays.
They're probably not as good a weapon as they make it out to be in the movies.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
And that, and like back in the day, iron was like, it's not like now we have machine iron and machine steel. It's like you're not going to throw away money like on those expensive items.
Right.
So, and the way this guy puts it, he says, are you going to be able to hit a moving person? Are you are you going to be able to like hit your mark basically, like by just throwing it? You'd have to be super skilled. So, but he's saying it's actually better to use stones. They were trained to use like just what's in their environment. So that's how they would blend in to places. They would detect natural ways to kill people, essentially. So stones, whatever.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, they use like sickles for farming as their main carry. They use bamboo defenses.
Yeah.
Which were like training poles. Like pruning scissors. This guy's describing how you can cut off arms with these pruning scissors that they use for gardening. So like they were like hardcore actually. They have like a rice harvester. It's like this ring basically. It's like a ring with a rope on one piece where you put your hand, you hold it, and then the inside of it's sharpened. So it's like a circular scythe. So typically you put it over the grain or whatever you're cutting and pull it. But what they would do is they would use that to like cut people's arms off or their heads, So he's describing that's some of the weapons they use, because if you just see like some farm worker walking around with those, you'd be like, oh, okay, he's just here to harvest rice, for the season or something. Right. So it's so something more low key. Yeah.
Do they relate to the samurai though?
It's like they considered the samurai to actually be like, the samurai were higher than them as far as caste system goes. So they would actually not have any kind of relation to them. They would consider the samurai more like oppressors, but they would work for them at the same time because they can get paid for it.
But this was in the same era. They were like coincident.
Oh, for sure. Okay. So, and some ninja clans go back even further. I
was just wondering if, I think Douglas had talked about how basically the samurai were like all but like forced to become obsolete, by like the modernization. and I wondered if it was the same thing for ninjas.
Yeah. That's what happened. Because once the samurai left, then there was no one to hire these ninja families.
Okay.
And then basically immediately after that, less than 100 years, it's like you get all these invaders, the Americans come in, the Western forces come in, world wars happen, and then so ninja becomes obsolete.
Right.
So the concept of ninja actually comes from, originally they were thieves. So like they're very poor people, and that's their only way to make money is by robbing daimyo. And so, and this guy's saying, some people might get offended, but, you'd have to kind of say it like that. That originally they were thieves, and he has ways he does this thing called ninja walks where he can step through like a garden in the darkness and be completely undetected.
Mm-hmm.
And he shows this lady how to walk and do different things. I'll send the video over to you.
Okay.
I'll be, if I'm able to forward it here. But yeah. And then he was saying here that they use like everyday farm work as training.
Mm-hmm.
So like they'll be cutting trees, but that's what they'll be practicing their sword swing, or things like
right.
that. And
I remember
there's also
one guy told me about like one of the training was like jumping out of a hole, like, or something, like if you dig a hole like as deep as your waist, can you just jump out of it like in one jump? It's like they probably had to dig a lot of holes. So
yes. Yeah, this guy's hardcore. And what he can do is he's actually trained his chi. He doesn't say this in there, but this is what he does. He trained his body and his chi to be able to dislocate any of his joints. So if you get captured, you can like dislodge your shoulder and get out of any kind of hold.
Right.
Yeah. So, and what they would use it for is actually some more like crazy stuff. Is they would jump in front of someone like a horse or a buggy or like someone walking by, and they would dislocate their shoulder, and then they would go to the daimyo or whoever's on guard duty that day and claim compensation. Like, this guy has to pay me because I got injured.
Oh gosh.
And then they'd pop their shoulder back in place and then go to the next town, and they'd be completely fine. So
it's like the first insurance fraud. It's like,
yeah, exactly. And then but he shows in this video, like, he literally just like undoes the tension on his shoulder joint, and his arm falls out. Like, you can see it in the video. It's pretty gnarly. So I don't know how he's able to do that. Like, you have to be like on some definitely chi level.
Yeah.
But he's saying that these ninja techniques are basically like, he'll teach some people, but his version of it, his family's lineage is basically ending because you don't need it in modern times. So and he's saying we have nothing, but we can achieve a lot. That's how elite the ninja are. So yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed watching this, so I'll send it.
Okay, cool.
Oh, so I just got back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. So you were saying something about by the way, Brandon Young comes on. Oh, Arcane Observer has joined us. I hope she realizes she can just jump on the call.
I wasn't sure if I should do that. Can you hear me?
Yes. And
okay.
we'll need you to speak because I'm losing my phone. Oh my God, you left me some messages. Oh my God, I'm just getting to these now.
Just like two.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I hope you realize how busy I was with my birthday.
I understand you would be busy. Yes.
Yes. And shout out to Brandon Young. I always neglect to call him because he never shows up on my on my list. So I'll try and give him a call. He's welcome to jump on if he wishes, but certainly we are gifted with the lovely Jennifer. And so, dear young lady, by all means, before I get a chance to review your messages here, and I'll treat them as if they're private messages for now, and try to refrain from reading them out loud in the interim. Because I have a bad habit of doing that just by being a public person. So I guess Brandon wants me to call, but he says happy solar return. So let me give him a nice big hearts and thank you. And by all means, Jennifer, before I even get to reading your notes, share with us what's been going on with yourself.
Well, not a ton. I've just been working and everything, but I did. I got a chance to go ahead and plug that we would be doing an interview and everything that was put on the radio.
Excellent.
Yeah, so they've heard about it. I did have a friend snip and edit the clip where we were making the arrangement to have the interview that we're going to have on November 10th. Wonderful. I still need to upload that. I need to upload it to my channel.
Yes.
I did have on troubledminds.org the KUAP digital radio where that's been announced. That goes out to a lot of people, so hopefully we'll have some people listening in. If not even on the live stream that we do, or if we pre-record it, but we do video StreamYard or something of the effect. I imagine there'll be a lot of people listening in from there anyway.
Wonderful.
So that'll be awesome.
I'm so looking forward to this. Go on.
Yes, and I've been thinking about all the things we might talk about, and then I was listening tonight. I was a little late coming in, but I hear what you guys are talking about. I think it's a really cool topic to be discussing. I think I feel like there probably is some type of secret sect of these apex predators that are no doubt still learning these skills. It's amazing to think about how humanity even gained that. What we must have been like before we were completely domesticated from. It reminds me of the dichotomy of like house cats versus like a feral cat or something like that. Like, it's so strange how we've become what we are like, that it's so far. Maybe that's why we have so much madness in a way, in our society, that we are not what we initially started out as. But the skills they were talking about the as far as the physical feats and everything that were accomplished just by that wildness of nature, I think it's incredible that we must still have that, something of it, but it's just not being channeled. So I think it comes out as like wild circus animals, that are like not able to express their true nature in a way or something.
Yes, absolutely. Very astute. I want to, before I respond, welcome Brandon Young. So Brandon Young, say hello to everyone. I don't believe I've had a chance to introduce you to the wonderful young Jennifer Hawkins. She is, of course, the hostess of her own radio program or digital transmission, the Arcane Observer. And so Brandon, of course, has worked with some hosts in the past. You've been on some other shows beside mine, friends of yours and the like. You might share with this young lady some of these people that you know, just in terms of like your own impression of what they try to do to approach the paranormal and other subjects, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Douglas. Thanks, everybody, Aristides and Brendan, and nice to meet you. Is it Jennifer, I think?
Yes.
And, yes, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So, where are you broadcasting from?
Well, I broadcast from KUAP digital radio, and then I run a little YouTube channel that I've not been as active on as I would like to be, but I've been kind of distracted lately, and mostly just helping too other people, formulate ideas and stuff like that. So I've been working in the background with TroubledMinds.org, and TroubledMinds.org is
that's not
the name of the radio station. But
what did you say, Brandon?
Well, the background noises of the scratches and all that.
Oh! I thought he was responding to Jennifer bringing up troubled minds. And then he was saying, oh, that's not me. I was thinking, gee, that's kind of defensive, isn't it? But, yes.
No, like Jennifer. So what is it? KUIP?
KUAP?
KUAP.
KUAP. So you can find it on troubledminds.org.
Great.
And could you give us the story behind that name?
Well, I think it's got to do with just people usually being considered to have troubled minds or something like that they're thinking about things too much, or they're distracted by these things, and they're perceived by society to be swept up in conspiracy theories or distracted by it. We're trying to embrace it and have people, get exposed to different concepts. It's not my mother channel per se. Like I came across it about 3 years ago, and then started to become involved with Michael Strange. Michael Strange runs Troubled Minds.
Okay.
And then there's several other radio stations, or I'm not radio stations, other shows. There's Salcedo Paranormal. There's mine, the Arcane Observer. There's Exiled Minds podcast with Rohan. It's Liam out of UK. And we have just several different people who are a part of it. And actually, we're taking podcasts. So, I mean, if there's any podcasts that want to be on the radio and actually have a radio show, you can contact Michael Strange or myself, and I can put you in touch with them if anybody wants to put their podcast on the radio on KUAP.
That is so cool. That's very interesting. I think that's really interesting. I got to look into this.
Yeah.
Look into it.
Yeah,
sure.
that's. I mean,
I reviewed your YouTube, the Arcane Observer. You have some interesting, some proper pods about and different exposés about like the Nagas and the serpents and the dragons. I checked that out.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Really?
Just a lot of thoughts. And then actually when I found you guys and I was looking at everything you're talking about, I was, it was incredible because I was like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. Like some of the things that you're talking about, it's like I cannot wait to, to find further, especially with Mr. Dietrich, what he thinks about a lot of things. And then I was realizing with Peter Moon too, actually with all of you, I mean, this is all new to me in a way to have found, because the channel was hard to find. You guys actually,
of course, we're very suppressed. Yeah. Yes, but it
really was
shadow banned.
Yes, shadow banned. But thank God you found us, and we'll certainly, hopefully, together we can gradually break this kind of barrier and ultimately make ourselves known to the world, which is, I think, very important in this time. As Brendan would say, these are essentially apocalyptic times in their own right, whether or not one follows a belief system where there is an apocalypse per se. These are certainly times that are changing, and they do require people to respond now. One of the things that I certainly wanted to respond to was something that Jennifer brought up, but I'll do that in a moment. I think right now we're doing fine with the conversation going on between everyone. Brandon and Brendan both join in. It's from Brendan where most of the noises are coming from, I believe. I think we heard him keyboarding there just a second ago.
I'm sorry, I'm pulling a Peter Moon right now. Apologies. And the word apocalypse means an unveiling. So it's like the veil you get when you're born, like if a fetus is born and
That's exactly right.
The covering, the covering comes off the eyes, and then the baby can breathe and survive. That's where we're at. It's like we're just taking that first breath into knowledge, and so the Kali Yuga is end in that way, but it's gonna take lots of baby steps to become aware. So that's part of the process. Is that unveiling. You're like fully taking the veil off, and seeing fully what the way the situation is. That's the meaning of apocalypse.
Okay, yes, and I'm sure that you knew this, Jennifer. You were aware of this, right?
That the meaning of apocalypse had to do with birth. I wasn't really thinking of it that way, but I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, that you would understand it as being an unveiling of that which was hidden. That basically that which was hidden is now exposed. That's essentially what apocalypse means as well. Or share with us your own understanding before I start blathering. I'm still trying to regain my voice. At any rate,
I will just say this too. I mean, my channel. I mean, I'm just a casual. Well, I guess you could say casual, but I had a lot of downtime for several years, and so I was doing just a lot of looking around, and I'm naturally curious and everything. But I'm just like a branch on a bigger tree, really, with all of this, all the other people thinking about it. But as far as the apocalypse and everything, as far as the concept of us as a society changing this way, yes, it does look like we are turning into a completely different creature. I think that there is something like that going on, or at least maybe we're becoming aware that we are just, animals that started to wear, coats and gloves or something, that we're uncomfortable with realizing what we actually are. And so I think we're realizing that, or something, that we're coming to that, or being brought to that gate. The concept that we're, becoming, we think that we're becoming more, awakened or enlightened, as they say. And I don't know that, I think that's not the way that people think. I think we're realizing that we've like fooled ourselves in a way into believing that we're something that we're not. And I think that might be the realizing, that if we could come to understand what we actually are here for, or what we're meant for being, that in itself would be kind of the prodigal son, like returning back to yourself and realizing what you are after we've made up what we think we are, or what we think we are becoming. There's also this idea that, we think that we are becoming human. There's this concept of human being something that we are not yet. That some of the secret, some of the circles, these occultic circles, believe that the general populace is not human yet, that it's something that will happen. Mm-hmm. So I think that's an interesting point. But realizing the animal side of ourselves and somehow being to unite with that, and understanding this idea of our concepts of God and ourselves, that the God that we must be trying to connect to is not just the God of humanity, but the God of the universe, the God of all things. And I think it's difficult for us to see this Lord of Beasts also being the Lord of life for humanity. And so as we try to find that, we're facing hell in our subconscious in a way, that people are going through that they have to go through that, or they cannot see what they are. And as Carl Jung said, when he talks about the shadow self, it's not just the shadow of the individual, it's the shadow of society. And to face that, you have to go through some type of, like, the gates of, like I say, like of what people consider like the underworld. Mm-hmm. And in that space, yes, we've been building something of a beast, that society will eventually have to face.
Yes, I appreciate your articulating that. So Brendan, what are your responses to that? What does that bring to your mind?
Yeah, it's called shadow work. Like, the shadow work has to be done, And regarding the beast nature, there's like in the Norse mythology, they call it Vanagandr. It's actually like the most primal, powerful force, like the Wolf that was, chained by Gleipnir. So there's like a whole story in that mythology of Tyr, the original sky god, and Vanagandr, and these beings where that's touched upon. And it also has to do with apocalypse and the Ragnarok and these things, which I'm not prepared to go into at the moment. But what you were saying,
very good.
Yeah.
What you were saying about the way the controlling, the beings that are in control think about the changing from a Homo sapien to a different, or whatever you call this being to the next being. I'll quote David Bowie from "Oh You Pretty Things" is a song. He says, "They're the start of the coming race. The earth is a bitch. We finished our news. Homo sapiens have outgrown their use. Gotta make way for the Homo superior." So this is how these Club of Rome people think, is that, humans have outgrown their use. It's like
Nietzschean.
Yeah, exactly. At the time, he was really into that kind of, thing. So.
Yeah, there's another, a different, like, occult element to it. If you read sort of the elite, I mean, I've been around these societies which want to bring forth entity, and Douglas has talked about this many times, about these sort of anti-gods that want to come forth under the guise of any god that people want to bring forth, right? So one of them is Azathoth, and the herald is Nyarlathotep. And so, when you talk about these people wanting to bring through a beast, Jennifer, I think it's You said beast, which is, that's, I think, important. This is very much a belief that many people want to herald in Armageddon, especially these Christian Zionists who, this is very appropriate for the time we're in, that existed way before Jewish Zionism, by the way, and they're not like before the 19th century when they got sort of organized and stuff. But what they want to do is sort of bring about Armageddon and allow these entities in to basically bring about darkness upon the whole world and basically kill everybody but themselves. Anyway, I could go into this is a long thing, but that's what it made me think about.
Just so you know, Jennifer, Brandon Young was someone who was seeking me out at a time when he was under a personal sense of crisis, was basically investigating his own family genealogy and ran across an unfortunately very popular and easily accessible author named Peter Levenda, who, of course, for those of you who are not aware of it, and by that I refer to all new listeners, any potential new listeners who haven't been listening to me for long enough to have absorbed this information, which I've spoken of in the past, Peter Levenda was under the pseudonym of Simon when he wrote the Simon Necronomicon. This is the original Avon Press edition that became this popular paperback book that has never been off the popular selling list. It's basically always been on the shelves. It's never been out of print. It's something like Dianetics, where in the case of the Scientology manual Dianetics, everybody in Scientology, of course, is forced to buy multiple copies to always keep it on the bestseller list. And that way the Church of Scientology can make the claim that their Dianetics book is never off the bestseller list. And this is because, of course, everyone in their cult buys in many cases hundreds of copies, and whether or not they dispense them to friends, relatives, or leave them like the Gideon Bible in hotel rooms, they ultimately wind up distributing this thing and keeping it on the bestseller list for those bragging rights. With Simon, or Peter Levenda, under his pseudonym, it's really an egregore that maintains that book. It has never lost its status, and it's also a cheap occult book. I mean, your average child looking to cast spells can't afford the works of Benjamin Disraeli or any of these other kinds of Thelemic texts or books on the Golden Dawn. I mean, these occult books are generally very expensive. And so your average kid goes out and buys the Simon Necronomicon. Now, I've explained all of the dangers of this book, and it was never intended to be a spell book for casting spells. It was actually originally written as a test book for graduates of Peter Levenda's Occult Academy, or basically his occult acolytes. And as they graduated, he would give them this test book, which was a bunch of incomplete spells. And if they could complete them, then they would have passed a test. So Peter Levenda had basically smeared the name of Brandon Young's family and indirectly connected them to the Kennedy assassination, at which point Brandon Young called him and confronted him, and that's when Peter Levenda was inviting him to rendezvous with him. It all seemed very suspect. Brandon refused to meet him. But he began to try and contact myself because of his understanding of what I knew about Peter Levenda and his connections with Michael Aquino, of which Peter Levenda was pretty open with Brandon Young that he was himself subordinate to Michael Aquino. And it was shortly after that an assassination attempt was attempted. Assassination was attempted against Brandon Young. And he almost died. He basically was in a coma for a fair period of time, about a week at least. And the forensic investigators did assure him that his car had been sabotaged. They told him when he came into consciousness, when they questioned him, they did let him know that the brakes had been cut as a backup for if the bomb didn't go off. But a bomb had been set off in his car that did not go off, but it was a torch bomb. It was basically a flame bomb, an incendiary, so they meant him to burn alive in the most painful way imaginable. Yeah, Brandon, of course, has been recovering from that injury and rehabilitating ever since in his own way. And it's incredible that, he, as well as another person named Amanda Yu, who another attempt was made on, and I could describe that at a different time. Best to do this when the people are present, because they themselves can always vouch and validate what I'm saying. But it goes to show you some of the dangers of affiliating with myself as well. So always be cautious, certainly be careful. Jennifer, before I turn to Jennifer and then bring up a few more things with her, Brandon, is there anything that comes to your mind after I've related that? Anything you wanted to say that that brings to mind?
Yeah, thanks, Douglas. I appreciate you still remembering that,
I haven't even gone into all the details. That's just a basic. Basic.
Very basic. Yeah, it is a basic overview. There are many more details, but suffice to say that if you associate with Douglas Dietrich, you're going to get eyes on you, and that's no joke. And so you have to be prepared. And I'm still around. Not too many people, Douglas, are still around.
Right.
Since I've been with you.
Well, there's a difference, however. It's not that all of them died, mind you. It's that most of them just most of them just decided that
spiritually died. Yeah.
Yeah. Spiritually, they died. That's a good word for it. Yeah. Many people decide that they were just going to take up the torch and start running all over the place, screaming obscenities about me, that's just what it is. That's the tip of the iceberg too. Do go on, Brandon. Yeah, you're still around. Amanda, you're still around in her own way. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I love everybody, and
by the way, Jennifer, that's what I thought was. See, this is a result of the brain injury from the car when he says "I love everybody." That's what I thought of when Reginald Denny, after he got hit by that brick on the head during the Los Angeles riots, that's what he said too. He had that horrific brain injury, and he said, "I love everybody."
Look at all those bricks there, though. My goodness.
Yeah.
Who's the guy that got the thing? Was this Phineas Gage or whatever his name was?
It sounds familiar. The name sounds familiar.
He had like a spike gone through his frontal lobotomy, or like his his frontal.
The guy that got the railroad spike thrown through his head.
Oh, Thank shit! You. Yeah, what about him? He loved everybody too. What?
Oh yeah, he loved the flower. He loved lamp. He loved everything he could see. No. But my brain injury is nothing.
Yeah. It affected his delivery when it comes to jokes. That's the problem.
That's a funny joke that Douglas makes.
Well, a lot of people have a dry sense of humor, like myself.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jennifer Juniper. I agree. Yes. But Douglas likes to make fun that I have brain injury and that I can't deliver jokes and all that. Funny. Which is true, but it's not because I'm brain injured. But I did suffer from that accident, and that was a real accident. It really happened, and there's records of it, of course. Anyone can look it up.
Okay, it's not an accident. It was an assassination attempt.
Thank you. He always corrects me on that. Yeah, exactly. It was. Yeah.
And by the way, it's important to, shall we say, detail the fact that this isn't based on supposition. It's based on what the forensic investigators told you.
No, these are absolute facts. I don't know. I mean, anyone that wants to look up my Suburban, it was a Chevy Suburban, and it was outfitted for the mayor because it used to belong to the mayor of Boston, and it had like a compartment where a shotgun and guns could be kept, in the middle of the console.
Yes.
Which was interesting, but it was also hot wired in a different way.
And this is ultimately what might have saved your life, potentially.
Yeah, well, they didn't expect that. So, like, usually when you hotwire and like, because of mafia, the way you immolate somebody is through. I think it's basically electronically charging the gas or the fuel pump, or something like that, where the fuel can get in. So the
You
car
put a
sets
hot
on
wire
fire.
on the fuel evap system,
Yeah.
which sparks the fumes.
Thank you.
Yep, thank
By
you.
the way,
Not that I would know.
Brendan knows about this because his father was one of the preeminent automotive mechanics in the United
Oh,
States.
wow.
To the point
really?
where he had amassed his own very expensive collection of cars that could have put Brendan through college and have set him up for a bright future if his father hadn't degenerated into a crackhead and smoked it all away.
Vintage cars.
Vintage cars.
Oh, nice.
Thank you. Yeah, and so
American.
yeah, so Brendan grew up basically surrounded by these mechanics and knows, of course, much more about cars than your average individual. By the way, Amanda Ute, who also suffered an assassination attempt, her car was also basically a security car similar to Brandon's. You might remember that, Brandon, that her car was also similar to yours in that it also had secret compartments for sequestering weapons and whatnot.
Yep, Amanda. Yeah.
That's right, and so that's something in common between both their assassination attempts. With Brendan's Ogiet, what you might share with Jennifer, and by the way, I'll take this moment to ask you, Jennifer, how much longer are we gifted with your presence? I know that you never have long with us because of your job. Tonight, it being a Sunday, are you going to work tomorrow, or how much time are we blessed with your virtual presence tonight, so that I know how to kind of measure our interaction with you?
I do have to work tomorrow. I'm going to hang out for a little while.
Okay, good.
Yeah, just for a little while.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
I wasn't
so-
planning on going immediately or anything like that. but
Okay,
just for a
good,
little
good.
while,
So I
for
want to
sure.
take advantage of this time. Brendan, if you could share with Jennifer just a little bit about the occult siege that you underwent, if you wish, just in summation, even though it's very hard to summarize. There's just so much.
It is helpful for this because it gives a little bit of an introduction so that I'm not just blindly
Talking to people,
going
yeah.
to the people.
Talking
I
to people
have
you
been
don't
trying to
know.
piece it
Yeah.
together myself
Yeah.
from the blog and from the connecting web, different channels and things like that. So I appreciate hearing
Thank
these
you.
introductions a little,
Thank you.
for sure.
No, I appreciate your appreciating that. And then I'll get to responding to some of the subjects you brought up. Brendan, if you're...
Well,
yeah.
yeah, I've been listening to Douglas for a long time now, and then I went back and listened to all of his older broadcasts. And then around 2018, there, like when he first came out about his biosire, I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll help him out. So I helped him. I helped him produce for himself. As far as like, I set up the software and set up this whole show, basically.
It's true.
As far as,
it's true. None of this would be possible without Brendan. Go on.
As far as that, and then I was a producer at some point for a while, and then I was working with all these other people that we're not going to name. So I just have been helping Douglas, and through that, and then through that I got roped into that the occult siege, as Douglas calls it, which is like a never-ending siege, like quite literally, to the point where I've gone through like multiple hexes, spellcasts. I've had entities thrown at me. Some of my pets have died. Like, it's been like a never-ending onslaught, for the years that I've helped Douglas. So, at this point, it's just kind of like, you just got to roll with the punches and, keep going with it. But basically, what had happened, some of the worst ones were when I had been hit by something along the lines of, if you've ever seen like the Harry Potter, films or whatever, the books.
Yeah, and these are
Cruciate.
actually just to put this into perspective for Jennifer. I want Jennifer to understand that the authoress of the Harry Potter books was actually an acolyte of Michael Aquino as well. That's certainly something that she wishes to hide. But I don't know if
from
you're
Kensington, or she lived in Kensington or something.
Yes, and Michael Aquino, of course, had his own residence in Scotland and was traveling down to England constantly.
Which is where Hogwarts was.
Thank you!
The school's in Scotland.
Yes, of course. That's one of the reasons why she placed it there. So she, of course, has a alias, which is a man's alias that she uses to write the detective series of novels, the Cormorant Strike series, in case you didn't know that. So she's this individual who constantly assaults trans people verbally, and yet at the same time presents herself as the male gender for her original series of bestsellers that predated Harry Potter. But she's very familiar with the occult, and so her books are simply a popularly accessible allegory and easy to relate to people when you're trying to explain occult phenomenon. So don't think that detracts from the seriousness or the gravity of the topic, which is basically magic is simply applied quantum mechanics more than anything else, if you want to see it from a rationalist or materialist perspective. But by all means, Benton, continue.
Perfectly put, yes.
Thank
so
you.
That's what, so basically I'm just using it as like a visual for people. Like, so I got struck by the most recent, the worst one actually was this, it was basically like a Cruciatus curse, which is just like, basically they wanted to torture me at a distance without doing me, like without sending someone out, basically. So they had one of their agents send me some things in the mail, pretty much, and which I accepted, unfortunately. And then through that, they used those things that they sent me as a, the quantum point to which they launched their assault, and basically struck me with a Cruciatus curse, which is a torture curse, and I had got an injury to the small of my foot, which was caused by whatever they sent my way. And then over the course of 2 or 3 months, this injury never healed and was increasingly more painful. So it was like a scorpion bite times 1,000. Like, this injury was like to the point where I couldn't walk. I could barely go to work. It ended up actually shutting down my thyroid later on. And there's no like the doctors didn't know what was wrong. There was no antibiotics that could help, anything like this. To the point where the injury was physically healed, but the pain was radiating from it at like levels like beyond, and mind you, I've had some severe soft tissue surgery before, to the point where I was out for 6 months. And I've had multiple, I don't really want to go into the details, but I've had very painful surgeries happen. And this curse that they threw at me was 10 times worse than that pain. Where I was literally calling Douglas screaming, like, fuck you, you did this shit, it's all your fault. Because it was like, I couldn't walk or anything. And then later on, I used, some various techniques to guard myself. And then the astral being that they sent towards me was revealed, and it was like this scorpionic entity that was literally injecting me with astral poison. I don't know how else to put it. It's like, so I ended up finding a way around it, but that was like so much pain and so much torture from just even dealing with these subjects, which I didn't even like. It's like it's kind of like the concept, like you're chosen. Like, I didn't really want to go into anything occult. Like, I didn't grow up and say, I wasn't like one of those kids that played with Ouija boards and shit. Like, I never wanted that. Like, it just happened because it's like on the journey of discovery, you have to go through the 8th house. Like in astrology terms, like you have to go into the, like you said, the underworld. Yes. Like, that's part of the journey. Like, you can't just be a truther and be like, yeah, the government's evil. It's like there's stuff underneath that underneath the swamp, or whatever you want to call it, that's even more insidious. And you have to dive into that a little bit, but you can't stay there and go down the rabbit hole. You have to actually come out of that. And then that's when you reach the 9th house, which is like the spiritual aspect, like the Jupiterian, expansive thing. So you move past it and then work through it. So that's where a lot of people get caught. They get stuck in the occult, the 8th house, and the secret hidden things. So you know. And I think that's where Douglas kind of helps, because his knowledge helps, because you can get past that and then still relate it to the real world on like a practical basis with all the wars and all the different history he tells. So that's what I would say about that.
Thank you. No, that's very, but by the way, it takes a lot of courage to speak to these subjects, because it's so easy for anyone to think that, oh, wow, this guy's deluded and these people are beginning to share in this mass delusion like a cult. And it's something that, of course...
Which cult is just a word for a short word of culture, which anything, basically anything that's not what they want is a cult, you know, whatever beings use that word.
Well, I try to... tell people that obviously the term cult is something else that has a negative connotation, usually very negative, and with good reason, simply because of the way it's been presented. But I tried to tell people that we have a profound history of warrior cults that everybody seems to admire, and that usually you have all kinds of people wish they were a part of. And that would involve the ninja being one of them, the Viking berserkers being another, the different cults that exist throughout history. Warrior cultures are famous for this, and that's basically what it is, a kind of warrior subculture. If one were to think of positive cult building, this is essentially what happens when somebody's involved with a very involved work environment. And if all of you become kind of cooperative in the work environment, you have kind of like a cult or a work culture that's ongoing. If you identify with it to the point where it becomes, say, for instance, that which you say is what I did if you retire. Say if somebody says, you know, I've retired after so many years with this subculture, police organization, bus drivers, whatever it is, and you look back on that and say, you know, this is my identity, that's obviously a subculture, and one could say almost cultic in nature. But such being said, it's not that I feel that we need to redefine the term cult. As often I've said, this is basically a counter cult, because most of what I worked with was dealing with the cult of Michael Aquino and all the repercussions that I've had ever since, exposing what was happening at the Presidio. So since then, it's basically had its
I
collateral.
didn't mean to make the cult sound positive.
No.
Defining the word.
Like I said, as far as I'm concerned, it can be, but I'm thinking of the warrior cults that have historical potency. There's a potent historical context that
in the modern context, they would take the word they took the word culture and they cut it in half to use it as like an attack term if they wanted to.
That's because,
does that make sense?
Because Americans have no real culture of their own.
Exactly. In the American context I'm talking about.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. That's why it's a very potent word in American anti-culture. But I've considered what we have going on with the program a kind of a counter cult, in which people who are surrounding me tend to be people who have had pretty negative experiences with the attacks from Aquino's cult, which of course I've named and I've identified. We don't need to go into that right now. But such being articulated, one of the responses I wanted to give to Jennifer, she asked a series of questions. What I'm going to do now is enter into my private message with her the episode that addresses the Nyaga. This is a transmission. Actually, this is a segment that I've entered into your private messages on Skype. A segment from the interview that was conducted by a couple of Bulgarian bozos who started laughing, but basically when I was talking about the Nyaga. So I was speaking about my mother's interaction with the Nyaga during World War II. And so these idiots started laughing, and you actually hear that during the interview. And so your review of that is appreciated when you find time. As for you're talking about the beast within us, I spent, of course, a number of years while I was caring for my parents for the last 10 years of their life, the last decade of their life effectively. It was longer than 10 years, about 11 years. And both of them ultimately died, both of them at the age of 87, 5 years apart, in the same month, my sister's birth month. They both passed on, but during the time that I was caring for them over a period of 10 years, I audited or attended just every lecture that I could from the UCSF School for Extended Education that was funded by the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute for Extended Education. And originally they called this at UCSF Mini Med School, which was a horrible name. And but it was medical lectures delivered by medical specialists, and it's basically medical journalism courses, because by auditing all of these courses, you would learn how to articulate what's going on in the medical industry much better, in such a way the public could understand it. So when it came to one of these lectures by an MD, he was pointing out that your average mammal, which produces testosterone, the male gender of your average mammalian species, whether they're gorillas or stags or various other kinds of animals that are known for strength and certainly trials of strength with each other in the male gender, he was pointing out their testosterone levels and just how incredibly low their testosterone levels are. But because the human primate is basically something every other animal on Earth laughs at, with no fur to keep him warm, no claws to by which to defend himself, no natural ability to spew toxins or inject poisons into others, basically nothing. A human being is worse off than a rabbit, not even reproducing fast enough to repopulate after great decimations and the like. It's a human being is pretty fucked, and he pointed out that the way we've compensated is our testosterone levels are astronomical. There is no comparison on Earth. Human testosterone levels were something unbelievable, outrageous, 200,000 times more than that of a gorilla's or a moose or any other mammal. It's something outrageous, just such as to be not even on the same planet or in the same galaxy. It's just human beings are nothing but balls of naked aggression. And when I asked him casually, how is it that we're not out on the streets now just tearing into each other and raping each other and killing each other, he said, that's not the question. The question is, how on earth did we ever stop doing that for long enough to get to the point where we could even ask that question? It's just the fact that we're able to even repress these outrageous amounts of aggression long enough to discipline ourselves to do anything other than rape and kill and almost nothing else, is testament to some level of a divine spark in us, something better than what you would think we would be. But such being said, I do want everyone to know the date of my interview with the lovely Jennifer on the Arcane Observer. Will be this coming November the 10th. So it will be Friday, November the 10th. It will be at 8 p.m. Central time zone, I believe. And no, excuse me, 10 p.m. Central time. It'll be 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 10 p.m. Central Time. We will be on camera. We'll be on the Skype. I'll have the camera on. At least I'll be on camera. Jennifer's welcome to be so if she
I will be also.
Okay, excellent. So we'll both be on camera speaking to each other.
We'll be able to see each other and visit.
Yes.
I think it's great to do it that way because you can see each other. It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I enjoy that. It feels, authentic.
Yeah.
Because you can be with it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't know how much you've investigated. Apparently, like you said, we're obviously very hard to find. Obviously, we're very blessed that you were able to find us at all. But you are aware, I presume, that and of course, I'm just bringing this up because you can take a look at the homepage of my YouTube channel. You'll see some other interviews, and you might have seen the one with the MUFON, Mutual UFO Network. the overwhelming majority of my interviews, and I don't intuit this to be that at all, quite the opposite, but the overwhelming majority of my interviews are ambushes. And overwhelmingly, that can't happen here because we're both going to be recording, and it's going to be on Skype where I know enough about the technology to do that. But overwhelmingly, historically, the person who interviews me, it's always the same thing. They either butcher the interview by cutting out just large parts of it and then resplicing it together to be totally nonsensical. That happened less and less as I became more technologically adept, thanks to Brendan Zogit's tutelage and the intervention of others over time. But the other thing that happens is they'll just say, "Oh, it didn't record. It didn't record." It's always the same thing. Which, of course, the MUFON interview was one of those where over half of the interview is not recorded, and what little was recorded was heavily censored. The way that just to put that in context, the MUFON interview starts where it starts, and obviously people don't know where it started because it just kind of starts and there's no context. But where it starts is where the guy turned on the recording and said, "Oh, I just turned on the recording now." And I told him, "But you said you wouldn't make this mistake when I spoke to you last night," because I had spoken to him the night before. And then, but of course it was all just a lie. And then he decided to wait till the last minute and then press the recording. He actually taunted Peter Moon and I for weeks by just sending us literally links that would say this interview is in the garbage. You know, the link would literally say that this has been filed in the garbage. And then Peter Moon had to confront him a number of times, and then finally he gave this censored back-ass end of the interview that is published on my homepage for the YouTube channel. But such being said, obviously both Jennifer and I are not going to go through any of this nonsense. But it's we're on even ground. We both understand Skype.
I have it.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh no, that's pretty much, you get the message. Yeah.
I very seriously have to say right now that our interview that we're going to do, we will have to make sure that, because I'd like to do it through StreamYard. We can try. Because I've not done it through Skype.
Okay.
So I mean, we'll try to either way that you would like to do it. It doesn't matter to me, but either through StreamYard or through Skype, just a way that we can be. But you and I can decide too if we want to run it live, or if we'd like to do it private and then we post it later. That's up to you. I'm fine with doing it live.
I prefer to do it live.
I'm not at a point. Yeah, I think that's fine. And I will assign some moderators to watch the chat. I cannot tell you how serious I am with this. As far as what goes onto the radio, I will have to post that through to Liam Martin, and he should be able to post all of it. I mean, pardon for but it would depend because it's radio, so language and things like that.
I'll try to control my language.
Me as well. But regardless, the uncensored entirety of it, I will absolutely post on mine, and I hope that you will post it on yours and whatever you want to do with it.
Yes.
My whole point here is trying to get to the bottom, at least not the bottom, but to try to get to as much as possible about, and I hope that this is ongoing.
Yeah.
Because
so
I personally have so many, a big part of what I've gone through and the questions that I have has nothing to do with radio or entertainment. It's a deep, true searching. And as other people have mentioned, I myself also have experienced many things. I have reason to believe that there is possibly even a circuit that I'm trying to find some several missing links of information. Probably never end the searching for that will tie in and make sense of the circumstances that surround these events. For example, that Brendan was talking about of obvious psychic attack, of issues with a great deal. I have family that was in the has been involved in the government and things like that. I myself have had many strange experiences all my life, and unexplained deaths and so on and so forth and things like that. But they have catapulted my search, and they have led directly into these directions, and to find this sort of avenue and an outlet of information that you can provide in a way is priceless almost. So the radio thing is wonderful for promotion of the information. At the same time, the information is more important than the promotion on the radio, in my opinion, though I want people to hear this information. What they do with it, or they decide to do with it, I will have an intricate part of that. It can either be posted onto the radio station, onto KUAP, but there are all kinds of, they have radio time, they have the language that's used and things like that all tie into it, that kind of can shrink the conversation, but this conversation will not be that way. It needs to be completely open, and he can use...
Doug's been on Coast to Coast. He's definitely handled that really well.
Yeah. Well, this is not as big as Coast to Coast. I mean,
actually, you're better than Coast to Coast.
One day,
let's put it this way. Jennifer, just to put that into perspective, Coast to Coast AM.
But I don't want him to censor himself at all.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Except of course with the language, I do want to watch that because that of course can, it's just best I learn to control my swearing anyway. But when it comes to the Coast to Coast AM, this much is what I think you already probably intuitively understand about it. If you even cared enough to ever even investigate it.
Very much.
Yeah, well, by that I mean, I honestly, Coast to Coast AM is something that a person doesn't need to compare themselves to, because Coast to Coast AM is just it's just a show for the dying. It's literally the elderly and the homeless, and the only other people that are listening to it are people forced to work night shift. It's not even for one thing.
It had a moment. It did have a moment there, I think, but
I
have to agree with you.
Yeah, it's definitely gone. That moment's definitely gone. The Coast to Coast AM, not to ride on that, but just to kind of finalize the thought. Not to ride them, even though it's fun. They are a fun punching bag. They deserve to be. Yeah, they deserve to be ridden to the ground. But no, Coast to Coast AM. It's basically the whatever sponsors that they have sell almost nothing. I found that out the time that I was working with them. The sponsors that they have selling the crap they sell, they God knows why they advertise on it, because there's nobody listening in general who can afford to buy their stuff, and those that can just aren't interested in it. You're either going to be
like Patriot survival kits and shit.
Yeah, maybe that's what's turned to now. I think that probably is something new. Maybe that would sell for them. Yeah, that makes sense.
I haven't listened in years.
Well, nobody has other than the elderly and the
there's nothing there.
Yeah, the palliative care crowd, the people in hospice. By the way, I'm not even being sarcastic. I mean, this is like their baseline is the impoverished elderly, and these people are just on a nostalgia trip, and they listen to George Doyle.
I do want to say, though, some of the things you have already mentioned about the Nagas, and then with the basically targeted individual, and then listening to your past casts, because I've been listening to a handful, because they are long, some of them, but just listening and trying to, my goodness, like so many of the things I thought that only I was really thinking about, really incredible.
Oh, they glitched her. Oh, Jennifer, we're not hearing you. Your audio's off. Your audio cut off.
Oh, sorry about that.
No worries. So go on. Yeah, some of the things that you were also thinking of. It was.
No, I mean, I am sorry. The shills, the fools, and the imbeciles have done that to you, when you have done interviews in the past. But I am reaching out because this is amazing to me. I don't want anything to do with the backwards ways so much of these topics. the way that they get handled. But I understand that, but I'm not one, and I have complete respect for your knowledge, and I want to speak with you about it, and it might be a little selfish, actually, for
No
my
worries.
own curiosity.
No
and
worries.
learning.
I'm willing to openly
Just as
work
much.
with you, and I think that we've got a potential here to really make this work. I'm certainly looking forward to it. What I want to so just to clear some of the technical stuff. I mean, we could talk privately about this before the 10th. But while Brendan is here with us, so he can kind of act as kind of like an engineering consultant in the production sense. So you work with something that you called, at least it's not Zoom, thank God. The Zoom is just, that's just the communist Chinese-owned technology. There was one time when I was working with that buffoon, Penny Bradley, and showing up a few times on her show, and there was one of these people in her audience that said, "Oh, I looked up Zoom and it's owned by an American guy." No, it's owned by a Chinese American who happens to be a registered member of the Chinese Communist Party. And that individual cut off all communications to the United States during the Tiananmen massacre. So this is like they operate on full censorship mode, and Zoom is just... because of my Taiwanese background and my emphasizing the importance of Taiwan consistently, I'm known on Zoom, and whenever I get on Zoom, it's just at that point it's just not going to record, and that's the normal experience I have with people who interview me on Zoom. So at least we're not working with that.
Not Zoom.
StreamYard is different. It's like a live stream service, kind of like OBS. It's like a free streaming kind of thing.
Okay.
Or it may not be free anymore, but it's like a streaming service.
So how do we make that work with the Skype?
You can invite people. It's like its own client, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of like so I go into my StreamYard, and then I send you a link.
Okay.
You go to that link, and it brings you to a platform.
Okay.
Where you allow me to have access to your camera and audio.
Uh-huh.
We'll probably get a little head start on it, actually, on the day that we do it or the day before, to make sure that you feel comfortable with it. We'll do a false broadcast and then delete it, But basically, I send you a link, and then you come to it. You allow access, the same as you do with Skype, to your video and audio. And then I broadcast it on my end to YouTube Live.
Okay. So,
and they watch it.
So we'll do a test run.
But if you feel more comfortable with the Skype, my only concern with using it, because I haven't used the Skype end, so of course I know you can record, but my fear would be that I wouldn't want to lose it, but I'd also want to. So I haven't used Skype as a broadcast into YouTube. I have OBS, but I was going to use the StreamYard because I have experience with it. But I want to do whatever makes you comfortable. But that's what it is basically, and exactly like what Brendan said.
Okay. But do me a favor and see if you can download Skype, because it's just Microsoft, and we could do a few test runs on it and then see if that's compatible with the technology that you use.
I will make it work.
Yeah.
If you'd rather use the Skype because you're familiar with that, then I will do that. And maybe Brendan too, he could message me if I have any trouble with it. But I will absolutely. We'll just do it that way. Then that's fine. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, what I'm going to do right now is just kind of basically get Brendan's, shall we say, his contact, and I will send it to you. Yes,
and you're the guest, and so if you'd like to do it the Skype, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I prefer it only because that way I can record it on my end as well. I mean, that's really the only thing that saved my interviews several times.
Yes, that sounds perfectly fine.
Just based on past experience. But when it comes to, so I'm just sending you Brendan Zogit's contact, and I will send him yours. That way the two of you can communicate about this. I mean, believe me, I really want to work with you. And live stream will be fine as we get to know each other better. But if we could at least start with Skype,
I mean, that's totally fine.
if we could at least start with Skype, it would build up confidence.
I understand.
Yeah, it's simply the amount of time. Yeah, you understand, so there's no need to harp on it. Yeah, it's but definitely it's one of these things where I appreciate. However, let's do.
I don't mean to gush, but to you, I mean, I think, to be honest with you, to me, I feel like this is so important to me. I have been going on and on, and about it, because it is so important to me actually to get to talk with you about these things. And like I said, I mean, I know I'm going a little heavy, right?
No worries.
With like how much I.
Come on now. I'm always open to any gushing. Give me a break. I have an ego. I have an ego that needs to be stoked.
Sure.
Obviously.
No, but there's so much though. I'm so serious. Like, it's incredible.
Oh, bless
the
you.
amount of, because I have found, as from listening to, because I had just recently have come across your channel, and what I have found is crazy, because I thought that I was the only one on many of these things that that you've brought up things. It's that kind of strange synchronicity or coincidence or whatever that I thought that only I was interested in, that you have knowledge about that no one does. I can find no one who will speak or talk about these things. Maybe it's out of fear or something. I don't know.
No, many people simply don't know, and then you.
Or maybe that's the case.
Yeah, most people simply don't know, and they don't have the background. One thing I can tell you about the Yazidi, for instance, is of course that the Yazidi, of course, were a population.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna be listening, but I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute for a second while you speak.
Understand, and thank you for the forewarning. Otherwise, I might be sitting there. Right? Yeah, right, Jennifer, and getting no answer. That's always disconcerting.
No, yeah. I mean, I'm listening. I'm going to mute.
Got it. No, that's fine.
Making any noises
that's fine.
or anything.
I'll just start rambling. That's fine. So when it comes to so when it comes to the Yazidi, I honestly really knew very little about the population before basically my possession, which of course is articulated in the Night of the Broken Circle that I speak of in the Satan's Crusaders video. So for anybody who's thrown off or doesn't know what I'm speaking about right now or what I'm referencing, later on at your leisure, you can go to the homepage of my YouTube channel and you can look up Satan's Crusaders. And when you take a look at Satanism in the military, I think is actually the title for the video as it's uploaded. That wasn't the original title. The original title was Satan's Crusaders. But in terms of the upload, I think it's under Satanism in the military now. And so if you review that, you'll hear me talk about the Night of the Broken Circle, and that's when a cabal of cretins, all of them high-ranking commissioned officers in the U.S. Army, summoned the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek. And when they summoned Tavush Maliek, we experienced basically the occult equivalent of a nuclear meltdown. They had not contained the entity that they summoned, and we were faced then with basically a mass possession, really. There's no other way to describe it. And for those of you who have never been possessed to that degree, it is just horrific.
It's incredible.
Yes. Have you experienced such?
Well, the Yazidi itself, like the research that I was doing that brought me against them, like brought me to it, to where I came up close to it. I was researching very deeply, trying to understand the roots of modern Satanism, but I was trying to find, and I found that, the Satanist idea, the idea about Satanism, that was much, that it wasn't, what it appeared to be, that it had many different facets, and that there was this strange facade, many of them, but there was this depth to it, and finding these ancient so-called devil worshippers, and finding that the devil was in a way the first god almost, and that there was a perception about it that was completely unique, in the world, that was forgotten.
Yes.
And that it was this strange thing. And then I came across the Yazidi, and then and many of these kind of dark web outlets of Satanists and so on and so forth that were discussing it. But at the root of it, with these people and the way that they were being attacked by ISIS, the way that they were being that there was something about that, and I was just looking, and then it's clear that you have, found a lot about it and know much more than I can find. You come to it eventually. You come to a dead end. You come to a wall.
Yes.
I know a lot of this information, and there's nowhere else to go with it. I've come up against a wall recently. Whenever I made my last, when I've stopped kind of making anything at all, because you eventually come to a spot where there's nowhere else to go with it unless you find someone that has something else, that they know that isn't on the internet, that they know from firsthand experience, and that's you.
Thank you. No, profoundly appreciated. And so when it comes to the entire subject, it was after that possession, and obviously I'm not possessed to the extent I was that night, but the fragment is there and always will be, and it's something that I've paid a high price for, in the sense that something is missing, has been missing since that time, and I explained that in the video, which is of course the Satanism in the military video, and that's something that I do recommend that people review at their leisure, and if you haven't reviewed it yet, that would help. But
I did.
Oh, okay,
That's
you
actually
did.
what spurred me to it. Yes.
Okay, so
The
just
account that you gave, you were working the incinerator,
yes.
as you were describing it, and the cold that came in. This reminds me a lot of have you ever that I was. Well, I have an interest also too, especially the season is coming up. There's the story of the Crom. They refer to it as the Crom-Dou, the Crom-Croc. These different accounts of like a crooked god, and
Yes.
and then you have it would have been in Ireland, where this was around the time of the Fumerians and the first kings of Ireland, and there were many different people who came through Ireland, and with this group, they had this god that had come in called the Crom-Dou, I think, or the Crom-Croc, however they say it, and there was the king of Ireland. It was Tigern-Mas, I think, Tigern-Mas, and there with 4,000 of his followers, and supposedly they were up worshiping on the mound, and with the 4,000 men, and it was called the Seventh Plague of Ireland, and they were struck dead there, and it was on Halloween. It was on Samhain, supposedly they say, on October 31st, on the eve of November. And some say that it was a mystery of how all of them died, all 4,000 plus the king. But some say too that maybe it was St. Patrick. But I thought it was very strange, because it seems like the Crom, the sacrifice god, that he was very much akin to like Christ. So it goes a lot into the sacrifice god, the Isus, the three-faced god, the key holder of heaven and hell and all of that. And it seemed like I don't know, like there might be a connection there with I don't know if it is the same, but because I'm always looking at, like there's Horus, and there's just so much there. There's the Hathor, Hathor, and all of that. So it's just there's just so much.
The
weird.
reason it's on the
You know what I mean?
31st, that thing. Why is it there on the 31st? That's when
Right.
the sun enters Libra. Is like the it's like the nadir of its transit. Yeah. So it's like entering its fall cycle. Or fall. So it's related to that allegory.
By the way, you're very muffled.
I thought so too. I think it sounds a little quiet.
Yeah, could you come out from whatever chair you're hiding under?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, much better now. Thank you.
So why is Halloween on the 31st? It's because the sun enters the first degrees of Libra, sidereally, which is the beginning of its fall. So those are all solar symbolisms. That's why Halloween's on the 31st and all these things, because the sun's considered to go down into the underworld during this time. That's where all this comes from.
So it's very iconic then that they all, if the story is true, that all of them, those 4,000, and that king that they should fall on that day. And then with that, the God that they were talking about that now has become nothing, except for like legends and everything. It's just that, you're looking at all of what is the dichotomy, right, with these gods and the way that we perceive them. I don't know,
So to put into some perspective the conflict that was going on between ISIS and the Yazidi people, what I didn't bring up in Satan's Crusaders or Satanism in the Military video, but have articulated later on over the years, what I've explained to people was that when Lucifer fell, and of course, for those who do not know, Tavush Maliek, the peacock angel, is Lucifer. Lucifer, of course, is an entity to be disambiguated from Satan, which is Shaitan, also known by, of course, other names as well, but often conflated with Lucifer in the...
Melek al-Taus.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
And al-Shaitan.
Yes. Explain the difference. If you can.
Yeah, Melek al-Taus is like what's considered, like you said, the Lucifer is actually like the light bringer.
Yes.
And it's very much more related to like Venus. So the Venusian aspect is this like Promethean being that gave light to humanity. The light of knowledge, or whatever you want to call it, which is like, it's a double-edged sword. It wasn't considered to be good or bad. This being is like, he's more fierce as well,
Mm-hmm.
And then different, in a way, it seems. I mean, continue, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Oh, he went under the table again. If you...
And am I back?
Much better.
So al-Shaitan is like a blanket term for all negative entities, but it also comes from Satan, Satan, or Set, the god Set. So it's a being that was a ruler of the underworld, the crossroads, plagues in the wilderness, the desert, these things that are all anti-life. Whereas the Luciferian aspect is not necessarily against life itself. It's more of a ambivalent, more associated with knowledge and light.
Yes.
Which light can also be, used negatively. Like the sun in its bright form can blind, but it can also reveal at the same time. So that's where this kind of nuance comes in. That's how I would put it.
Thank you. I mean, that's beautiful and a good way to explain it. And certainly when it came to...
and the Shaitan or the Satan is like this. It's like a darkness, an ignorance, a tamasic kind of covering. So it puts beings into like darkness, where they can't see where they're going, what they're doing. They don't know they don't have their destiny in their own hands. Whereas the Luciferian aspect allows you more control over your destiny. Not necessarily in it, like you could go in a negative path with that as well, but you just know where you're going, as opposed to not knowing. That's how I think that's the best way to put it.
Excellent. Yeah. And Jennifer, what does this bring to your mind before I go on with my normal, shall we say, before I start sucking all the oxygen out of the room, as this one lady once put
Not
it.
at all.
So, yeah.
I'll try to... Okay, so I think that when talking about Satan, that it goes into the Digimon, like the confusion of the languages and the Phoenician alphabet, and that maybe the first opposition, as they did with the killing of these gods in many ways, as man killed God to try to make themselves into God, there is the first opposition was perhaps what would be called like the father of them all in a way, that there's some type of correspondence perhaps with Satan and the All-Father, and that there might, and it has to do with the the eyes and everything, and the seeing and the viewing of the world, and that one of the eyes can't see, and so I think that the opposition the accuser, as man has perceived it, it's the indifference of this dark God, the fact that it's something that doesn't want prayers and doesn't care about that and doesn't want worship. But then the son of Satan, these sons of God, that they did in a way want to be reverenced or acknowledged. And you have this information of like the light of knowledge and rational on the animal that is the human being, like the original animal of what we in these original species. It goes a lot into what the species of humanity and their brother and their kindred of what humanity is, that they are not alone in this, and that the original the origin species and the branches of this species that we are not aware of most of the time have a broader knowledge and would be considered a malevolent, perhaps evil, but also positive. But that's our interpretation of it, of this species that has different motives than human motive. But Satan, as we're perceiving it, is completely like a man-made diatribe. And then you have Lucifer and Jesus and Jesus, these key holders of the living and heaven and hell and so forth. And they've passed that around, these key holder gods and goddesses. But just that Satan is may have been this aspect of God, this dark aspect, or female or male, whatever, or both, that wasn't different. And so, but there are these offspring from that are not, in a way. But for example, in the case of Lucifer, it offers knowledge, good or bad, like good and evil being considered an idiom, like for good or for evil, good and evil being an idiom, almost like raining cats and dogs, or something to that effect.
Right.
But I don't know. It does seem important if we could try to understand it.
Of course. Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. And by the way, Brendan Zogit has sent myself a little message about this stream live. So that is something that I will try to learn to use with his help. He's pointing out that local recording for guests is available in the settings. That should ensure preservation of the recording.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And so I might be able to work with you using the Streamlab. I'll practice with our man Brendan first. This is something that, with MUFON, I didn't have a chance to practice Zoom with any of that. But it turned out it was impossible to record from the guest side anyway with Zoom.
Well, you don't want that. Just whatever would make you most comfortable. And of course, you need it on your end as well.
Yes, and so Brendan and I will play with this, and hopefully first, of course, I'll have to make it through this week of holidays, and then I'll show him my schedule naturally, and we'll figure something out.
The day we picked is kind of neutral. It's kind of nice. It's kind of in a slow. It's after everything has kind of passed, and everyone maybe be kind of in a lull. And then we can bring, at least, have a conversation after, because it's after the holidays and kind of just prior to the holidays. So.
Probably when you and I, which we'll do anyway, no matter how much I practice with Brendan, you and I will, of course, just for the sake of.
We have to we have to kind of practice.
Yeah, we'll practice. One at least a day before the actual interview. You'll probably, at that point, we'll probably go into a conversation for a while, and then you can just upload that anyway. That's probably what's going to happen. But certainly I want to thank Brendan for the fact that he's following up with this so well. When it comes to what I was going to say about the Yazidi, and basically when the peacock angel, Lucifer, who manifested, of course, as this great angelic being of splendorous beauty, the peacock effect of his multiple wings, the radiant light, all of that, which makes him so rightfully prideful. he realized he needed his own population. We do need to understand, of course, that there is this concept that's out there that gods will die if they have no worshippers, that there have been other gods, but they've died off as people stopped worshiping them and began to acknowledge, in particular, monotheism, and that we at least still have the sense to bestow these ancient gods with life, but we think of them as so weak, almost parasitic, as dependent on their worshippers. Yet if you understand, of course, the dynamics of, say, classical mythology, the Greek gods, of course, they portray them in some films that are quite well done, where they show them as saying something like, oh, without worshippers will die off. But that's not the case in the actual cosmology of the Greeks. The Hellenic ancient Grecian peoples thought of the gods as being extant long before they created man. So obviously the gods don't need man.
Right.
Yes, the
I would
gods
agree
simply,
with that.
they simply
Sure.
appreciate man. Basically, in the sense that one would appreciate something like a combination, I think, in their eyes, something like a combination of mammalian pets like cats or dogs, except as a social construct, it would be kind of like cats and dogs if they lived in giant ant colonies or something, is how they would
That's a good
proceed.
analogy, I think, to consider.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're like furry ant colonies. What a disgusting. It's probably how they perceive us as, and yet cute to them. Somehow cute to them. Or
Yeah,
it used
I've
to be.
wondered, you brought up the Homo nocturnus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go on.
Like, that was
By the way, George Knight is with us, and George Knight has been introduced to the lovely young Jennifer Hawkins. And so, George Knight, welcome aboard. How long are we graced with your presence tonight before you have to return to work or take off?
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Thank you for inviting me on the show tonight. And just wanted to firstly ask, how was your birthday? Did everything go well?
Oh, yes. Thank you for asking. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. As always, not happy to be home, of course. That goes without
Yes.
saying. And, of course, there's, now the kind of sadness that comes with my father's birthday, the man who raised and guided me, my dead father, my legal father. For Jennifer, she's not familiar with the entire...
No.
So how much about me do you know, Jennifer? Before I say something stupid like that, I mean, let's put it this way: the way I asked
I
Victoria.
know that you were the research librarian for the Department of Defense,
Okay.
and that you were during the time of the Presidio incident and with Michael Aquino, and I know that from there you have had a breadth of knowledge. That's what I know.
Okay. And so do you know do you know anything about my particular
Personal?
physiology?
That's
I can add
your
something.
mother.
Yes.
That there's perhaps the dampier.
Yes. Okay. So you do know that.
Not obviously. I mean, just slightly. I've heard you talk about it,
Okay.
and I would not venture to assume anything. But yeah, I've heard you speak a little bit about that I think very fascinating.
Okay. I mean, not that not that needs to be overdwelt on, but I'm happy to talk about it when people are.
Fascinating point.
Thank you. I mean, happy to talk about it when people are interested, but it's something that I often bring up because people usually ask questions about it, and of course, my birthdays and any holidays I celebrate is when I take advantage of the environment that thankfully I've been given access to basically feed. There's something a little bit here about. Thank you, George, for asking, and this is what it brings to mind. When George asks about this is what it brings to mind. I do want to go into this a little bit before I go into the Yazidi, because I mentioned something to Samuel Romero, who is one of the twin brothers who contributed during my birthday financially, and always appreciated that they do that. And this is Isaac and Samuel Romero, twin brothers who grew up with nothing less than 7 sisters immediately in their household. And there are apparently more children produced by their father. What a busy guy. But with 7 sisters and this pair of male twins, it's a wonder they didn't grow up gay. I mean, they were the youngest too, tail end twin brothers at the end of 7 sisters. I would kill myself. At any rate, when it came to one thing I had brought up with him at the time, and I really wasn't even thinking of it consciously, I did bring up to him, no need to talk about publicly unless I ever bring it up, but I was telling him how, by the way, Jennifer, are you aware of the rise of a form of what many people would consider vampirism in Silicon Valley?
Not in Silicon Valley.
Okay, just to explain it to you briefly as possible, what has become over the years, and this has been going on for, at this point, well over a decade, probably around 2 decades by now. But over the years of the development of Silicon Valley, what has happened is that many of the moguls involved with the industry, and it's increasingly become an identifying factor where it's something which they can relate and identify to each other with, is they have taken advantage of the phenomenon of parabiosis. Now, parabiosis is quite real and it's medically proven. However, it's one of these things that's highly discouraged and pretty much scrubbed from the media because they just don't want people emulating it, because things can get very bad when you get people just trying to emulate this on their own and they really don't know how to do this, and they don't have the resources, and they wind up doing stupid things. But a good example would be, well, I mean, I'm being very vague right now, but in terms of what I'm speaking of, basically, parabiosis is where if you have the blood of a younger person, and we mean younger, basically someone under legal age, and usually kind of coming into adolescence, usually pre-adolescent coming into adolescence is preferable, and then maybe around adolescence and very shortly after that is okay, but basically high school is when it stops. But basically up to and we're talking like freshman high school years, sophomore, not really far beyond that. But it's something that is carried out quite legally and quite overtly by Olympians. Any professional athlete or Olympian athlete, what you'll see a lot of them do is when they're in their peak stage of performance, at their best and in perfect health, once they're in their ideal physical condition, what they do is they'll have some blood removed and they'll put it on hold. They'll put it in the freezer, so to speak. And therefore, before a competition, one which is important to them, they can pump that blood back into themselves. And they can do this in front of a battery of judges, and there's nothing the judges can do about it. Because it's your own blood. It's not dope. It's not something that's tainted with steroids, and therefore they have proven to increase their performance levels by doing this. Getting that extra shot in the arm is viable. But beyond that, when somebody is older and their body has stopped producing many of the things that young people are producing regularly, especially prepubescent or pre-adolescent younger people, then what happens is that older people will be invigorated by taking on younger people's blood. So what the wealthy do in Silicon Valley is they'll fund orphanages, and they'll basically adopt many orphans, and these orphans will be basically raised and provided education, and in return their contributions will be in blood, and this is what is given to the people who sponsor their schools and raise them in these orphanages. In return, they get the young blood, which is medically quite efficacious and has profound physiological effects to help them basically rejuvenate to a degree. To a degree, it retards aging, and also if it doesn't retard aging per se, what it does do is it makes one much healthier while they're alive. The thing that has developed over the years was they used to have blood drives at high schools, and what people just didn't understand was you have blood drives at high schools, and people assume it goes to the blood bank. What people don't understand is blood banks will get contributions from wealthy donors and sponsors, and ultimately the blood banks are beholden to them. Part of the contract that is involved with their support is that the blood banks will turn over young blood to these Silicon Valley moguls that are funding them. That was the old days. Nowadays, instead of relying on the high school blood banks, which could have tainted blood, kids using drugs, kids on steroids, then there was the orphan funding. But nowadays, basically, the wealthy of Silicon Valley basically will run a kind of daycare center on their estate. It's basically for younger people. We're not talking daycare center at the level of infants. We're talking about generally these are usually kids who are going to be younger but are essentially potentially runaways, but have not yet fallen into drug use or selling their bodies for sex. And usually this is several convergent factors arise here. One is that overwhelmingly, the moguls of Silicon Valley are male. Overwhelmingly, they don't want to use female blood because they don't want the estrogen. Therefore, they use young male blood. The catch is that most of the time this has a problem of increasing testosterone, which men already have too much of. And the end result is hair loss, increase in rage, anger, anxiety. Therefore, the balance that has been reached over many years of experience has been, first off, the horrible fact that even today, despite education and efforts to normalize homosexuality, basically there are still an overwhelming number of families who, as soon as they find out their child is gay, will reject them, literally kick them out of the house, disown them. It's incredible how common that is. Before such kids wind up being exploited or used, they are adopted, and many of them wind up at Silicon Valley, where they become transfusion affiliates,
right.
i.e. blood boys. The interesting thing is that you are what you eat, in a certain sense. So when these Silicon Valley moguls get these transfusions regularly from young gay men who have the advantage of not having so much testosterone, and therefore do not provide all of these side effects of hair loss, increased anxiety, rage, and anger, and stress. Right. Yet at the same time, most of Silicon Valley's moguls become increasingly, after years of transfusions, increasingly more and more gay.
Incredible. That's incredible.
Now,
because I had not heard about the Silicon Valley vampires, but it reminds me a lot. You know, when you're looking back on all the history of throughout all of the stories I have heard that of taking, not so much like exactly as you're saying, but as people might perceive it, that you are what you take in, the concept of taking when warriors were fighting, the way that they would take the blood, the way that they would take a bite out of it, that it would bestow them with the same vigor or the same power, that belief system. And I actually, when I was listening to the story that you did about it, I actually had a couple of friends over for dinner, and we had listened to the interview you did about vampires and addressed the vampire, and it was so fascinating and awesome. My guest asked to listen to it twice, and there was such a sincerity there and such an honesty. It was impossible not to be pulled in and wanting of every word. I was just like, see, I'm not weird or crazy. This is real, and for me, it has been, and and they were blown away, and I felt like they understood why I want to talk with you so much about it. So I think
definitely you're welcome to take snippets from what we're saying now and put it on your channel as well. We'll probably cover it during our practice interview and the regular interview. I mean, I certainly want to get back to George, but he's raised a subject here about how my birthday was, and of course during my birthday and during my holidays in general, they're kind of predictable in a sense. Aristides was saying, "Oh, your birthday must have been much more exciting than mine." I mean, well, in a sense, they are. In a sense, well, I just basically drowned myself in boys' blood and recreational narcotics and escort sex. But when it comes to all provided, of course, by the estates in exchange for my services, which is basically tutoring the blood boys. In history, they have other tutors for science and chemistry and math, I assure you. But history is my forte, and I do tutor them in that. Brendan Zoget is now saying goodnight. Brendan, before you say goodnight, do say goodnight to all our listeners and to everyone here, please. And let's see if he's able to get off mute. And hopefully he's... there we are.
Yes, good night, everybody.
Yes.
Gratitude.
Have a great night.
Yes.
It's good to visit with you.
Yes.
Yes. And we love you dearly, Brendan. Hopefully you get a chance to talk to Jennifer, and also I'll work with you on this, okay?
Yes.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Gratitude to the goddess. It is the 9th night,
Oh, yes.
cumulative night of the power of the goddess. So,
And
gratitude.
are you willing to give us a little summation of that paragraph or so? Tell people a little bit about your belief in this, your cosmology in this.
Yeah, it's the 9th night of Navratri. It's a Vedic holy day, Wholy, which it's 9 nights of the goddess, and it represents the 9 forms of the goddess Durga in her battle against the negative force, or these different beings throughout the mythology storyline. And tonight is the culmination of her power as the full form of Nav Durga, the 9th form. And Durga, she's like the unfathomable depths of the cosmos, the Shakti, the powerhouse of the divine. Like where all beings gain strength and power, So tonight is the culmination of her moon, her final moon, before the day of victory. So I just want to shout out to the divine goddess for supporting and allowing evolution, and allowing a place to stand, and all the elements as well. So that's all.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Bless you. Have a great night. All right. That's our dear Brendan. So with that, turning back to what I was covering when I was speaking to, before I get back to Sammy, I'll make this as quick as possible. Before I was speaking to Sammy, or shortly thereafter, when I brought up what I did about the Blood Boys, which I haven't shared yet, basically I was talking to Brooke. And before I get into that, before I forget, just to give people an example of how bad it can get and why the media doesn't talk about parabioses, our dear Brendan just shared a link, which is in our chat, which is how young blood might help reverse. And this is aging. And so he speaks about how the impact of aging on the human animal and how young blood might help reverse that. This is proven in mice, by the way. So it works in mammals, period. It's something that's universal. Such being said, of course, nobody wants people to start doing this on their own because of examples like the wealthy individual. He was wealthy, and his name was Blake Leibel. He was this spoiled child of a Canadian real estate mogul. He married a Slavic supermodel from Ukraine, I believe, named Iana Kazian. And her very name probably shows she's got Armenian descent. Most Armenians have a surname that ends with the IAN or Ian. But with Blake Leibel, he became like this, with his father being a wealthy property magnate in Canada, he had all kinds of money and at the same time spent it. This was something that left him still wanting. He invested in his own comic book publishing, which shows you just how spoiled and juvenile this individual was. Did a series of comic books called the League of Free Worlds or Federation of Free Worlds, something like that. When he married this supermodel and she gave birth to a baby, believe me, the younger the blood, the better, and therefore from infants, the best blood of all comes that truly takes a big jolt into a person in terms of age reversal, or certainly making them feel years younger than they are, if not decades. He was trying to take the baby to drain it of its blood. He had all the equipment, the tube set up and everything to conduct this crime. When his wife, of course, intervened to stop him, he basically hung her up on a meat hook by her feet and drained her of her blood. Now, this is something that all the while she was screaming. They were in a wealthy elite neighborhood. Everybody was just afraid to call the police, and finally, by the time someone took action and called the police,
I'm glad you're bringing this up, Mr. Dietrich.
Yeah.
This is actually huge.
Yeah, of course she was.
People have not heard of it.
Yeah.
That case.
Thank you. And of course she was dead by the time the police showed up. The baby was saved and taken to appropriate parents, as I understand it, or people to act as its parents from that point forward. Either relations of Iana Kazian or something like that, from what I understand. I really haven't followed up on that, and I don't believe it's possible to do so without extensive detective work. But for he himself, of course, he is in prison, as he should be. But probably the supernatural aspect of this truly comes in when the police responded and, of course, rescued the child and put this man under arrest. By that time, his wife was skinned alive and already dead. The forensic coroner, the pathologist, concluded that she must have been dead for hours, that no one could have survived that loss of blood because her blood was all being drained into buckets that he was collecting. A pathologist concluded that whatever screams the people were hearing must have been almost, well, basically supernatural. He said she couldn't have been alive and emitting those screams because she would have died at this very early stage in his torturing her and draining her of blood, because her body would have been empty of blood, and yet somehow she continued screaming for hours thereafter and distracting him from bleeding out the child. This is an example of a mother's supernatural dedication to her child, and it's also a reason why I believe awards, as in military level awards, should be given to mothers who make these sacrifices, because they happen often enough. And far more than people realize. But Mark H. has joined us. And Mark, I would like to introduce you to Jennifer Hawkins. She's the young lady who has her own digital transmission that she hostesses, the Arcane Observer. And do say hello. This is Mark H., our fixer from the world of legal gambling, which, of course, has taken on just radically outrageous mutations ever since it was rendered legal, and the betting online is just out of control. Mark, if you would tell this young lady how you fix as many situations as you can when you can.
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise. Pleasure to meet you, Jennifer. Thank you, Douglas, for having me on. Hello, gentlemen. George Knight, everybody else. Pleasure to talk to you guys. So I'm in this wonderful industry that Douglas just mentioned. But Douglas, from a past transmission, we were talking about, good fortune and manifestation and things of that nature, correct? So luckily and thankfully enough, I've moved myself in a position to be in a better situation.
Oh, good.
So you can just call me a fixer from now. I'll be good for a fixer for right now.
Okay.
But I do. Yes.
Great.
So I'm out of there. I'm into something that I want to be in, which is I'm very excited about.
Oh, great.
Awesome.
Yes. I always thought he'd become a gigolo someday, and yeah, here we are. It's there we go.
The Iana case, Mr. Dietrich, that you brought up,
Yes.
that he scalped his wife.
Yeah.
He was married, and I'm familiar with this case slightly. It's credible that you're bringing it up. A lot of people don't know about it.
Well, a lot of people don't
Iana.
know that he was originally trying to bleed the infant, and that
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I did not see that at all. Just that the comic.
She interdicted to prevent that, and that's when he turned all his attentions on attacking her. And in his mania and his sadism, he did what he did to her, but that
Unbelievable.
her constant screaming, even after she was physically dead, according to the forensic pathology's analysis of the case, kept him from turning his attention to the child. So this is something that, something like that is never going to be entered into the information that's available. One of the reasons I know about it is simply my familiarity and networking in the blood consumption field. Of course, all of these people are taking in their blood through transfusion. They cannot physically digest blood. I, on the other hand, am different thanks to my genetics I inherited from my mother.
Yes, most people can't because they'll get sick.
Yes.
I can't stay because I have to go. I have to go now.
Oh, understood.
So I have to go ahead and get ready for bed to get up early enough in the morning because it's almost 2 a.m. my time.
Understood.
Near it, which is not too late. And I'm so upset because it ruins my night because I was enjoying this a lot. But I do have to make sure that I can get up and everything.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to speak on Wednesday and we can continue the discussion.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. And I just wanted to say before I go that I am so appreciative and honored to be here with you all. And I can't thank you enough, Mr. Dietrich, for having me. And I've been listening a lot to your previous interviews, and I'm blown away, especially with some of the things that I've heard you say that I thought that I was alone in thinking or drawing conclusive resolve about. And I often find in the realm of discussion, there's a lot of fear, and it's refreshing to be in a spot that seems to be fearless. And, how do we look at the truth really without seeing it that way and discover things if it's shrouded in fear? So thank you so much, and I hope you have a great night, and thank you for having me so much, and I enjoyed it.
Stay safe and be well. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful human being, for being who you are, Jennifer. And all of you gentlemen, please come on to wish her the best of evenings. And
you guys have a great night. Thank you so much. And it's nice to meet you all.
Yes.
Sweet dreams, Jennifer. Nice to meet you as well.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Good night, Jennifer. Thank you for being on.
Have a good night, George. Thank you.
All right.
And have a good night. And thank you, Mr. Dietrich.
Take care. We'll speak soon. Bye for now. Thank you. And that was Jennifer Hawkins, hostess of the Arcane Observer. I will be interviewing with her on Friday, the 10th of November. And of course, we'll see how this goes. Now that I'm alone with all of these wonderful gentlemen. Brendan Zogid, of course, is still with us in spirit, but he's entering a meditative phase with his goddess. Who he's been kind enough to give us a graphic interchange format image of in the text box. Brandon Young, I am certain, has fallen asleep, and Aristides probably has as well, though he might be awake, though I doubt it. At this point, he tends to nod off, so it just means George, Mark, and myself. So with you two gentlemen here, George and Mark, let's get back into it. If you want to might need to continue on this topic, that's fine, but we can always hold off. I want you to kind of share with us what's been going on with you. My birthday was fine, thank you, and as usual, the score: blood, drugs, and sex. With yourself, I hope life's been not necessarily as colorful, but hopefully satisfying. I hope work's okay without too many stresses.
Yeah, no, everything's going well. Thank you, Douglas, for asking. Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to just say that I will have to disappear for about an hour or two, but
Okay.
I will return. I'm off today, so we can then dominate the show.
Oh my goodness!
After that,
You know what I might do?
yes.
What I might do is, because of what I explained earlier,
Yes.
this good God, I don't know how we handle this. I could set an alarm or something. Because what I was considering doing was that I have a hearing tomorrow at 1 p.m., which is in the middle of my night. And this has to do with paratransit. So what's going on is with paratransit, this means taxi vouchers is what we used to call them. And it's something that I'm trying to, a privilege that I'm trying to acquire. And so I'll be facing kind of like a judgment panel of a social worker, a a staff member of paratransit and also a paratransit user, meaning a client who is disabled in some manner in which they need regular paratransit services. So this troika of people will judge whether or not I am fit for paratransit, which, you know, I will obviously prepare to meet them by, you know, getting enough sleep first. So I was thinking of ending the transmission early tonight. Not necessarily particularly early, but oh my God, this has to be the night you get a day off. So I was wondering if at some point I check out to go to sleep, we could leave the transmission running. The problem then is shutting off the online broadcasting software, and the stream will end. Basically, it would end after 10 or 12 hours. But it is something that I can set an alarm for just to make sure everything shuts down. But that depends on what time I decide to check out. So we'll discuss that. We'll see how we all feel. We'll work it organically. But yeah, by all means, let's talk with yourself and Mark now. And then you know, we'll have you check out when you have to check out, and then when you check back in, we'll see how I'm feeling, and then we'll work it out. Yeah. I might just set the alarm, go to sleep, and then you could run the show and just basically talk. You could cut loose, and then the rest of the episode that uploads would be yours, which is fine by me if you don't mind that.
Oh, bless Douglas. Yeah, no, I don't think, probably not today, unfortunately, just in case I do have to disappear, because anything can happen today. There are some things, errands I have to attend to and to do. So I don't think today is the most suitable day for that to happen. But it's something we could definitely do in the future. We can arrange that at a more suitable time. Right. Where if it just, it works in our favor.
Well, you know how rare this is. This is actually rare. So hopefully what would happen in the future is that you and I would do the show together when you had time. Yes. And then it would be something similar to this. As for right now, so let's take advantage of the fact that we're all here. Mark, by all means, joined George and I in conversation, because what I might do is refresh myself again for a few moments and then check back here. I had this awful fit for, I have no idea why, but basically there was an enormous amount of what felt to be particulate matter in my throat, so I was coughing like mad there for a while. I made certain to be on mute while I was doing it, but I kept drinking liquids to make certain that I got rid of that phenomenon. But now, of course, I feel like I probably have to go to the bathroom to relieve myself. So let me tend to that, Mark, while George and yourself speak for a few moments, and I'll be right back. Mark, are you there? Let's see if his audio is working. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm still
okay, great. So do me a favor. If you two gentlemen can speak to each other, hold the stage. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Now, George went mute. George, I'm counting on you to talk with Mark if the two of you can speak.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. No, I had to...
Do you have to go now?
Release. No, I had to make a horrible noise. I didn't want the viewers
to listen. Okay. No worries. Okay. So let me leave you two here to hold the stage now. That's been resolved, and I'll be back in a matter of moments, minutes or so. But then we'll get into a three-way conversation for a bit until I decide, whether or not to check out or whatnot, or go into some brief monologue or something of that nature. Okay, I'm going to go mute, and I'll be right back.
Thank you, Douglas. And Mark, how are you doing? Nice to speak to you. It's been a little while, actually.
Yes, George. Always a pleasure to talk to you as well. And it's been a bit. And we've heard quite a few people speak on the transmission. Obviously since the last time we spoke. Yes. So I noticed there's some changes probably going on in your life as well, and I'm hoping those are all positive.
Oh, absolutely. No, thank you very much. And I'm so glad and happy to hear that you've found yourself a new career path. Is that right? Is it just segued away from your old previous role?
The one that the gaming was like, I was in there for a while, but my previous profession was in privatized security, and I'm very grateful to be able to get back into that profession and get into a spot where it's just much better off mentally, financially. It's just going to put me in a spot where I can really do some great things and hopefully, spread some goodwill at this point. So, yeah, I've been blessed, George. So,
Yes.
yeah.
That's,
But
sounds
as far
rewarding.
oh yeah, I mean, I could go on for days at how rewarded and blessed that I feel for this opportunity that I've been given. Just because, George, it's like what's going on over there in the UK with jobs. I've talked to a few guys. I'm a gamer myself, so I game with a few guys in the UK, and they say it's brutal. Like they just say it's absolutely brutal trying to find a decent paying job that they can actually withstand and deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So, hearing that, it's like, I really do. It makes me appreciate, the gifts that I have so much more. And the person I am, I really want the blessings that I've been given to sort of be contagious. I really do. My friends and my family, my loved ones, I really want to ripple it out and, send ripples out to people that I really truly care about, and even strangers, if that's the case, because, just recently the experiences that I've had of just manifesting destiny, manifesting what should be, what I want to be, what needs to be. It's been spectacular. It's incredible. It's just absolutely amazing. Yeah.
That's remarkable. Yes, no, absolutely. And I couldn't agree more. When someone radiates some positive energy and positive vibes, and it certainly tracks. It certainly is contagious, as you put it. And certainly people will latch onto you more. You will see more and more people. Most people generally latch onto people with that positive energy vibe that they emulate. They radiate from themselves. So yeah, no, absolutely. It sounds like, rewarding. It's great to hear that you are so, you're so passionate and happy. The prospects are very bright for yourself, Mark. Yeah. So it's great to hear. And,
absolutely. And
certainly.
I was going to ask you.
Yes, mate. Yes.
Oh, go ahead, George.
No, carry on. No, please.
Yeah, no, I mean, aside from myself, I'd like to kind of see, how you're doing over there, how you're dealing with the situation. Because like I said earlier, just like I know here in the US, it's extremely hard to get a good, decent paying job that is a good quality of life. And employers literally have stacks and stacks of people that they can go through. So I know here, like I had to go through a lot. I mean, you have to always revise your resume. You have to really, really stand out. So I could just only imagine what it's like in that environment over there, of how desperate people must be feeling, because really that's what it is. There's just not enough of these jobs to go around, so you really, really have to be powerful. You have to be assertive. You have to be confident, distinctive. You really have to stand out in order for these people to give you any consideration. So clearly you have some great background. You have background in, hospitality. You have other things as well. How are you dealing with it right now? And it seems like you have a pretty decent head on your shoulders, especially with a family. So how are you grasping with it?
Do you know what? You've pretty much outlined everything pretty accurately, actually, Mark. To be honest with you, because that's exactly it. You have to assert yourself, and you do have to stand out in order to be recognised by the seniors or the hierarchy chart system, the pyramid system, especially the company I work for. It comprises of over 136,000 employees alone, and we have the largest fleet in one of the largest fleets in all of Europe, but the second largest in the UK, and so it's an enormous amount. Yeah, it's an enormous. It's a huge organisation, but you certainly do. But the prospects, the objective is for so they've set themselves a target of getting bringing the company down there, and then they've called it slimlining. That's their fashionable or like attractive term they've used. They're going to slimline the company. That's basically them saying that we're going to get rid of people. And so they want to, in the next 7 to 10 years, bring it down to a workforce of just about 0.5%. So they want to reduce the workforce by 0.5%, by half of its employees, half the population. So yeah, that's you have to assert yourself. And just me personally, with my team, the team, our numbers are around 52 people in our team, and at the moment, because everything's based upon they call metrics or stats. Mine's at the highest, mine's at the top, so I'm standing out amongst all the rest. So I'm not in any position of worrying myself. I'm in a very fortunate and very lucky position. But they're certainly going through them. They're chopping away at the pieces at the bottom. So that's the reality, just as you said. And you do have to keep a level head on your shoulders the whole time, and just keep your head, your nose clean and your head up, head down, just basically.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great point, because you're really, by keeping that mentality that you just mentioned, you're really keeping yourself steadfast and ready to be versatile in any situation, because that's what these times call for that. I've had a conversation, with one of my parents, and try to explain, they don't understand changing of jobs. They don't understand, that generation doesn't understand changing of jobs.
No.
They were used to a form of stability, pensions, things of that nature. And it's just not, it's just not that way anymore. You need to go where you feel comfortable. You need to go where you feel fit, especially when times, of economic, uncertainty. Yeah. You need to find some place to hunker down, like, a place that you feel comfortable enough, because shit's going to hit the fan, pretty soon. And you always kind of be ready to, if you're feeling things out, if you feel like you need to jump into a different industry in order to feel secure, especially, in any situation, whether you have a family or not, survival mode, it's just not the same anymore. So keeping yourself steadfast and being versatile and ready to do something is always very important.
You have to, you have to.
Okay, just got back, and so obviously when I returned, I basically was able to catch just a little bit, and from what I can hear, so I guess this is what you wanted to talk to me about privately, but we'll certainly do that at some point in the near future, George. So apparently they want to cut your company. They want to downsize. So they're downsizing what essentially is a government contractor. This is outrageous. I'm so sorry you're going through this, but like you said, unlike others, you don't have many distractions really. So you seem to be doing well enough at work where they're following everybody's stats. Still, that's got to be a bit of a nightmare. And thank you to the Arcane Observer. Our wonderful lady Jennifer is just leaving a message in chat, and so let me return my signature to her. And in the meantime, understanding what I have, then Mark said, he was just talking to a parent, and they don't understand the changing of jobs, that, when they were young, they had a job they basically stayed with forever. But it's, the world was so different then. Jobs really had something to offer. I mean, if you worked and put in, they would return the favor. You were in turn considered an asset, and then they would invest towards your retirement, that sort of thing. That's all out the window now. Everybody's essentially working the gig economy. And the way they avoid that in England is by downsizing, apparently. Other companies in America downsize, and they're not even offering any benefits. I don't know. Your job is supposed to... The idea was that obviously people are employed, but were there any particular benefits? Like, were people given, like... it's different in England because they have the National Health Service, so it wasn't like medical coverage was an issue, really, I presume. What were benefits that people would get from working with your environment, the company that you work with?
It was the pension scheme. It was the pension scheme. It was a great scheme for people. It's a career for life. That's how they portrayed themselves going back several decades ago. And so, and now people have a very different opinion to that now compared to what they were they were portraying years ago. So it was the great pension scheme for working for the company after so long. Even though you're just a number, in the reality is you're just a number because of the amount of people that work for them. But they, you don't really get recognized as per se, but they certainly do reward you financially at the end of it after committing yourselves to decades of service or a lifetime of career with them. So that was the benefit for it. Obviously with me, it's a transition away from COVID. That was an environment with the industry that was compromised by COVID, and becoming a father, that was the reason for my transition. I needed a structure and a more life and family environment, environment.
When your entire family contracted COVID, was that in between jobs?
That was actually during my when I was employed in my new job and I had my 2 COVID shots. And contracted it. It was brought back because of my wife's environment. It was brought back from work. And obviously, when you're a nurse, because she was administering the COVID vaccines in the Red Hub, she was working in an environment where she was dealing with COVID patients, but it wasn't herself that was in contact with someone with the COVID. It was actually one of her peers, one of her colleagues that transmitted it to her. So she contracted it from a work colleague that went to the shop and came back and then gave it to herself and a manager. So and then it came home to us, the rest of the family. So that was going back. I believe it was early last year. It was actually during the time when they actually eased or released all the restrictions. So then. Before you had to isolate yourself for 2 weeks, but then it was the 1st of April I contracted it, and that was when the restrictions were all eased.
Wow.
So 2022, the 1st of April, that was when Boris Johnson eased all restrictions because of the pressure he was he was feeling under the scrutiny of the scandals that were going on. So he was like, well, let's just release everything. And then obviously I didn't benefit from that at all. So I escaped it for 2 years, and then I just contracted it just as restrictions were eased. That
Jesus,
was
fucking
the irony of that.
Yeah. Yes. Oh shit. But even though you were new at the job, they gave you that time off you needed to recover. Right?
Yes, I had to. It didn't work in my favor because it resulted in, if you have a penalty if you go over a certain limit of days and times you're off sick. So that was my limit. I had to, unfortunately, because before it worked in, you were not scrutinized or penalized for having any time off if it was because of COVID. But then once the restrictions were eased, it just worked as a normal sick day. It just counted as, it wasn't considered anything to do with COVID anymore. It was then, if you have another time off sick, then you have to be, they will call you in for a meeting to then, it's a referral. So they'll call you in and they'll look over why you were off sick. So it's basically a written warning. And then it can go into having a discriminatory, so you'll be meeting after that. So you go through this penalty stage or penalty charges for having time off work. So you'll basically have, they'll bring you into another meeting with your manager, your line manager, and then you'll have he'll consult you and then discuss with you, and it will result in a disciplinary. So you will be for having time off work. That was the process that the organisation go to, and the justification for that, or the reasoning that they say, is because they want to look over your overall health and see if there's any underlying health issues that you are not yet, nothing's been exposed of yet. So that's the reason for it. That's their justification or their explanation for it. But it didn't work in my favour. But thankfully, I've not had time off. I've not had any, and it's within a year. If you have multiple days sick in a year, then you will yeah, you'll be called in for a written warning and then a disciplinary. So you get penalized. There will, for that. So it's, yeah.
Good
What's the word?
Lord.
Efficacious. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's yeah.
Hey,
It's
well,
so,
I mean, that was a trial by fire. That was
concerned and worried.
Yeah. What was that? Is that the last sentence there?
I was going to say it. Yeah, it kind of makes you not want to go off work sick. It kind of makes you want to be forced to go to work and work under any conditions that you are not fit for purpose. So yeah, but yeah, no.
That's so stupid. That's so fucking stupid. Yeah, it's like.
Way, yeah, and as you know, Douglas, for my previous employment, I went 16 years I was employed in that hospitality chain, and I didn't take a single day off sick in 16 years.
Yeah.
And then once I got COVID, that was the first time in my life I had to take time off sick. And more time off sick than probably I ever had since school. And it was not looked. It was frowned upon by the.
Fuck them. Fuck them.
Yeah, absolutely.
What?
Absolutely.
What bullshit?
Inconsiderate.
Oh my.
Yeah, I could say. I could say quite the most annoying thing is when companies do not give you an adequate amount of sick time. Like the previous company that I was at, or the one I'm leaving, they only give you 5 days of sick time a year.
Oh my God.
Now, just think of that. 5 days a year. Most people will get sick, or they'll have instances where they can't be at work. So it's clearly not enough. And so a lot of people they'll use those up, and then they'll just show up to work because they need to get paid. And they'll get everybody else sick.
Yes.
So it's an unfortunate thing.
Yeah. Oh, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. I mean, it's bullshit. The Japanese used to be like that back in the maybe the early 50s, 60s or something. Then they were like saying, they'd hold up some poor schmuck who, came to work deathly sick, and they'd bring him, to the head of the class, so to speak, and show him off and say, hey, this is the working spirit. Then after a while they realized this fucker's just getting everybody else sick, and they had to stop doing that bullshit. So, yeah, God.
So, Douglas, that's actually a really powerful point, and I just kind of want to piggyback on that because that's something about corporate culture and work culture that I experienced when I was actually in the sales business, selling expensive luxury watches. Yeah. And I noticed, clearly in the company that I was at that point where you notice the company culture very quickly of how they want you to be, what the ecosystem should be. And if you don't fit in, you become a target immediately. And one of the things was I noticed during a call, like a big conference call with a regional vice president, that my director jumped on the call when they were away in Aruba. And that they're literally on a beach in bathing suit, like on a conference call, just trying to prove their dedication. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, this person literally never takes a minute of their own time. Yeah. So they're getting penalized for any time that they take for personal. And then to top it off, when they jump on the call and they're on vacation, they get praised for it. So that reinforces it, and that encourages that type of behavior. The vice president, oh my God, I wouldn't expect anything less of you to come on and show your dedication on your vacation. Thank you so much.
Oh, Jesus,
fuck you. In my head, exactly. And in my head, if I was in that position, I'd say, what the fuck are you doing here? Get off the call. And I've heard leaders say that. And that's amazing. I think that's
by the way, that's good leadership. That's quality leadership. Yes.
Absolutely. And it sets the precedent. It sets the precedent for a culture. Yeah. And I think that, the previous one provides a toxic culture.
Yes.
And then if everyone doesn't, that's the expectation. And if you don't fall up to that, you're just a slacker, which I think is fucking bullshit, quite frankly.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, I felt that we did this like weird little dance where I brought up the term cult, which of course is this, it's this trigger word. And then, with Brendan Zoget and Jennifer Hawkins, we were doing this weird little dance where I was like, defining cult and basically, but that's a cult when you're talking about this toxic culture.
100%.
Yeah. People.
Yeah, that's exactly like culture. Yep.
Yeah. And in that sense, it's truly toxic. It's cultic. It's you might as well be getting branded with a company logo. Like it's just bullshit. Oh my God. And with what George Knight's going through, of course, I mean, he's stuck in a world that it's their way or the highway. In America, we still have at least the illusion of choice. There really is none where George Knight is at. I mean, after many years, his wife took away, dropped the nursing and took up a different job. But look how many years it took her before she developed the confidence to do that. And I'm still kind of wondering at the how is it that she qualified again? I mean, let me give you an example, George. When it came to it's not that I doubt her intelligence or her talent. It's just that say, for instance, when in America, it's like if you went to the employment development department and just said, I'm looking for a new job, they're just going to turn you over to whatever work experience you had. They'll just try and find you another job just like that because that's what they feel you're qualified for. But she went into from apples to oranges. How did she go from nursing to this federal aviation inspection, so to speak? I mean, how did she qualify for that? What made them? How did that work?
Oh, I think because she was working in the compliance department, I think she has some experience or background in that, and it was her enthusiasm and her passion towards aircraft, and now she's going through relevant training to supersede that, to then become the next stage up, which is what she wants to become is either a trainer or an auditor, but she has to go through the relevant training in order to do that. So I think companies now, I don't think they look at your credentials or your qualifications, so to speak. It was like with me, I came from a hospitality background. And what they explained to me was, we could train any human being to become an engineer in telecoms, but we cannot train people in friendly and efficient service, customer service. And I was like, but I have 16 years of that. So that's where that kind of went in my favor. So I think they kind of I think that's how it works. And the people that are incompetent, inept to complete their tasks, I think like I explained earlier, I think they're chopping away at those pieces. I think they. So
what you're telling me about is that what they're really doing is they're purging themselves of people who are socially retarded.
I guess so in one aspect or another. Speak, Douglas.
I was going to say that's my experience recently. I mean, I've been pretty aggressively interviewing, and then to my obviously amazement and gratification, I got some really good results. But that's what the experience I had, and most recently that was
it helped that he slept with the female interviewer. Yeah, go on.
But that did help. But that's actually, George, that's exactly what I went through a series of interviews, and I think the third or fourth last interview I had, that's what he said. He said, I've been in 4.5 years in hospitality, starting a brand new property. And you could tell right off the bat, if somebody is personable enough, and you'd be okay with being around them for a full shift or whatever amount of time, and they're easy to be around. You can have a conversation with somebody for an hour and a half straight, and it doesn't feel strained, and it just feels like a normal, organic conversation with two people, and that goes so far. And that's what this gentleman said. He said. You have a great experience, you have an incredible background, but this is the main factor, is that you can't train somebody to be personable. You can't train somebody to be not socially retarded, like Douglas said. And that's valuable. That's extremely valuable nowadays, So
yeah, because it's so rare. I mean, because most people are becoming increasingly socially retarded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very true, Doug.
Yeah, it's.
Sorry, I don't want to segue. But it's unbelievable when it does. But I don't want to segue. But actually, last week, it's the story I want to share with you, Douglas.
Please.
And it can be on air. I went for an entire hour speaking to one of my colleagues after work. I went into the historical aspect. He was he basically went for his equipment easy test to get his his equipment tested by this easy tester, which is fit for purpose, fit for work. And he basically referred to the further I can exile, because I explained to the easy tester about my YouTube channel, and so he was referring to that. So then I went into an entire, and he said, at the end of it, he goes, well, you've been speaking for the last 50 minutes. You've not taken a single breath yet. You didn't get a word in for 50 minutes. But
that's good. That's good. That's your practice for actually doing a transmission or doing an interview. Hopefully you'll wind up being interviewed by Jennifer at some point on the Arcane Observer. That would help immensely. But go on, yeah. So.
Oh, God, Douglas. It was just And he kind of said to me at the end, he goes, I'm going to give you my feedback. I was like, yes, thank you. It's very relevant. I'll have to go into it, because I could go into it if I need to later on once I return back. But his response to it was, because I was going by the government's perspective. I was saying to him, I kept reiterating that this is what I'm relaying to you is from government documentation. So this is what the government believes, concluded by their own due diligence, through their own research. And so I didn't mention this historical fact, but that was, essentially what it is. This is just historical fact. People can vet and verify it. So that's what I was relaying to him. And he said to me, but you come across, George, when you're speaking, that you do believe it. I said, well, of course, because it's factual. I verified it to be true. And I can get the same evidence to prove it to you if you request it. I can request anything. I can present anything that you request. And but his end thesis to it was, he was like, videos afterwards. I even showed him the photographic and the video evidence. And he was like, with his conclusion, because I mentioned about the Marianas Trench, I brought this up also, and he goes, well, I come from like a physics background. I studied it in my education, and he goes to me that at those depths in the Marianas Trench, there is nothing, no metal on Earth that can sustain. It will be imploded. And I said, well, I know what you're referring to, the submersible sub that was crushed going back several weeks ago. And he goes, yeah, nothing at those depths. The pressure will devour anything. It will destroy anything at those depths. And I just explained to him very quickly that is not how these craft. This is not how these craft are operating. They are operating on the level of it's defining the laws of physics. It has a field generator. It has a magnetic field around it, which doesn't abide by the laws of physics. That is the reason why these craft can operate in multiple environments. That's why they call them transmedium. They can operate in space, operate in the atmosphere, and operate throughout the sea and ocean and at extreme depths. And so, but because from his background, he goes, well, that is impossible. He then just concluded that everything I said was bullshit, just based upon that.
So he was seeking an out. He was seeking an out, is what he was seeking. That's what you call an out.
Yeah, so he explained to me, he goes, I like to see loops. I try to pick at holes. I try to pick at things that people are presenting. But by the way, this guy, last week, we were in this training meeting on Teams and for work, and he was talking about, the question was asked, which person on this earth would you like to go install fiber optic to? And he said Elon Musk. He wanted to go full fiber. And I just thought that explains everything. That explains everything about the, I wanted to ask him, which the next time we do speak about it, I'm going to ask him, well, do you believe that Elon Musk is going to take humanity to Mars?
Right. I mean, good God, because Elon Musk is the biggest bullshitter when it comes to impossible crap. Saying how, we're going to take 1 million people and set up a company town on Mars and I'm going to rescue humanity. And it's all self-aggrandizing bullshit. If Elon Musk himself believes it, then he's truly insane. It would show that he's literally living in a separate reality that is completely delusional, which I would, either he's a complete and total liar, doesn't believe anything he's saying, which I'm 50% landing on, or he's completely delusional, which I'm also 50%
Yeah.
landing on. It's probably a combination of both,
Yes.
and which makes it even worse. But for Mr. Physics, quote unquote, to then say that, yes, as you say, that shows everything, because it just, in the end, is he's choosing who he wants information from. Now, he'll take it from Elon Musk, because according to social definition, Elon Musk is, quote unquote, I'm losing my voice again, a so-called success. But
Yes.
the reality is, for those of you who don't know, Elon Musk is anything but a success. He's kind of like, this is kind of like what people don't get. It's, say, for instance, when I was talking to my MD once, and I made a reference to Jim Fix, which most people are not going to know that name. Jim, like, Jimmy, and then Fix, like, it's either F-I-X, I think it's just plain Fix, or maybe two X's,
Yeah.
but I think it's just one X. So Jim Fix,
Yeah,
you remember him, a jogger?
yeah, Jimmy Savile. Yeah, we watched a documentary. Over the
No,
weekend,
I'm talking
actually,
about Jim Fix. Jim Fix.
Oh, Jim Fix. Beg your pardon.
Yeah,
yeah.
Jim Fix was
yes,
a
thank
jogger.
you, Douglas. Sorry about.
I was talking to a medical MD about this while my mother was still alive, and I was making a point about some silly medical thing, and I brought up Jim Fix because Jim Fix is infamous. Jim Fix was infamous because he wrote a book on jogging. He felt jogging had saved his life, and he died jogging. So it's one of those stories that people would bring up, see what it did for him. Just kind of like the dropping like flies, why would you want to engage in this? Look what it did for him. I brought it up with that tenor, with that flavor. But my MD was adamant. He came right back and he said, I want you to understand that Jim Fix was a great success story. And he said, what most people are unfamiliar with, but it would take a doctor to explain, is that Jim Fix had a congenital heart condition that had actually condemned him to statistically dying at, an extraordinary young age. He should never have lived as long as he did. So he died jogging at a young age of 30 or 40. But he was saying what people don't understand is no doctor expected this man to live beyond the age of 18. And so jogging truly did save that man's life. And the fact that he died doing it only showed that if he hadn't been jogging all that time, he would have died much sooner. So it's something like you think in these relative terms is important. So for people who don't get it about Elon Musk, or, like Donald Trump, they always say he's this great businessman. He's a good businessman. You hear that all. No, Donald Trump is a horrible businessman. He's one of the worst businessmen that ever did. All he ever did, his sole talent was leaping ahead of creditors, is that he would go bankrupt consistently. He would just know when to declare bankruptcy and then stay ahead of his creditors by scaring up more investments, because you could do that after you've declared bankruptcy. It's simply a freedom in America that in other cultures you would never have. You'd be in debtor's prison or something. But with somebody like Elon Musk, it's like people think of it as a success story simply because he's this incredibly wealthy individual. But the truth is he's this astronomical failure. He lost over half his wealth within a period of hours with that whole crap that he's doing with X, that stupid Twitter thing. That by the way, that's a historical first. I mean, for someone to lose over half of their wealth with the amount of wealth that he has within a matter of 24 to 48 hours is you'd have to be trying. I mean, most people would try and they would fail at doing that simply because it would be impossible to fuck up that bad. You'd have to be taking the money and pouring it down every conceivable rat hole or sewer that you could imagine where it's going to fail. And you'd have to make sure, you'd be hard pressed to get that many things to fail at once. But he did. This guy is an idiot. So there is nothing worth looking into with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is pure shit. So yeah, if Mr. Physics says, oh, that's where he's going, then he really doesn't know anything. And this goes to his physics as well, because anyone who is truly a physicist would know that everything Elon Musk is aiming for is bullshit. They'd say, oh, look, you'd analyze, say, for instance, his introduction of the Tesla as a car. and say there's no infrastructure to support this kind of vehicle in the United States, so it's doomed to fail because it may be someday considered historically valuable as a pioneering effort, but it's certainly going to fail because there's no infrastructure to support recharging that goddamn car. So it's useless. It's functionally useless. Yeah, which is why they make hybrids. Then everything he says with space is just self-defeating. It's a joke. I mean, it's the most dangerous thing you could do. If you were, that sport called, what do they call it? Freebasing? When somebody is like jumping with, Mark, help me out here. That sport where they're wearing base jumping.
Base jumping.
Base jumping. That's considered the most dangerous sport on earth. And it is something like 10
it's like a 50% survival. Yeah.
Thank you. And it is something like at least twice, maybe 3 times safer than riding up on Elon Musk's stupid spaceship. You have a far greater chance of dying going up on. You're riding basically a controlled bomb. This is a controlled release of excessive energy to get that thing up into space where you experience this weightlessness. I mean, you have a far greater chance of dying doing that than base jumping. This is how bullshit this guy is. He's not offering anything. So the physicists should see that, but what I think you were trying to tell him, which is something in a sense not necessarily new to me, but I hadn't thought about it in a long while, was that, by the way, our dear Jennifer says, "Oh my God, laugh out loud. I'm a small nobody in this field, but I would be honored to interview Mr. Knight or Mark or anyone from this amazing plane." She's laughing. "I crawled into bed and listening. Laugh out loud. You guys keep me up late." Laugh out loud. Sorry about that. Yes. Oh my God. Well, this is only because George Knight knows so much about the topic, Jennifer. He really does. If I have any heir apparent, in case I ever die, the person who would know the majority of what I was talking about would be George Knight. So in that sense, he's indispensable. But George, so when you were talking about I think what you're saying is that some of the Reich's craft, when I think of undersea USOs are unidentified submersible objects, I tend to think of the post-singularity civilization of the Whene, or we're talking about literally from the days of Lemuria and these other civilizations which sailors have spotted, particularly in the postmodern age, as sailors usually, for some reason, we don't really hear accounts all that often from the age of sail or the early steam age where people were saying, "Oh God, we saw these lights come out of the water." We really began hearing about it with the age of the atomic navies. With the age of the nuclear navies, we began hearing about, "Oh God, we're seeing these things coming out of the water." So it does make sense that some of these sightings would be linked to the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich. But I tended to think of them as Whene or the kind of, as people would think of, sunken continent realm, where their civilization, of course, made their advances, obviously, while mankind was still evolving, or they are human, but at the same time post-human, because they made their advances when mankind was more highly evolved than he is now and has since devolved. Kind of a combination of both scenarios, really. But when you're dealing with that, you didn't bring it up in that light, apparently. When you were speaking to this individual, you were telling him that the Reichscraft, did somebody spot lights in the Marianas Trench? So you've been doing so much research on this. You're ahead of me in some areas. How did the Marianas Trench come up, and how did that come up?
Oh, thank you. Don't know. I was explaining Unterland to him without referring to anything closely linked to the Marianas Trench. I was explaining to him that the depths go far much lower, and I explained about the underground cavern systems that were.
But the underground cavern systems don't have pressure like underwater. So what kind of bullshit is he coming up with?
Thank you. Exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to explain, because they go, and I explained they are. You can compare them to the in Las Vegas. You've got the Grand Canyon, which are miles high. They are eroded cavern systems, and they have a body of water flowing beneath the center of it. And I explained the cavern systems that are underneath the earth is similar to this. And I explained that the overwhelming vast majority of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. Around or over 70% of the Earth is covered in water. But I said 2/3 of that is throughout the crust of the Earth, which is above the layer of the mantle of the Earth. And
no, certainly he didn't protest any of this, I'm presuming.
No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. Nobody can. And that's what I was alluding to. But I explained.
But then somehow he took it and tried to say that this was equivalent to the Marianas Trench in terms of pressure, where you're under all of this seawater. That's a totally different aqueous medium as opposed to what you're speaking of. That's just bullshit. So he's just like at this point just acting. That's just asinine. That's what you should come back at him with. You say that's an invalid analog. That's an invalid analog. It has nothing to do with the with what we're saying. I mean, I'm appalled. But go on. So essentially, you didn't come back with that, and so then he just took that opportunity to kind of check out. Then is basically this was his out.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, at the point of time, it was like he needed to get home at that point because it was just rolling over the time because it was after work and he just wanted to get home. But it was a very interesting conversation. The guy before, which I did, kept referring to him. He was looking at me with glossy eyes, just looking over, because everything I was presenting was like, wow, I've never heard of this before. It was just the naivete of the complete obliviousness to history.
Yeah, basically, this is an information overload, and so he's going into a form of information shock. So go on.
Yes, information shock, and he couldn't. Yeah, obviously, and he did also give me some feedback. He goes, maybe do it in 10-minute segments as opposed to doing 50 minutes of just overload of information where I can't retain any information.
Well, of course,
and I was like,
all you need to say to that is, if I were in a venue where that were practical, yes, but this is not obviously you're in a situation where that's impractical. You're sharing with them what you can while you can, but go on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it, Douglas. Time constraint. Yeah. So I did go into that, and I was just basically presenting what the book's all about that I am writing. So it's a collection. I'm still collecting information before it's fully completed. So, but I can write several sequels to them, several volumes in the future. It would just be great to get that published out there, get that information out there.
Right. I mean, I'm still it's just I'm still blown away that idiot would then try and deconstruct what you're saying by it doesn't even make any sense. That's like me saying that would be like you're speaking about, say, for instance, a certain kind of aircraft, and then somebody says, "Oh, but in space." Your body implodes in hard vacuum. And you'd have to say, what does this have to do with aerodynamics in an atmosphere? It doesn't even make any sense. It just changed, the entire game. And by the way, the idiot is wrong anyway. So when it comes to our man Aristides, he's a material science expert, and he could tell you that obviously they have built solid structures to dive into the Marianas Trench. There have been submarines that have done this. These are scientific submarines that are constructed to do this, that can obviously withstand that pressure. This has nothing to do with those idiots with that tour of the Titanic where that guy was using a space-age spun fiber material simply because it was trendy and was telling these idiot millionaires that, oh yeah, this stuff is what's used on spaceships. And of course they thought, oh, that's neat, but it's like what works in space where you've got a completely different problem is, not going to work underwater, which is actually a more hostile environment in some ways than space. Space, you don't have the pressure trying to crush you. You're simply going to be blown apart by the fact that there's nothing there to compress you together. So it's completely opposite, and the materials needed are completely opposite. And so since they made submarines, and apparently this didn't occur to this individual that submarines have gone to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, so obviously you can build objects to do this. I mean, so this is an idiot. He's just a...
Yeah, no, exactly, Douglas. I was even referencing even the U-boats were even capable of reaching such depths in World War II. And I said this is the, similar technology that they were working with. But they operate differently. They completely operate in a different manner. A U-boat is a submarine that's submersible, able to withstand such depth and pressure, whereas the Wright's craft operate in a completely different system, a completely different technological system, and it's so advanced, so that the West cannot comprehend how they operate. They are still trying to work out how it even works.
Well, what I would presume then, because I thought that this individual had this had organically been something that you had brought up, which is why he, quote unquote, from a physics background, was talking about the impossibility and crush depth. He's basically talking about what's euphemistically known as crush depth. So what I thought that you had brought up was USOs are undersea submersible or unidentified submersible objects, and I thought you meant that in that case some of these Reichscraft might have been plumbing the ocean depths, and because basically they're creating a field around themselves, it is the field that's generated by the Glock technology that is preventing the ocean from crushing the object protected by the field. That, in other words, they were generating essentially a field of repellence so that the ocean depths were not penetrating that field to crush the object within. That would explain how Reichscrafts might might render some of these undersea submersible objects explicable, as opposed to just the Lemurian or lost undersea civilization from millennia agone. So that's what I thought you had brought up, and then he was responding to that by simply refusing to accept the repellent argument based on Die Glock, which of course the physics of Die Glock are probably beyond this idiot to even understand anyway.
Yes. And you're actually spot on, Douglas. That's exactly it. Depending on the energy applied to it, but I did present to him that during the Schickskrieg period, that depending on the energy system, when it's activated, it applies a different type of energy source that emits from the craft itself, from internal to external. And I did say to him to look at the William Lazar case, where he will explain some of the physio aspects of the craft itself. Depending on the energy field applied, he's presented in his interviews that the what he calls the gravity transmitter, the gravity wave transmitter, it emits a force field or a magnetic field that it is impenetrable. But I explained to my colleague that these craft are able to be shot down. They are not, because he was trying to allude to that. I was trying to explain that these are completely invincible, but I was explaining to him that no, they have their disadvantages. They are not entirely perfect craft. They are vulnerable at times, and at times when their energy field is not applied, that these craft can be shot down through projectiles. And this is explained and documented. And I did reference the Washington Post article about how many craft how many personnel pilots were shot down, killed during the Schickskrieg, and I presented him with all this information. So obviously it was a very
and of course he had nothing to say to that.
No, presented historical evidence, the historical.
You notice when I presented that to Brooke, and she was saying, I saw nothing there that convinced me. And at that point, that's when I said to her, just saying I don't believe you is not a valid argument. I mean, you're left with, what are you going to say to someone at that point? You present them all these references, and they just essentially just say, they just push the table away with both hands. It's just like, it's just nothing you can do at that point. The funny thing was, then of course I brought up, she had agreed with me that there are these caverns, that they are habitable. I was checking all these points off that she had agreed with, and then she had to make it a point saying, it's not like you were teaching me this. It's I had come to those conclusions myself, as if there were this, God, there's this ego involved there where it's like, it's like it doesn't matter whether I was teaching you something or you learned it yourself. We're simply agreeing on these points. But it's amazing how ego is so important, and it's such a big part of whether people accept information or not. It's literally, it all comes down to their ego, whether they can handle just shutting down and learning something, or they have to present it as something where they've somehow discovered it themselves. This is what everyone's tripping off of. Incredible. It's why we get nowhere. Why humanity now at work, are they introducing? I'm presuming that based on the fact that they want to basically downsize by half, that they're introducing an espionage system in which workers are reporting on each other, and that this is leading to people, say for instance, just reporting on other fellow workers and thereby eliminating other workers. Is this something that's going on? I presume that this a culture of espionage has been introduced into the system. Is that the case?
Yeah, no, you got it spot on, Douglas. So that's something we'll speak about privately. Absolutely, okay. Douglas. I just wanted to also what I stated to my colleague was because he explained he basically, his counter argument was, well, if they've got this invincible force field around the craft, why don't they apply that all the time? He goes, permanently. And I said, well, it comes with its downfalls to that, because they actually tried during the period of proactive prosecution of hostilities, they tried to mount German Tank 88's anti-aircraft guns to the actual bottom of the craft. But I said where that happened, because of the field around the craft itself, when they tried to deploy or try to drop incendiary bombs, or try to activate these 88 anti-aircraft guns, it would actually explode within the field itself. So I said they were completely inoperable. It was void. It was redundant. It was not feasible to mount these weaponry to the craft itself because of the field the energy field applies. So you cannot apply it all the time. There's reasons for you to activate it and to deactivate it. There's no point having that field around it. That's how they're able to shoot these craft down, just by miraculous circumstances.
Yes.
Because most of the time these cannot be intercepted, because they outmaneuver any form of interceptor fighter pilots. That even these in the modern day of modern jets and different forms of propulsion, they're unable to catch up to this technology. And that was trying to explain to him the reasons behind not activating this all the time. But what he was explaining to me, he tries to find loopholes or try to dig out why things don't make any sense to him. But I remember having that conversation about the American Army Navy flu with the former. He was working for the Borden Herald. It's a local newspaper article. What do you want to call it? Just a newspaper pamphlet, whatever, that would be published daily. And he tried to counter-argue the fact that the American Army Navy flu was even a weaponized, man-made weaponized weapon. He goes, what makes you think it was man-made? I presented with all the evidence about where the source from, the origin of that, at Camp Funston, which was Army camp in Kansas. And I showed him the medical doctors being completely isolated, but they put all the prisoners that were conscripted in these quarantine areas, and they were within contractual transmitting vicinities where they were within the range of being able to basically transmit and then contract the avian flu. Right. And he basically, his counter argument that was, well, probably in the year 1918 they didn't even know about how germs were spread.
That's bullshit.
Oh my god! I said, well, why are they wearing face masks?
Yes.
I said, why are the doctors? Oh
it's incredible insanity. This is like
That's the insanity.
All doctors knew to isolate a patient who had a transmissible disease, and influenza was known to be a transmissible disease, but they put their beds right next to each other. I mean, just practically everybody was basically sleeping in a slumber party effect in a giant goddamn bed together, like it was a teenage orgy or something. It was, of course, it was exactly what they were doing, was incubating and vectoring, weaponizing the disease. This is the horror of the situation, which is why it was called the American Army and Navy flu. So yes, somebody like that, they're like, again, it's amazing how people just are, instead of accepting information and working with it, and just using common sense to understand that there's obviously a logic here, they keep attacking it. They attack it with hostile intent, and their entire intent is basically based on their ego, that they are simply, they cannot not know everything. Your average person is obsessed with thinking that they know everything there is to know that's worth knowing. That, there may be some things that other people know, like specialists about materials science or physics, that, they don't have to know. But in general, when it comes to the general gist of everything, the general aspects of everything, they know it all. This is part of the insanity of your average person in this day and age. They have no idea that as information has become more and more intensive, every individual knows less and less. And the same goes for their history. Obviously, there's far more history out there than people can understand. And rather than accepting how ignorant they are, good God, there's plenty of history I don't know about. I mean, like Brendan asked me, like, oh, hey, how did Portugal and Spain, they're on the same peninsula, why are they different countries? And I'm like saying, well, I don't know, and I've never really cared enough to look it up.
Yes.
But I'm sure something like that you could actually look up and would probably get some kind of answer. But when it comes to, I don't know shit like that because I don't care. But if there is other parts of history that I do know about, I'm pretty confident that I know a hell of a lot more than most other people on Earth. Mark, join us on this. I mean, what does this bring to your mind, Mark?
Yeah. No, I want to support that 100% just because, speaking on the ego, I think ego, being in the company that I'm transitioning out of, I would say that is single-handedly alone is what prevents that property from being great. Literally single-handedly, they're just a bunch of shitheads with titles, and that's literally all it is a fucking ego-stroking contest throughout the whole entire property, and that creates such incompetence, which breeds more incompetence, and it's disgraceful, and that's really, I think, that really prevents that property from taking off. But even going into further what you're discussing about your narrative that you put an extreme amount of effort into, and you can explain it to somebody. I tried to explain to someone recently, and they were so turned off by it that they really decided they don't even want to hang out anymore or that kind of thing. And it's something that you could literally show somebody. I made it a point, but if this were true and was shown right to your face, you would still not believe it. I guarantee you that you would not. And I think that's what it is. It's people's unwillingness to really just take that ego away for a second to learn something different. They're so accustomed to latching on. They've been so traumatized to be conditioned to the same thinking process all the time. And it physically hurts these people, Douglas. And physically, you can see the pain. It hurts in their eyes. they just don't want to accept it. So
it's like you're hitting a child. Go on.
Yeah. No, that's what it is. It looks like they have this like deer in the headlights look, and they don't. The only way to react to it is obviously to fight or flight. But for me, it's like I kind of equate it to another situation that I have where, being from the Boston area and being a single guy, I talk to, I'm talking to different, people. And one thing I come across that I always get ostracized for is that I don't like watching sports. I could give a fuck about it. I really could give a shit about sports. It is what it is, and I joke about it. I can take heat for it. That's fine. But I literally was in a situation with somebody that did not want to date me because I didn't watch sports, and they didn't understand why. Wow. They were like, "Oh, well, is it like what are we going to talk about? What kind of conversations could we have?" And that blew my mind.
That is mind blowing. Oh my God! Especially coming from a female. But go on. Yes.
Well, I think it's just because it's an easy opiate for people, especially in this area where, the Patriots are, Tom Brady is God. Patriots are gods.
Oh my God!
And it's such an opiate for the masses of this area, and I know George has that with the football games, with those games out there. It's just it provides such a service for people for escapism and.
Well, as an example of that, Roger Moore was once interviewed, and Roger Moore said that he was blown away at one point when the British had lost some major World Cup soccer game against Germany. And this British guy came up to him and said, "Yeah, Britain 2, Germany 0," referring to the World Wars, World War I, World War II, that Britain had 2 and Germany had 0. I mean, his response was to equate that as somehow balancing out their loss of this World Cup soccer game. And Roger Moore said he could not believe that people were at this level where they would equate the gravity of world wars with soccer games. This is where people are at.
It's the Roman circus, and it's a really strong opiate for people to escape. And if you've been catching the news lately, which the news meaning like social media updates and little reels and clips of things that have been going on, if you look at a lot of the stadiums in the United States right now, there's just chaos. Like people are fighting in the crowds and the stands. It's just a place for people to go get drunk and fight and act like retards, pretty much. and that's what it's become. And I mean, is that really where we want to be in society? Is that I think there's better things to do, and I think when you don't fall into that, when you don't fall into their narrative. You just you become sort of you just become vulgar to them. You look at it as vulgar. Like why don't you like to be dumbed down like us? Why don't you like to stare at a screen for 2.5 hours and drink yourself stupid? Like what's wrong with you?
Yeah. What is wrong with you? I mean, after all, it sounds like such a blast.
Right. Right. So much fun, yeah.
And it's what your average person does because their lives are so fucking miserable. That's truly the sign of a miserable life. They're just blotting out their existence. It's really fucking sad. At any rate, so Jen says bye for now, y'all. She says night. She says basically she says we're great. We really make her feel at home. So she would be honored to interview any one of us. Yes, and that sort of thing. So yeah, that is great. I'm very glad that she got that out of us. And honestly, with everything that both of you gentlemen are dealing with, I don't know how much of my recent horror story that you caught with that stupid knock on the door and what had happened and what I did to myself, which I have a certain defense for myself in that really wasn't that stupid, but it was stupid enough. So do you guys remember somebody rang my door and it had to do with my phone and the backup phone and just all this crap.
Yes.
It's. I mean, I'm back on all those programs now, just so everyone knows. So far as I can understand it, so far as I can see. At one point, I called Lifeline, and oh my God, what a, it's. Normally, I have good experience because I've been so involved with bureaucracy all my life that normally calls like that would work out, but this one didn't at all. It was just crazy. But ultimately, it did work out, and I think I finally got out of the deal an actual functional backup phone, which is being paid for by the state of California as well. So in the end, it did work out to my advantage. I may have lost altogether probably around 40, 50, 60, 70, around maybe $70. Not bad considering. But that and the stress of getting everything restarted, it's well worth the price if I get a phone that's operational for the rest of my life. Which I think it is. So far since they're operating it, they'll probably continue doing so because, big bureaucracies, they don't know when to stop. So there we go with that. But that being said, you were speaking about, yes, the opiate of the masses, the Roman bread and circuses. What is different and what I do find puzzling, I never kind of understood this, is like, people have been predicting it for some time, and people were predicting through rollerball, various other kind of speculations that we would be heading towards blood sports at some point. But I guess people are somehow satiated with, I don't know, gore porn. Maybe horror films do that for them, but you do wonder, with all the emotions that are invested into sports, I guess the closest thing we have to a blood sport would be basically NASCAR, which it makes sense. It's the Deep South, and everybody goes to see people crash.
Yeah.
It's I guess the closest thing we have is that. But aside from that, why have we not evolved or devolved to the point where we have combat sports where, American Gladiators was awful. That did not cut it. I don't know if either of you are old enough to remember.
I used to watch that all the time afternoon.
Oh my God!
So bad.
Yeah.
What was one of them? I think one of them was like Tornado. They had weird names like Tornado or Torpedo.
Yeah, Wolf and all that. Yeah. But that was the UK version. The UK had its own.
Oh, that's right. That's right. The UK version. Yes.
Oh God, it was insufferable. Insufferable. Was it just fun to you? I guess you were younger, just in a headspace where it was fun.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, it was just the humiliating factor of them humiliating the average Joe. I mean, they put these guys on here. They're literally just they're just roiding off of steroids. They're like 6'4", 6'5", just jacked. And they're just tossing the average Joe left and right. It was just, simple, I guess, stupid entertainment.
That is funny. That is funny. I hate to say it. That would be entertaining to watch. That I never saw it like that. I never saw it like that. It was. I kind of just saw it as, didn't they pit these guys against each other too? And then it got kind of tedious after that because they were on kind of an equal par and they're just running obstacle courses. Am I remembering the right series?
That's it.
Yeah.
I refer, the analogy I use is a non-scripted WWE or WWF. That's the analogy I use to compare it with, to draw parallels to. But also, I think, like Mark said, I think it was scripted as well. Like the rivalry between the contestants, I think that was all scripted. But it's basically just, an orchestrated series of
obstacle courses.
Sitcom.
Sitcom, yeah.
Well, you know what's kind of close now to a blood sport, which I'm not huge into it just because honestly it's super brutal. Is the bare knuckle boxing that's coming out more? I mean, it's been around forever, but it's more now coming out where MMA fighters are actually switching over from normal MMA where they have gloves and more protective gear to the bare knuckle boxing. Now, the bare knuckle boxing, it's much more likely chance to have more permanent injuries. I mean, even with like mouth guards, you know, you got bone on bone. You're breaking teeth. You know, you're really doing some serious damage there. So I would say that's somewhat close to it, just because you're just brutalizing each other at that point. I think you have no kind of protective way. You know, at least the gloves somewhat, you know, stop some of the impact. You know.
No, I hear you. No, it's awful. But the first thing I would say is that okay. So here's the problem. The problem is that as a if we think back on the old Roman gladiatorial scenes, they had some incredible architectural technology. I suspect they had use of mirrors and other lens technology they were making use of that we're unaware of today, because the way that it's structured, your average person sitting in those coliseums is not going to get much of a thrill even with people killing each other with blades and spears and various other implements of destruction, simply because all you're going to see is maybe a welter of blood, but there's nothing really that you see. So there had to be use of lenses. There had to be use of mirrors so that the average person in the majority of the stadium would get a view of what was going on and really get into it the way that they did. That being said, when it comes to Americans and, or the West, Britain, America, because Britain has also predicted these blood sports for quite some time, and we haven't gotten there yet. What Mark brings up is, of course, well taken. I mean, your point's well taken. At the same time, here's the problem for the vicarious viewer. This is what I tried to explain to people about martial arts. The biggest problem that people have is they don't really understand that when you're dealing with true martial artists, if they really were in a fight that would be meant to take one or the other down, not even necessarily lethal, but one presumes it would be, simply because it's martial arts, and theoretically, if you're really studying the martial arts, you really learn death-dealing blows. That's the ultimate point of the whole affair. So if you're learning death-dealing blows and you really see people who are true martial artists, what would you get if you pit them against each other? This is what most people don't understand. People are spoiled by film, and film is choreography. So when you see film and you see martial arts, what you see is really a kind of, choreographed event. This is because they want to give you something to see. You're there to see something, so they go so far as to put martial artists on strings and wires and put them up in the air, and they're making leaps, and they're doing all this spectacular shit, and you enjoy it because it's visually captivating. So you say, wow, that's, you're impressed. But the reality is, of course, since nobody in a real combat situation is going to kick above the knee, and you're, generally just going to be, staring each other down until basically a vulnerable spot is opened up, and then somebody strikes, and then the other person is dead. That's really what a martial arts affair is. That's it. Two guys circle each other until one sees an opening, the other one is lax, let their guard down for just a moment, and then the other one strikes, and the other one is dead. Ideally, that is exactly how it's supposed to work. And everybody who watches that is just going to go, wow, that was really fucking boring. It might be impressive that somebody died, but it's not, it's simply, not captivating. First, the stare down, which most people would check out at that point anyway. Two guys circling each other for hours and staring each other down, most people are going to leave. But by the time somebody dies, everybody's gone. So when it comes to the mixed martial arts, what I tended to see when I'm looking at that, and I've actually been through circumstances that I can go into, but it'll be nothing but morbid entertainment. Through a morbidly entertaining circumstance, I was brought in to the point where I had the front seats to a mixed martial art event, and I was impressed. I was impressed. There was one example where I did see a smaller man, just by sheer technique, pretty much render it impossible for the much larger man to pin him down and hurt him. He, as a matter of fact, wore the other guy down and then, kind of just dragged him off the stage by his feet, essentially. But that's you see examples of that, but normally it's not that. Most of what I see when you watch it on TV, I mean, certainly what I saw were interesting examples at a martial arts dojo where this mixed martial arts event was being held as a fundraiser. I also saw some really stupid behavior that was pitiful and pathetic because you had people who they just said, oh, we still got time, if you're feeling feisty, come into the cage. And they had paramedics available. And, some poor schmuck who was just, I don't know what he was thinking, got into the cage and, basically, had his nose kicked in just a heartbeat and went out. The paramedic checked him like, okay, no immediate cerebral hemorrhage. But I was thinking the chances were high that at some point as that person walked out the door, somewhere down the next following days or weeks or months, his brain would begin to bleed and he would, hemorrhage. That could very easily be the result of what happened with what I saw. But, aside from that, most of what I see with mixed martial arts, when you've got these two highly trained individuals combining martial arts, they're in the cage and basically what happens is eventually somebody pins the other guy down and just keeps beating at him. And that's what you see. It's just, that's the normal affair. There's no big, the people are crawling along the cages and jumping at each other. That's all cinematic shit. It doesn't happen in real life. No, it's just at some point, some guy pins the other guy down and starts beating him half to death until, the guy enters the cage and says, stop. And then, that's basically what it's not visually engaging. So what you're telling us is,
No, I mean, and plus to your point, I mean, it's also, it's kind of enforces something else too. I get it. Like it could be really exciting for a lot of different people. Obviously it is because of the market they create and all the money they make. But I mean, the thing that really gets me off of it, the sport that I do like watching is boxing just because of the different types of techniques. But MMA, I did like at first, but then, I remember being a kid and watching the original UFC fights, and they were so brutal. We're talking about like smashing of the groin and all, just like smashing in the back of the head. But to be honest, it really hasn't gotten too much better because you're just watching somebody and someone's on the ground, and it's like the Cobra Kai thing. Finish him. What are you doing? Just letting them sit there. Finish him, and you're obliterating somebody that's already on the ground and defeated. I just think that sends a really bad message to the public, and I think that's really what's become the norm. Is that finish your brother, finish him off, and
thank you.
Instead of help, I don't know. It's just a weird mentality.
It's a critical point. That is a critical observation. It's by the time that the person is on the ground, they're usually done. And it's by the way, this all reminds us of what Mark and I were bringing up with Aaron Tice about the Evanescer, Dr. David Lewis Anderson, who, and Peter Moon will relate this stuff without... He seems to be oblivious to the, think about what you're saying, Peter. It's like, here's David Lewis Anderson, and he's like, a nuclear physicist who's, developed a time machine, so to speak, and this guy, or at least that's the claim. Peter has a lot more faith in this. He's seen a lot more than I have about it, but in terms of David Lewis Anderson, he was definitely federally budgeted. He was definitely doing shit with the Pentagon, so something was being done. He was definitely doing a lot of freaky shit with physics, but the guy just decided, as Peter Moon will describe, he decided to enter a mixed martial arts, battle, and this guy was an expert and was a champion, but, at first he was, taking Dr. David Lewis Anderson out, and then Dr. David Lewis Anderson recovered himself and then took the guy down. And it's like, first off, that's like cinematic bullshit. It's like when you see, in cinema they do that. The guy's getting beaten and then he rallies himself and then turns it around. Again,
what is this, the Karate Kid?
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it happen in real life in a sense, and this was a Chinese match between two martial arts masters, and this was real, and it was televised and recorded in China, and the guy was essentially running. The guy was essentially running after the other guy, who was obviously more capable in a sense, and the guy was, if the guy caught him, he would have taken him down, almost certainly, but the guy kind of ran him to the point where he kind of wore the guy out, and then when the guy chasing him kind of wore out, then he took the guy out. You know, I mean, it's something like that is kind of like along the lines of, okay, that's doable. You can see that. He had taken a few beatings, was running around, kind of avoiding getting taken down completely. And because he was able to do that, he found the opening and then took the other guy out. But, you know, aside from that, in movies, it's always the guy's down and then he rallies and then takes the other guy out. And that's what David Lewis Anderson did. And when Peter describes that, Peter was there. He's not making it up. But at that point, you got to say to Peter, you do realize this guy's not human. That human beings, it doesn't work like that. It's like, you know, when you're down, you see it in mixed martial arts. The guy's down, they don't rally and suddenly erupt like the Hulk and turn around and take the, anyhow, so there you go. It's just, you know, it just was brought to my mind by what we're discussing. But yeah, what Mark H is describing is awful about this new bare knuckles boxing. I mean, oh my God, that's just like, it just goes to show you that we're entering a stage of true social de-evolution where things are, we're on the verge of collapse. when people are willing to engage in that. I mean, oh my God, what would drive a man to do that?
I don't know. And I mean, you're just asking for, I mean, you're literally just asking to get reconstructive face surgery. Like, you know, you're going to get broken, you know, eye sockets. Your teeth are going to be all screwed up.
Yes.
I mean, if that's what you're into, a lot of people are into that, to be honest. You know, a lot of these guys will do this stuff and, you know, they purposely want to get the cauliflower ear. And you'd be like, you know, because, you know, if you see a guy with a cauliflower ear, you're like, all right, listen, I'm not messing with this guy. He's got a cauliflower ear. He clearly doesn't give a shit what he looks like. He's not, he'll whatever, you know. So I don't know. There's a lot of people that don't care about that. They want the look of, you know, being a fighter, the bulbous teeth, the broken nose. So there's a lot of people that go for that. And
they can have it.
Once you're at, that's what I'm saying. Once you're at that stage where you're getting smashed so much, you know, what the hell, you know, you might as well just keep going.
You're brain damaged. At that point, you're going to be brain damaged at some point sooner than later.
Absolutely. And it doesn't take much. It really doesn't take much to get concussed. Yeah. And a lot of these guys don't even realize it, that they're getting, I mean, first of all, they're getting direct impact for punches. If you talk to any professional football player, even like the amateur football player, even Peter obviously would probably know from playing his football, like, you know, you get hit, there's going to be times where there's going to be minor concussions. You probably won't even realize it. In boxing, it's a constant direct impact to your brain and your head. You're getting that shock to your head. You're not getting away without some serious fallout, you know, or at least some long-term fallout. So yeah, the bare knuckle thing is just like, Jesus Christ. I just don't know. I just feel like there's different ways, you know, we can be more tactful with the way we do our sports, but I don't know.
There's this, for people who don't know about it, you can look this up historically, and America, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean society's going to collapse, but it's usually at a time when I think of America as being like in a depressed state, but maybe that wasn't the case. Let me look up the sport of gouging, sport of American gouging. Let me look this up. American gouging. And there was a George Knight said, just want to say I'll be back, Douglas and Mark. Okay, bless you, George. Say good night to everyone in case you can't, in case I've checked out by the time you come back. Say good night to everyone. Absolutely. Just in case.
I'll be as quick as possible. Thank you so much. Wonderful being on with you, gentlemen, and I'll be back. Thank you.
Bless
Sounds
you.
Good, George.
Thank you. Love you dearly. And so here we are. This is the search, and I'm going to share this both in the link, both in the text and in the chat room. So let's start with the chat room first for our dear listeners. And this is kind of a... okay, so that's a search for that particular topic. I will enter this now so that our man Mark H can see this. And Okay, so there you go. If you look that up, and let's see what we have in front of us, because this is, basically a mixture of boxing, wrestling, and brawling. Gouging prohibited only the use of weapons. A match ended when one of the participants gave up or was unable to continue. Although there are accounts of gouged out eyeballs littering the ground, most historians think that the loss of an eye or other body part was rare. Okay, that's not the way I understand it. Yes, I understand that. The way I understood the sport was that men were getting to the point where they would take advantage of the fact that they were biting, because biting was allowed, and they would regularly get fingertips bitten off, fingers bitten off, that they would basically allow their fingers to heal in such a manner where the sharpness of the bone and the way the finger healed would turn the finger itself into an additional gouging weapon that you could stick in somebody's eye, if you can imagine that. This was so with the Encyclopedia, they're obviously presenting a fairly tamed version of this. Now, here we are, eye gouging, a historical recreational sport in Virginia. Oh my God, that's recreational, like that? Yeah, recreational. And 18th century.
Yeah, there's nothing more than I like than a weekend full of eye gouging, Douglas. I don't know. You like your drugs and sex. I like eye gouging.
Yes. Oh my.
That's all me.
Yes. Now, this is more like it, but in terms of historical accuracy, the Reddit article, an 18th century fighting style based on gouging and biting, practice as a sport. There we are. This is what it was getting into, biting and gouging. So if we're returning to that was the 18th century. That's when I was trying to date this. Here we are. Anglo-American blood sports. If you go down further, Anglo-American blood sports, 1776 to 1889. Americans were fucking savages. These are like, no wonder they kicked them out of Europe. I mean, these are people you wouldn't want in Europe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because you see like Conor McGregor now people obviously are familiar with Conor McGregor, and he's made shitloads of money doing what he's done. He's quite an impressive dude. He talks a lot. He does back up his
bravado.
Yeah, he backs up his bravado. He comes from that tribalistic Celtic background. McGregor's a very well-known name. And everyone keeps saying now, it's like, why doesn't he come back? If I was him, I wouldn't either. He has made so much money just by doing what he's done. Now he's living the life and everything like that. I honestly don't blame him for not wanting to go back in a ring to get hurt again. It just doesn't seem like it'd be worth all the money in the world.
Well, he sacrificed enough of his life already. He must have shortened his lifespan by a good 10 to 15 years at least.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you could tell that, by the way. I mean, his physical appearance, not that he looks bad, but you could tell it's caused, being in the limelight and having that, literally having that happen on when millions of people are watching you. You get humiliated pretty much, and then he has to deal with that. You can only imagine what he's had to deal with. But I really can't, blame him for wanting to enjoy his life doing whatever the hell he's doing.
Whatever remains of his life, yes. Leave him be, yes, of course. I mean, that's yeah. So this is another article, appropriately titled 6 Horrifying Facts That Get Left Out of History, and they speak of gouging in there. So there they have a much more accurate rendition of what was going on historically. Let's take a look at what they say here. What does it say? I mean, I kind of closed the article when I gave you the link. But if you look up gouging in there, what does it tell us?
So I guess it says here it's as far as like even the UFC would mark it as real as it gets, is not even close to what it is here, because like I mentioned earlier, like the UFC first started, my uncle brought me one of the first videos, and and he's like, hey, don't tell your mom about this. And of course, I never told the soul until now. But it's one of those things that you see the video of them smashing, groin and back, like just brutal shit, and but like right here in this article that Douglas says, it says even though they market it as real as it gets, no one really had, like, they were literally biting dicks, it says. dick biting attacks, eye gouging, testicle maiming. Like, this is the kind of things that, so Anglo-Saxons, the English, this old bloodline that warring with the Celts and things like that. They both try to outdo each other, and a lot of them, like what it says here, is whatever they can outdo each other by gouging out the eyeballs, if possible worse, which meant testicle maiming or sharpening their teeth to tear off large chunks of their testicles or flesh. So,
good
yeah,
God.
I feel like this could. Do you think we're going back to this?
This is what concerns me. Do you see this? Yeah. Where it says, speaking of things that would damage a woman sexually, here's what their fingernails look like. These are supposed to be sketches of the hands of a typical gouger, that they grew their nails out, and whatever fingers got bitten off, they would let the bone sharpen and protrude so that they could use that to gouge further. I mean, this is like this is like Creature from the Black Lagoon shit. You can't really pick something up with this. It's more like that all you can do is use these hands as weapons. They're not good for any handiwork otherwise. See what this says? It says, to the great damage of many a poor woman. Good God.
Yeah, no, that's all it needs to say. If you can guess, I mean, just visualize what that means. That's grotesque.
Yes.
And this the most, I think the most grotesque part is that it's man-made. Like, this is organic. We're talking about human like, bones and flesh that are grinded to be this type of torture weapon.
Yes, disgusting.
Ugh.
Oh my God. So this is what happens when people don't have anything to do. This is what boredom does to people. I mean, really, life is nasty, brutish, and short enough. We don't need to make it any worse. But yes, with what you're telling me about this bare knuckles boxing, I fear we may be returning to this. It's indicative of something. A cultural autism, perhaps, but we could intellectualize it all we want. The bottom line is that, is your average viewer going to be enticed by this to watch? I think that with this they might be. It actually would be violent enough, and you'd see enough with today's cameras. You'd be in up close, so you would actually see horrible things. So this would have to be on
like
specific.
The 5K, the 10K, and just the sound, especially if you have like if you know anybody with like a crazy sound system or visual system in their room, in their house, you get that real visual effect, and then you hear the sounds of it. There's people that are just, I mean, everybody's addicted to sensation, pleasure and pain. That's a theme that we're all in as long as we're in this plane. But like people that have the type of expendable income to have that experience, that's incredible. If you can experience that type of thing, I understand why people would sit in their house all day watching Netflix or whatever the hell show they like, if they do have that kind of setup, because you would feel everything. You would feel like, if you're watching the bare knuckle, you would feel, if they slowed it down, you would almost feel the effect of what was going on. And that can be extremely addictive.
I guess. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. You could definitely feel it vicariously when somebody's experiencing that groin pull. Yeah, that's holy shit.
That's next, Douglas. The chewing of the nuts and that kind of thing. That'll be next.
Yeah, if it gets to that point, then we're then we've made it. We've finally gotten to the gladiatorial blood sport stage. We may get there. It's like Jesus. They're pulling out all the plugs. They may as well. At any rate,
Yeah.
so what I'm going to do, dear people, is again, this is very rare, and I hate to do this because we have good numbers. I do hope everyone understands it's unusual because I do have an appointment during the middle of my biological sleep period. I will probably wind up the show for tonight, and kind of that way we avoid George returning, because if he returns, then of course I'd be seduced into staying up much longer than I should. And I should do this for my own sake, just kind of make certain I get a few hours sleep, get enough beauty rest in there, and then prepare myself for tomorrow with these people, and hopefully they understand and are accommodating. We'll find out, but everybody do maintain me in your thoughts and prayers that I succeed in this endeavor and give myself a little more mobility through the paratransit system, meaning basically a debit card for taxis. And aside from all of that, anything else? We're celebrating, of course, Mark's transition to a better, certainly a better role in life, or certainly a better, the important thing is that he feels good about this, that this is not something that leaves him going home, with that shattered world aftertaste.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. This will be, this will take it as a blessing, and I'll be able to hopefully cast on more blessings to others as well.
And
which would be great.
Yeah, and it does show the importance for everyone to be able to socialize. Honestly, Mark is a likable guy. He is an individual who most people will hear Mark, or the way Mark comports himself or presents himself. Mark presents himself with the regular man aura, the regular guy, the regular Joe. He's someone who presents himself in a manner that is, what happened? It's funny you mentioned that. I don't know if you heard me talking about Peter Moon about this, but basically, so my assigned dentist for this transition. It's the way UCSF works is, and so people understand this, is UCSF is obviously University of California at San Francisco, and you have that, and you have the medical component, and there's a dental component. And because I'm in the Kaiser hospital system and they don't have a dental component, my dental component is taken care of with UCSF. So it's actually worked out well until COVID. UCSF Dental Academy there is where they train their student dentists, was the best place to go because they have overseers and they're not owning and paying for their own overhead like a private dentist does. So they're not driven to gouge you and soak you for your teeth, which, a private dentist could very likely will sabotage your teeth to keep you coming back and soak you for your teeth. So these people have no motivation to do that. So until COVID, everything was perfect. During COVID, they fucked up my one tooth so bad. They've done everything for free for me ever since. But at one point, because they, basically did something for me that I thought was very special, and they got me onto a cleaning program that I had specifically asked for 4 times a year, and we were able to make a number of things happen. I gave this one young lady a copy of my book, and I gave it to her, to the female doctor who was her overseer, who had helped her come to the decision to help me with the particular dental problem that I had asked them to fix. And bigger and shit, after she got the book, then the next appointment where I was supposed to see her for a cleaning 3 months later, I showed up at the dental office, the clinic. It's a clinic because they're all students. It's not an office in a university. And I was wiped off the schedule. Literally, the woman at the reception desk is looking in the schedule and says, you're not in the schedule at all. And I said, well, fortunately, I have this card she wrote on. Said, see, this is where she said, come in this day, this time. And, as is usually the case, there's always someone who cancels. So someone had canceled, and I got in with another young lady who actually did my teeth better in terms of the cleaning this time. And of course, she was actually curious about me and asking all kinds of questions. And I said, "Oh yeah, well, since you asked, if I had a copy of my book, I'd give it to you too for free." But I realized that what Mark described earlier, he talked to somebody and basically lost a friend, so to speak, where the guy shut down and then never wanted to hang out with him anymore. I lost this dentist. She basically wiped me off the schedule. She was so scared to death by what she encountered in that book, The Roswell Deception, that she just wiped me off the schedule. And then when I said to the young lady who worked on me that day, I said, well, we got to make a schedule for the next cleaning 3 months from now. And she asked that girl to do that. And then she said, oh, I'll call him. And I knew at that point she wasn't going to reschedule at all. So what I have to do is really, I didn't know how to stand up for myself. Then I just had to take it and roll with it and walk out. But at some point in the near future, I don't expect her to call at all. In fact, I'm going to make the bet she won't. I'm going to have to somehow drop into UCSF and ask them to somehow make that next appointment. Maybe call them and do it probably more realistically rather than drop in. But, it's...
Yeah, I was going to say... Yeah, I was going to say, Douglas, just try calling again. It's a little more, anonymous and... they'll probably hopefully forget. You could just probably slip back in there and just keep it kind of low key.
I'll definitely have to do it with hopefully a different dentist. I mean, obviously this dentist is out. Okay. This dentist is out.
Yeah.
But the problem is you're assigned them until they graduate. That's the problem, which is not long. They basically cycle out. Basically, you're with a dentist for what feels like basically a year, but you're only seeing them a few times, but it's mostly shorter than that. I mean, they have a pretty quick graduation turnover, surprisingly. It's, basically, however, I'm going to ask if I could, I'll try and reschedule, see if they reschedule with this dentist, or if they give me this, she's going to call you back shit. I'll just have to say, you're going to have to schedule me with another dentist. And then hopefully that works out and then work it from there until basically I'm assigned another dentist. But this is I got the feeling because she came out, just for a moment to say, oh, you're going to get this other dentist. And I had to ask her name. She was just fobbing me off without even wanting to talk to me. You're going to get this other dentist. And I had to know the other dentist's name. That's why I said her name. And then she said, oh, this, and gave me the girl's name, which was Canary, which is basically the Asian Indian word for canary. And so this young lady worked on me. And, I was quite happy with her services. But it was... now the problem is making certain that I get regular treatment until I get transferred to another dentist. This one, I pray this isn't the case, and maybe things will normalize. But no, I think this dentist is completely scared off now. Completely it wants nothing to do with me.
I just don't understand because even if people take this in a totally fictional way, which is not intended to be, but even if they take it in such a way, how is it not fucking interesting? I don't understand why it's such a threat or it's so offensive to certain people. It really that's what I think. That's why I sort of get attracted to your show, Douglas, and the narrative is because it interests me when people get annoyed by ridiculous shit, or if I don't know, it just interests me that people that attack things for no reason or for illogical reasons or non-means, that just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. I surround myself with people that are curious, and that's the kind of people I want to be around. I don't want to be around people that are are completely dismissive of everything and shut everything down as soon as they hear it. I would never want to be around someone like that. So the fact that these people don't want to be around us, Douglas, that are, somehow that's great, and I find that to be cheap, good, cheap, preventative nature.
Thank you.
Keep these people away from me. So
thank you. No, I mean, that's certainly appreciated. An interesting parallel situation, somewhat parallel, was the Skokas monkey trial, where you had the teacher who was on trial was just this school teacher who started teaching evolution. And at that point, it was controversial. And then they, took it to court, and this was a cultural milestone. One of the things that was presented in the dramatization, this was the old dramatization. There's probably been several versions of the Skokas monkey trial. But I remember one of the dramatizations that I'm trying to remember the actors that were involved, because that way we could identify which version I'm talking about. But they're not coming to mind immediately. But the teacher, who was a male who was put into prison, he had a female teacher who was like a girlfriend, and she was coming to visit in prison. And bear in mind, this guy was teaching evolution in a school and was put in prison, which goes to show us the nature of the times that he was in, and he was kept there until the conclusion of the trial, after which he was released. But the chances were also there that if he had lost the trial, if his attorney had lost the trial, he would have been in jail for a considerable amount of time. But the girl who came to visit him, also a fellow teacher, was saying, sometimes we shouldn't be rocking the boat, essentially. She was just basically telling him that it's not wise to rock the boat when you're riding on it. So if you're a teacher and you've got a career and you're riding on this, I'm going to retire, then, why fuck that up by teaching something that's revolutionary? Right. But at the same time, you see her point. And, my of course, this is what I think maybe when somebody like my dentist, this is maybe where she's coming from. And I'm just trying to imagine what triggers such, I would call this a violent reaction. When somebody is like canceling you off of a preset medical schedule, this is a violation of professionalism. At this point, we're talking about, without calling you, without notifying you, and just, I'm wiping him off the system. Okay, at that point, you've just entered into, this is no longer professional. This person is not even responding in a manner that is, you can justify. So it's gone off the deep end in terms of this person's response. But I would think that her rationalization is, her world is, like, she's set to have a career in dentistry. She encounters my book, and maybe is afraid that maybe I personally like her. Maybe she imagines that I have designs on her emotionally. Maybe she imagines it, but either way, all she understands is that any continued contact with me endangers her straight path vision of what she's going to do in her life. Because she has this idea of what she wants out of life, and the way to get that is by following certain rules. And so if I threaten that, then she wants none of that. And so, but to respond so violently, okay, that's outrageous. Not that I'm going to complain or report, because there's nothing you really can do. Nothing would come of that. The only thing I could do is try and roll with it and adapt to it, and now try and ultimately get a different dentist. Yeah, that being said, that's how I see what happened. And somebody, I think it's Mark, entered a link into the text box here, and that's the Skokas monkey trial. Thank you. And definitely appreciate that, and that looks like a good article on the subject. Mark, do me a favor, say good day to all our listeners, and then we'll close the show.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Douglas, and happy belated birthday. I'm glad you had a great time.
Thank you.
And I really do hope you, actually, I know it's already done. You've got this tomorrow, at the hearing, so don't worry about it. And God bless everybody, and have a pleasant day.
Bless you as well. We love you dearly, and get yourself some rest. You've earned it. With that, to all of my listeners, to everyone who supports me financially or morally, I love you all. And of course, this is my late and sainted father's birthday. Do open up the text in our summary for today's video. It will be available as soon as the video uploads, probably available now as we're live streaming. And you'll see the poem that I wrote for them. I write a different one for each of my parents each year on their birthdays. And also on Father's Days and Mother's Days as well. And of course, yeah, you know, that my father, of course, his photograph is embedded in thumbnail of our live stream tonight. You can see the chappedness on his lips, the pimple, the stress pimple on his chin. This is obviously not something that is a doctored image. This was right after, quote unquote, right after World War II. We're talking about late 1945. He had 2 wars yet ahead of him, Korea and Vietnam. So he ran away from home at the age of 16 to join the Navy. So obviously was still very youthful. Whatever else he was, whatever he might have been, I know he wasn't baseline human. He survived too many traumas, physically and otherwise, to have been any normal human being. But he certainly wasn't a vampire or a lycanthrope or anything that I know of. We'll get a bit more into that some other time in the near future. Also a bit more of what we were leading into. Perhaps we'll return to that subject on Wednesday about the vampirism and other subjects when we speak to Jennifer again. If Aristides is awake, go ahead and say good day to everyone. Otherwise, I'm going to end the stream. Okay, I believe dear Aristides is asleep. Okay, and love you all. Join us again Wednesday, and we'll have another full show, an actual full show, which I normally do. Thank you all. We've got such good numbers, I'm reluctant to do this, but it's obviously not a normal time. I don't usually get scheduled hearings like this on a day, especially on my father's birthday, and it's kind of right that I spend the day, you know, doing what I'm doing for myself. He would have wanted that. And to all of you, join us Wednesday. We'll make this happen. Obviously, your support is always needed. Birthday months, as you can imagine, are months in which I would spend more than normal, and obviously, need all the help I can get to make certain I make rent and make it into the next month, which I'm certain with all your help that will happen. And in the interim, most blessed be. And my love be unto all who are behind me and support me. You're the wind beneath my wings. All right. Take care till Wednesday. Stay safe and be well. Okay, that ends the call. Now I need to end the stream.